The Sealed Kunai by Kenshi 618 Part 7.
Chapter 50. For the sake of the future, Kisame kept rapidly pursuing Toryun and Fu over the sunset sandy environment of Kaze no Kuni, chasing them further and further away from Itachi and Danzo. If Itachi wanted to take on the old man by himself, Kisame could deal with that. It just gave him two enemies of his own to deal with. Maybe he could kill them before Itachi finished the old man off, told him that they had what they came for, and made him stop fighting, as was Itachi's nature. You two are really good at running away, did you know that? Kisame taunted, trying to goad them into a fight. But he knew that they weren't stupid enough to turn and fight him just because of an insult or anything like that. Danzo would have made sure the drones that traveled with him personally were far better than that. Meanwhile, the two root ninja didn't know how to go about countering Kisame's chase. Fu didn't have the time to set up his signature trap, so that left Toryun to fight directly and maybe begin the counterattack. They needed to get back to Danzo, but they first needed to dispose of the ex-Kiri ninja. A daunting task indeed. Toryun had already pulled the gloves off of his hands, revealing that they seemed to look purple. This was the sign of his Aburame clan Kakaichu, although his were special nano-sized insects that did something more devious than simply draining chakra. Toryun and Fu looked at each other before wordlessly nodding and breaking directly apart away from each other, splitting Kisame's attention. Fu quickly threw a trio of shuriken at Kisame, who blocked with his bandage-covered Samahata. Toryun then took advantage of Kisame's focus being diverted and launched at the man with his fist cocked back, ready to strike. Kisame simply smirked, and the bandages on Samahata flew off as it grew in size and bent around like a flail, stopping Toryun's attack. Now that's more like it. Keep me entertained, why don't you? Samahata then snapped back to its normal position, flinging Toryun away and keeping the Aburame from making contact with him. All of a sudden, a scarecrow-looking puppet with sickle-like limbs dove from the sand and rushed right towards Kisame. The Akatsuki swordsman jumped back as the puppet plunged, missing its attack and hitting a sand dune. Kisame tried to scan the area for Fu, but was unable to see him. A growl from Samahata put a smirk on his face. Well, I found you. He then went off away from Toryun and the strange scarecrow in a seemingly random direction. It turned out to be not a random direction at all, as Fu burst from a hiding place in the sand before Kisame could reach him. Hes Samahata can sense your chakra, fool. Fu grit his teeth and tried to steal his expression. I couldn't even finish my jutsu before that bastard found me. It had been a long time since Fu or Toryun had fought someone as strong as Kisame. They probably had never fought anyone as strong as Kisame, to be quite honest, and despite his reputation as a bloodthirsty musclehead, it would be difficult to catch him off guard. No one in Root's ranks except for Naruto, who was more of an associate instead of an operative at this point, had the brute power to match Kisame head to head. If he couldn't hide his presence, then his body was vulnerable when he tried his variant of the Yamanaka clan jutsu. Come on, boys, Kisame said with a boisterous match. Don't tell me that's all you've both got. I expected more of a fight from those little suicidal puppets from Root after what I've heard. They were most certainly not suicidal, but as far as Toryun and Fu were concerned, getting into a fight with someone better than them was not a suicidal action. After all, there was always a chance that they could win, slim as it may be. And in Root they all knew that even if a chance was slim, as long as something was in the realm of possibility, they would possibly be sent on a mission to complete or obtain whatever it was. The best of them had their resolves tempered in the fires of hell, so to speak. And that's why they would not cut and run. Because they couldn't. Because they had faced down situations like this potentially with odds that were worse. Because it didn't matter how much of a monster Kisame was, it was their job to deal with the things that no one else could. Even if it killed them. Danzo versus Itachi. When Itachi and Danzo blurred from sight, they had been prepared for a high-speed opening to their battle. That was not what occurred. Instead of trading offense, Itachi wound up staring at what Danzo's right arm looked like. Gray and discolored, but that was not the staying point of what was so intriguing, horrifying. Well, viewers to what Itachi was bearing witness to would have to come up with their own descriptive adjectives for what he saw. Because embedded all throughout Danzo's right arm were 10 implanted, fully matured Sharingan eyes. You don't want to do this, Itachi, Danzo insisted as he brought his greatest weapon to bear. Not a single person in his employ in all of Konoha knew that he had these eyes. They were even bigger secrets than the eye he had in his right socket. That he could easily explain away, the others not so much. Ignoring Danzo's words, Itachi simply stared at the right arm of Danzo, not moving or saying a word. His eyes merely stared at Danzo's arm before they suddenly snapped up towards Danzo. I could accept just one. Itachi started to say I could accept you using just one Sharingan the way Naruto did after all he wound up losing his eye before our battle. And I never held any ill will towards Kakashi for his own. The Sharingan is a powerful tool. But how do you think this looks, Danzo? This doesn't look like the death of my clan was for the good of anyone other than yourself. Danzo merely shook his head, not offended by Itachi's words. Believe whatever you wish, Itachi. This was done to truly keep our home safe. Home. Itachi shut his eyes as if he had been trying to remember what Konoha was like. I do not have a home any longer, Danzo. Do you regret any of it? Danzo asked. Itachi sighed and shook his head. Every day. But regrets are merely wastes of time, solving none of the problems produced by the actions that are remembered. Itachi then disappeared in a flock of crows as his voice echoed out all around. Danzo, there are no reasons to have any regrets. What's done is done. Words to live by. Danzo admitted, or in this case died by, because he seems to be intent on truly doing this. At the very least, I know what Itachi is capable of due to Naruto's recount of his battle with him. A wisp of sand kicking up for a second in Danzo's peripheral vision gave him the range of Itachi to himself. He then made a set of hand seals and inhaled deeply before spinning around and exhaling Futon Shinkuha, wind release vacuum blade. A blade of wind formed around Danzo and cut into a body revealed to be Itachi. However, after being cut in half, the body detonated in a great explosion. Danzo, however, was able to see the explosion before the combustion spread, and he managed to blow himself away from the explosion faster by exhaling wind from his mouth. I am sorry, Elder. Itachi said, appearing suddenly behind Danzo with a kunai, but you broke our covenant. Naruto and Root would always be Danzo's strongest weapon. In Itachi's mind, it was negligent of him to not inform Naruto. He believed that Danzo left him uninformed so he could have Sasuke taken out but still have plausible deniability. Danzo was devious like that. Itachi wouldn't have put it past him. Before Itachi could stab Danzo, Danzo turned his head directly down and blew more wind chakra from his mouth, kicking up a large cloud of dust to obscure Itachi's vision. A blind Uchiha was historically acknowledged as a dead Uchiha, especially in the later annals of the clan's history. Without those eyes, they didn't have much else to make up for the loss with. This, however, was not just any Uchiha, it was Itachi Uchiha, and while he might not have been able to defeat Danzo without his eyes, he could damn sure last long enough with them closed to avoid being blinded by sand to show Danzo that he was not to be trifled with. Danzo believed that Itachi was still in the cloud of sand as his Sharingan hadn't caught any movement coming from it. Danzo took a deep breath and exhaled, planning on blowing the sand out of his field of sight and even more into Itachi's eyes until he heard Itachi call his jutsu out. Katan Gakaku no Jutsu, Fire Release Great Fireball Jutsu. Danzo's wind actually helped to fan the flames of Itachi's jutsu, turning his fireball into something akin to a firestorm as it came roaring at Danzo stronger than any other time he had seen the rather common elemental jutsu used. As the flames engulfed his entire body in an unavoidable torrent that gave time for the sand to disperse, Danzo's stoic outlook on things truly found itself put to the test when the sand cleared. So you truly are taking this battle seriously? He said as his voice echoed out around the area, his body not visible. I can't afford to save my energy against you, Danzo. Itachi said as the sand cloud finished clearing, revealing him covered completely by his Susanoo. Luckily, I am fully recovered from my injuries suffered in my last battle, and my illness has cleared up for the moment. Itachi's illness. Through his entire life, Itachi had suffered in secret due to his incurable sickness contracted back when he was a Konoha shinobi. Not even anyone in his clan knew of his disease, as Itachi refused to allow anyone to discover such a detriment that could be taken advantage of. Not even the Hokage at the time himself was aware of it. Danzo knew of it simply because Danzo knew things about the people of interest in his village. His Root specialized in discovering the dirty little secrets of others. It had caused Itachi's stamina and by proxy his chakra reserves to suffer in varying degrees depending on how much he exerted himself, the climate in which he was in, hell, even the weather affected him. All sorts of variables. It was quite cumbersome and a testament to Itachi's true skill and strength that he managed to become such a powerful shinobi with such a handicap. And as the large flaming ethereal warriors surrounded Itachi's body, Danzo reappeared, looked at the setting sun over the sandy wastes of the country. And at that moment he really wished that he was fighting Itachi in inclement weather and that it wasn't a beautiful evening with even temperatures. Because unlike Naruto, he didn't have the advantage of crappy weather or even a person to fight alongside him to divert Itachi's attention. Naruto wasn't able to break through Susanoo even with his most destructive jutsu, even though he could have, but he hadn't done it right. The way he had gone about attacking the Susanoo construct would have been impossible for even the mightiest ninja to accomplish. Danzo would not make the same mistake in this battle. His aim would be perfect, unlike Naruto's. Because after learning of the Yata no Kagami, 8-span mirror, he knew exactly what to do. He learned a lesson after learning of Naruto's battle with Itachi and Sasuke. He knew just what to do, all he needed was an opening. Meanwhile, Mount Mayuboku, Naruto was mentally preparing himself for the next day of training tomorrow as he sat in the house possessed by Shima and Fukasaku. He and Jiraiya were both waiting on dinner that was being cooked by Shima. Both hated what the elderly toad woman concocted night after night, but what could they do? Naruto took shoveling the terrible food down as a way to train his resolve. Jiraiya just held back tears whenever he ate it. All of a sudden Naruto grit his teeth and slammed his fists on the table. "Fuck. I'm stupid," he suddenly exclaimed, getting Jiraiya's attention as he was about to doze off waiting on food. "We knew that," Jiraiya quipped before getting to the meat of the situation. "What's the matter, Gaki? Something wrong?" Naruto moaned and dropped his head on the table. "Nothing, but my hindsight," he admitted, thumping his head on the surface once before continuing to speak. "When I was fighting Sasuke and Itachi, I fought his strongest jutsu, Susanoo." "And?" Jiraiya asked, trying to get him to explain further. He had already heard Naruto's account of the battle. It sounded like it had been a barnburner. "Tell me what you just figured out about the fight, kid." Naruto sat back up and drummed his fingertips on the table. "I was stupid when I attacked Susanoo. I took it head on, and I couldn't get through to Itachi himself." Jiraiya rubbed his nose. "It's all right, kid. Nothing you've got, nothing I've got. Nothing anyone has can get through Itachi Susanoo and that freaky shield that it has. That's the thing," Naruto said with a frown. "I could have gotten through as long as I hadn't attacked head on. The shield was what kept me from cutting through Susanoo. Otherwise, I would have cut through that stupid-ass thing like a hot knife through butter or like a spoon through Shima's fly soup." He smirked when he saw Jiraiya turn green just thinking about the food he had brought up. Jiraiya choked down his nausea and got back on topic. "So you could have decisively won that battle for sure without getting repelled the way you did?" Naruto nodded. "Wow. Do you think Itachi knows about that little weakness?" Naruto shook his head. "Who else would he have possibly used Susanoo against to test it? He probably only trained with it to learn how to attack and to learn how to use the shield thing. Other than that, he doesn't know about the fact that there's one big-ass weakness about Susanoo that I couldn't take advantage of while I was holding the Raisin Shuriken. And I'm not talking about all of the chakra it takes to keep it going. Susanoo in its complete form pretty much anchored him to the ground except for some lumbering footsteps." It was clear from the look on Jiraiya's face that he barely recognized what Naruto was referencing. Naruto blinked and had the bright idea to activate his Sharingan and use the only genjutsu that Danzo had been able to instruct him on, using the directions that he had gotten from the tablet in Konoha's Naka Shrine. After sitting there for a few minutes while he took in Naruto's explanation and the end of the battle through Naruto's eyes via genjutsu, Jiraiya's eyes widened in realization as Naruto's point hit him, which means dash. "Exactly." Naruto cut him off, knowing exactly what the old toad sage was about to get to. When Itachi used Susanoo, he couldn't move nearly as fast as he normally could, like he was literally lugging it around. If you were fast enough and had enough space to move and get Susanoo's back, then Itachi couldn't turn around fast enough to counter you. Susanoo was usually big enough to catch anyone with that huge sword it had. Its reach was incredible. Sigh, a whole lot of good that information does me now, though. Once again, hindsight was 20/20. As he looked outside, Naruto couldn't help but notice that the setting sun made the mountains of the toads look as if the place was drenched in blood. He didn't know why he thought such a morbid thought at the time and immediately cleared it from his mind. Kisame versus Toryun/Fu. Kisame was grinning from ear to ear. The two were not backing down, but even they knew that they had a slim chance of touching him at all. Even so, they had drawn their tanto and were eagerly trying to cut him down, compounding their individual efforts to take him down. Still, he had been a member of the most elite force of swordsmen in the world. These two were intermediate users at best. It wasn't enough. Fu cried out in pain as he found himself slashed across the chest with Samahata's scales shaving off the material of his shirt and the flesh on his torso. Toryun tried to attempt a slash, but it wound up being blocked by Samahata, followed up with a spinning back kick from Kisame that sent him flying head. "Come on, ladies. That can't be everything you've got. I'm sick of going through the motions here." This was hopeless. At this rate, the two of them wouldn't be able to even fight Kisame to a standstill. It was obvious that he wasn't even taking them seriously. He wasn't trying to kill them, he was prolonging the battle, confident in Itachi's ability to handle Danzo all on his own. He just wanted to get as much enjoyment out of this fight as he could. I hate this desert. Kisame commented offhandedly, it's so dry out here there's no water for me to use. He then made the snake hand seal, good thing I brought my own, so to speak. Suetun baku sui shuha, water release, exploding water colliding wave. Kisame opened his mouth and spat out an ungodly amount of water that formed a massive wave headed right for Fu and Toryun. Seeing this coming right for them, the only option available for the time being was basically how this entire battle had started, with them running like hell. Except now, instead of just running from Kisame swinging a sword, they were running from Kisame swinging a sword while he was riding a tidal wave. Kisame was actually quite amused when he saw the two-root ninja run from his tidal wave. He laughed to himself and made a Tiger Seal Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, Water Clone Jutsu. 10 copies of Kisame formed from the still crashing tidal wave, all of them running after Fu and Toryun. Run for your life, boys. You've got 10 Mizu Bunshin chasing after you, don't slip up now. Toryun turned around over his shoulder to see just how desperate his situation was. There was no by-the-books way to handle this one. That meant that he had to come up with something that came out of left field. That was the mindset of the masked root operative when he stopped running away and immediately turned towards the onslaught. His insects were not large enough to create a wall or anything like most Aburame clan members could do, not that it would do much good here. There was something he could do, though. With his tanto, he cut through all 10 of the weakened water copies of Kisame when they tried to engage him, insulted that the man thought that would stop them even if he was that much stronger than them on his own. His focus could not be shaken as he allowed the water to crash into him, directly taking the brunt of Kisame's tidal wave just as he tore the top of his outfit off. There was no way he was going to survive that kind of impact. Toryun! Fu shouted in vain to his partner. What were the chances that he would walk away from that? What were the chances that Fu could even come close to beating Kisame on his own? In the end, it didn't matter. His partner went down fighting, and if that fate was good enough for Toryun, it was good enough for him too. Kisame laughed at what Toryun had done. What had he been thinking? As the waves tapered out and subsided, they seemingly made a lake in what otherwise would have been a pit of sand that both Kisame and Fu now stood on the surface of. Kisame addressed Toryun's attempt at whatever it was he had been trying to do. Your partner, he fought hard, he fought well. I wouldn't have died though. That's just me. Fu could see Toryun's body nearby floating face down in the man-made lake. He was not moving. But what Fu did see gave him a little bit of hope for winning. Toryun had not just thrown himself at Kisame in a suicidal attempt to go down swinging. There had been a method to his madness that only Fu, as his longtime partner, could see. Toryun's sacrifice had purpose. Until that purpose took hold, he just had to stay alive. He would know when Toryun's last strategy paid off. Danzo versus Itachi, Danzo had to say Susanoo was an imposing figure. There was no getting around that fact. Just the sheer intimidation factor alone of its finished form would be enough to convince a lesser ninja that they didn't have the firepower to deal with it. But Danzo did in fact have the firepower to deal with it, and he knew exactly how to do it, having learned from Naruto's mistake in his own battle with Itachi. He had 3 ways to win this. One would be to make this a prolonged battle of attrition. And as Itachi's gigantic armored Susanoo moved forward, he figured for now that would have to do as his primary plan. There was no reason to expect any openings to just automatically present themselves to make the finish any easier for his other 2 plans. He had to be ready for a long battle. Itachi forced Susanoo to grab its ethereal sword and unsheath it in an attempt to cut Danzo down, only for Danzo to jump high into the air, given a boost by him exhaling wind chakra through his mouth. What a versatile element you have. Itachi commented before guiding Susanoo to slash Danzo out of the air, but it stands to assert that Naruto's own mastery of wind is greater than yours, and he could not defeat me. He did defeat you. Danzo commented before he again exhaled wind from his mouth in midair and avoided the attack on what was meant to be his prone position. He simply did not finish you. He accomplished his goals while you did not, or did Sasuke kill you, and I'm fighting a ghost right now. He said a jibe at Itachi's intention to give his life for Sasuke. Do you have any idea how badly you traumatized that boy? You should have simply let things lie as they were, Itachi. I don't need you to tell me that. Itachi remarked, barely hiding his ire as he sent Susanoo after Danzo, who was steadily backpedaling, using his wind stream from his mouth as a boost to move faster. Suddenly the form of Susanoo vanished and Itachi began rushing towards Danzo. Today you fall. Danzo noticed Itachi trying to make eye contact, a no-no in a battle against Sharingan users, even when one of the users had the Manjikyu Sharingan. There could be only one thing that he wanted done, and it would probably have crushed Danzo, leaving him only one option as he focused his chakra towards the Sharingan in his right eye socket. You will not use the Tsukuyomi in battle. Using the power of his particular Sharingan, Danzo gave the subtle mental command to Itachi that he would not use his terrifying Genjutsu on him, as he was certain it would spell the end for him if he had. Genjutsu was not his forte despite his use of one particular technique. Itachi seemed as if he had a change of heart while he had been getting closer to Danzo. However, this did not keep him from attacking altogether. He just didn't attack with Tsukuyomi Amaterasu, illuminating heaven. With that, Danzo's body immediately caught ablaze, signifying that Itachi's aim with the black inextinguishable flames managed to strike true. However, Danzo's body merely vanished from his sight instead of expiring before his eyes. I had a feeling this wouldn't be very easy. Itachi commented, not knowing where Danzo would resurface from, thus keeping his sharp eyes peeled for anything. He had to say the lack of going blind due to using his techniques was very much valued. If only it didn't have to come at the price that it did. He had never wanted it to end that way with him and Sasuke. Are you letting your mind slip, Itachi? Itachi was broken from his reverie of his brother's fate and cursed this was not the time to show his regrets in battle. It would end with him dying in the Sans Futon Shinkugyo, wind release vacuum sphere. In Itachi's blind spot out of his peripheral vision, Danzo stood and fired several simultaneous small bullets of air at Itachi. You're fighting a proxy battle, Itachi. Danzo commented as Itachi dodged the attack, showing the depth of his speed and skill. Your heart isn't in this, you're just fighting for the sake of fighting. That is not the way to win. Taking offense at Danzo claiming that he had no real reason to fight him there, Itachi responded, my heart is the entire reason I'm here to fight, or its lack thereof. My heart, my hopes, my goals were with Sasuke. I keep going for him. Itachi stated as he forced Danzo to burst into flames with another Amaterasu. Before that, body vanished as well, forcing Itachi to narrow his eyes in suspicion. If that were true, Danzo's disembodied voice echoed out from seemingly nowhere around Itachi, then this battle really is lost for you. Your reason isn't much of a reason at all. Do you even know what you're doing here? Itachi noticed another appearance of Danzo and pursued him, intent on getting to the bottom of what his evasion technique was, tying up the loose ends of the village as well as my own. He said in a veiled insult to Danzo, your root needs to be pulled from the village's foundations. You are an unnecessary appendage sucking life from Konoha and the ninja world in general. Do you think I've never heard anyone insult my root before? Danzo said as Itachi drew closer. He doubted that even in his prime he would have been able to move faster than Itachi Uchiha. Well, now he was seeing firsthand that most certainly could not. Peace is not as free as most of you in the village seem to think it is. The enemy is always at the gates. Root just ensured that they would be a little further away. He began to make more hand seals. Too bad that Itachi was faster and finished his set before Danzo could. Too slow. Futon Shinkuha, wind release vacuum wave. Itachi had copied Danzo's earlier jutsu and had turned it against him, exhaling and spinning around rapidly to cut Danzo into segments with his wind blades, but once again Danzo's body vanished. After Danzo's body had vanished this time, cuts appeared on Itachi's body. Foolish. Danzo's voice stated, this is why most of the wind techniques I knew were never used by my Uchiha clan team member years ago, despite him having unlocked his Sharingan. Most of my special wind ninjutsu are dangerous to attempt for anyone without full mastery of the element. It was true not even Naruto had been able to learn any of them in his youth under Danzo's training. Naruto could only learn one, the Futon Shinkugyo, wind release vacuum sphere, the basis of which he used to create his own signature move later in his career, the Futon Fujin Saiken, wind release divine fist of the wind god. Instead of a finely pressurized finesse-piercing attack, though, Naruto's jutsu was just brute force. It didn't require hand seals to use though, which was impressive. Itachi nursed the cuts on his person, grateful that none of them were too deep. If the jutsu had been stronger, then he probably would have suffered quite a bit of damage instead of just the shallow wounds he received there. He finally decided that it was time to cease the deep conversation and finish things. He knew what Danzo was using to keep himself out of harm's way, and he had to say that he was shocked Danzo would use such a forbidden technique. Not even Itachi would have considered attempting it. Susanoo, he with the ability to help by all means. In a rush of ghostly flames, Itachi's complete spiritual protector took its place around him, keeping him out of any potential harm's way. The next time Danzo showed himself, he would get the answer for certain of just what the old man was doing to defeat his own demise. I always knew that you feared death, Danzo, but to go this far to escape it. Your use of the Izanagi is ingenious, to say nothing of your moral faculties. Kuchios no Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu. In the distance, a bearded creature with the top of its head wrapped in bandages much like Danzo was usually seen that had the body and trunk of an elephant and the legs and claws of a tiger appeared in front of Itachi and Susanoo quite a distance out of its reach. Itachi didn't react much to the creature, however, staying on his guard, but nothing more than that your Baku summon. You really are pulling out all the stops against me, aren't you? Itachi said to himself. His rhetorical answer came when the Baku creature began inhaling as hard as it could, causing a powerful suction effect that drew in sand and seemingly more if there had been anything there. Itachi merely hunkered down and defended with Susanoo's shield out towards the Baku to negate its suction. You cannot break through Susanoo's Yada no Kagami, 8-span mirror. It negates all elemental attacks on it. Futon Shinku wind release vacuum serial waves. Itachi was unable to turn his back fast enough to move Susanoo and its shield towards the new threat. Surrounding the incoming Danzo's body was a torrent of massive wind blades coming at Itachi from all sorts of different angles. He could see the blades actually cutting through the sand in the air. And once the suction from the Baku got to it, the jutsu seemed to grow even stronger. All in all, there was really nothing that Itachi could do as the blades cut into Susanoo deep enough to actually cut into him. As Danzo witnessed the blood fly from Itachi's body and the young man himself fall to the ground, he had to give a nod of thanks to Naruto for laying the groundwork for his plan to even take shape. Thanks to his ability to deduce Susanoo's weak point from Naruto's telling of his battle, his strongest wind attack did not fall to Susanoo's mirror the way Naruto's had. Kisame versus Fu, finding oneself getting pummeled in a fight that one believed they had at least a 50-50 chance of winning is never a good feeling. The feeling of getting oneself pummeled in a fight that one knew right from the start that they never had the slightest snowball's chance in hell of winning was more of a hollow feeling, to be quite frank. The latter is what Fu was feeling at the moment. With the death of his partner Toryun, he had no real offensive attack. Any ninjutsu he could have launched on Kisame's person would have ended with him having to leave his body to do so, which left him the alternative of trading blades with the monster of the hidden mist. Fu's desperate attempts to bring Kisame down as they continued to fight in what would probably wind up being one of Kaze no Kuni's new oases were not bearing him any fruit. Kisame was systematically dicing him up. Shredding would actually be the more accurate term for what was happening to him if he were to stop and analyze the situation. Kisame let out a few pleased chuckles at the sight of the blood dripping from Fu's frame onto the surface of the water. Samahata had been steadily devouring his chakra. With each swing he managed to connect with "You fed my sword so well, I think it has to work off some of its extra calories, if you catch my drift." He had to say that this young root ninja was tough. No one could ever call them out for being spineless, that was for sure. Questionable in their actions? Definitely, but they would fight you as hard as they could if that was how things were to be. Fu fought off sweet unconsciousness, knowing that if he shut his eyes he would drop and that would be the end of him with absolutely nothing to show for it. Toryun's sacrifice to assist in Kisame's demise would have been in vain. But he knew that Samahata working off calories was code for "I'm about to hit you with a big-ass jutsu. I'm just telling you in advance because I think it would be funny to see how you'd stop it." Kisame's hand, still clasped around Samahata, flew towards the ram seal as he began to build chakra, and Fu realized something important. Kisame didn't know that he was a Yamanaka. He had never actually seen him use his clan technique. He had just seen the scarecrow puppet and must have figured him to be a puppeteer. In reality, when he had been using the scarecrow, that was actually something that had his consciousness in it, meant to be a trap that Kisame never sprang out of sheer chance. Well, there was one jutsu that every Yamanaka could do, and Kisame's building of his chakra left him wide open to it. Fu's hands were just as fast as Kisame's as they flew towards his jutsu-specific hand seal, and unlike Kisame, he didn't need to build the chakra for it. Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch jutsu. Firing off the jutsu, Fu made sure to fall backwards so that he could float on the surface of the water instead of drown face down. And just like that, Fu found himself inside of Kisame's body, allowing himself a smirk with the blue-skinned man's own facial features. However, his triumph did not last. Kisame's body had still been holding Samahata, and Samahata did not approve of this impostor of Kisame. He was not as strong as his actual user, and it despised that. Samahata forced spikes from its handle, stabbing into the hands of Fu in Kisame's body and forcing him to let go of the sentient weapon that then growled at him from the mouth at the top of its blade. It lunged at the impostor in its user's body and wrapped itself around it in a tightly constricting move that forced him under the surface of the water. What is this thing doing? Fu thought as Samahata began dragging itself along Kisame's body underwater. Is it really willing to damage its own user to get me out of it? In reality, Fu's body was being damaged by Samahata's scales as well as Kisame's. If this were really Kisame, then he would be tough enough to force the sword to stop hurting him. This impostor in Kisame's body could do nothing of the sort, thus it was not Kisame. Besides, Kisame was more than tough enough to take this. It felt as if Fu's skin was being slowly shaved off. This thing will flay me alive if I stay in this body. His own body would be useless if that were indeed the case. As such, Fu found it prudent to force himself back into his own body. And as he did so, he began sputtering and splashing, shouting in pain as he could feel and see the terrible wounds inflicted due to Samahata. But he couldn't dwell on this because he could hear Kisame growling. Over where he had left his body, Kisame was back on the surface of the water, holding his hands in the ram seal and glaring at Fu murderously. "You won't get that chance again," he muttered lowly. His Akatsuki cloak had been shredded off of his body, and the marks where Samahata had rubbed up against him were clearly bloody and visible. Suetun Daibaku Sui Shuha, water released, great exploding water colliding wave. Once again, Kisame spit out a massive torrent of water that hit Fu, only this time it did not hit with crushing force the way his last attack of this nature had done to Toryun. It had moved in a capturing motion as it began to form a massive orb that was able to keep its own shape. Fu found himself with an all-new set of problems as he was now caught in a full-scale underwater field. "You're going to suffer," as Kisame stated this. His body began to fuse with Samahata, turning him into a full human-shark hybrid Suru Semiadori no Jutsu, water prison shark dance jutsu. There's no escape. He then noticed a grin on Fu's face as he seemingly tried to hold his breath with a pained expression. "What are you grinning about? You're trapped." "It hurts," Fu thought to himself. "It hurts so bad, but it's not my injuries." He looked down at his arm and noticed that part of his skin was purple and it seemed to be spreading. This was the effect of Toryun's special insects. As he looked around, he could see his partner's dead body floating in the orb with them. Kisame had sealed his own fate. "What is this?" Kisame asked, straining himself painfully as his skin began to break out in purple spots all over. "What's going on?" Fu had to stay alive a bit longer, if only to see whether or not his partner's plan would truly work. In his death, he allowed his nano-insects to scatter in the water with his death. They can't survive for long in the open air, but in a place like this they can live on outside of their host's body for a little while. It was one of the ways that they had managed to bring down the sizable Prajna group, using this method to poison their water supply. Kisame's body was almost completely purple and sickly looking at this point. He had swallowed the water he had been around it, having it splash all over him more than Fu had. His dose would most assuredly be fatal. Good work, Fu thought as he allowed his eyes to close, succumbing to the cell-destroying effect of Toryun's bugs. Kisame, on the other hand, screamed until his eyes rolled into the back of his head. His demise had been far more painful than Fu's. There was nothing he could do after taking so much water into his actual body. With his death, Samahata separated from his body, and the massive orb of water lost its foundation to hold, dropping and filling the lake that Kisame had already created even further. All three bodies, Kisame, Fu, and Toryun, floated lifelessly on the top of the water as Samahata let out noises that sounded like crying as it floated along as well. The sun had long since finished setting, bathing the entire scene in white moonlight. Danzo versus Itachi. Danzo's eyes had turned to the slight distance away as a massive orb of water was visible on the horizon before it eventually dispersed. That was clearly where his underlings had been fighting their own battle, and it looked to be a very destructive one to boot. The thought of another battle to fight against an Akatsuki member made him look down at his right arm. "I've got 6 Sharingan eyes left. Itachi took 4 to defeat. Hopefully Kisame won't take any." He thought as he noticed that 4 of the eyes on his arm were worthless now. All of a sudden, in the distance, the Baku, his summon, attracted Danzo's attention as it let out a wail of anguish and pain before dispelling. He saw no explosion or any sign of combat, and he could not see Itachi in sight. "Itachi must have defeated my summon Genjutsu because it wasn't much of a fight. He's not dead after all." He hadn't even left a trail of blood from where Danzo left him. To move so fast without a sign of him doing so and to leave no trace, Itachi really had been worthy of his Konoha station as ANBU captain. Danzo made to head in the direction of the place where his summoned creature dispelled. The Izanagi. The Sharingan's most forbidden jutsu. Hearing Itachi's voice stopped him in his tracks. The power to remove the barrier between illusion and reality, although it comes at the price of sight in the Sharingan that performs the technique. Danzo noticed Itachi standing up with his Akatsuki cloak cast aside, his wounds visible on his body. "A small price to pay though for cheating death, isn't it, Danzo? After all, why face your fear when you can just avoid it altogether?" "You are correct, Itachi. Danzo admitted, I did fear death. I feared death for the longest time. I feared that without me Konoha would be lost. Konoha's right flank would be forever unguarded, that my death would end with the death of our village. Itachi seemed to have a satisfied look on his face hearing Danzo say those things. That was until I realized that such a fear was foolish. Itachi simply blinked at the seeming change of heart in Danzo. Something he hadn't expected out of the notoriously stubborn elderly man. What are you talking about? The village existed before I ever gained the power to organize root. Danzo stated, drawing a kunai and breathing his wind chakra on it, giving it a temporary appearance of a scimitar coating. It takes both sides, both the light and the dark, to maintain the balance to keep Konoha safe. Hiruzen secured the light, half passing down the will of fire we were all taught to all of the youth, and I have secured Konoha's protection from the shadows with my future generation of operatives. The village will survive on after I die. My faith has been with the future of the village, as its next Hokage will be Naruto Uzumaki. And you truly believe this? Itachi said as Susanoo began to form around him again, his body beginning to twitch due to the chakra he had used to continue the battle thus far. You really believe that Naruto can become the Hokage and keep Konoha safe? I would bet my life on it. Danzo said before forming two hand seals. As a matter of fact, I already have. Futon Shinkutai Jyoku, wind release vacuum great sphere. He inhaled deeply and launched a massive single ball of wind at Itachi, only for Susanoo to block the easily scouted frontal attack, something you failed to do when instead of letting your brother move on with his future you forced him to dwell in the past. Itachi's eyes reflected hatred as Susanoo lunged forward with its sword. Danzo lifted his right arm and a massive tree grew from nothing in the sand as a defensive measure. However, the sword was not truly physical and phased right through before stabbing through Danzo. Do not speak of things you don't understand, Itachi said tersely. When Danzo's body faded again out of his sight, he didn't even allow him the chance to materialize anywhere else, as when he saw Danzo's body again, the yellow eyes of Susanoo glowed brightly for a split second prior to a large scale of area that Danzo stood in, spontaneously combusting. You know nothing of why I did the things I did. You manipulated your brother worse than I've ever manipulated anyone, Danzo's disembodied voice said before he reappeared a ways away from Itachi and Susanoo, breathing slightly heavily. The powerful series of jutsu that he had been using were not intended to be used by someone with his genes. The Sharingan alone would have been taxing enough on his chakra reserves, but using the 1 in his head and the 10 in his arm in conjunction with his Izanagi as well as the Mokutan genes he needed for him to use his Izanagi in the first place was draining him steadily. You really are a student of Madara. You have a gift for twisting others to your will just like he does. Not even Shirsue's Jujutsu could have so completely warped Sasuke the way you did. That's enough out of you, Itachi roared as he brought Susanoo to bear, driving forward to end Danzo's life. He had never been so angry in his entire life. The only time that ever came close was when he believed that Naruto had killed Sasuke in the middle of their three-way battle. The sword swept across the top of the sands and caught Danzo cleanly. Itachi merely kept Susanoo swinging its sword despite the fact that the constant action and the strain of using Susanoo was aggravating his sickness. He needed to end this now. With that in mind, he wound up cleaving Danzo 2 more times. Danzo reappeared in the air above Susanoo's sword only for its eyes to glow yellow again while looking at him in the sky and force another instant explosion that engulfed the root commander. Itachi knew that Danzo was not dead. If he hadn't died yet, then he would not be dying from such an attack. Even if it was just as impossible to dodge as Amaterasu, Danzo still had more Sharingan eyes to use his Izanagi. And right when he thought this, Danzo returned right on cue, appearing from thin air as Izanagi canceled itself once more. Susanoo was truly imposing. Danzo just could not get to Itachi a second time. Even when he was able to cut into Susanoo, he simply wasn't able to cut deep enough to kill Itachi. He was most certainly feeling the effects of using so many of his Sharingan eyes, but he would not use the one inside of his head. He would not use Shirsue's eye for the Izanagi. It was far too valuable to simply waste. I need, Itachi started to think as he coughed violently. I need to conserve chakra. Winning here at the cost of all of his chakra would do him no good, but Danzo wasn't really giving him a lot of options here. Thinking about what he would have to do after the battle if he won, Itachi deactivated Susanoo. If he had used it for too much longer, he wouldn't have walked away. There was no need to ensure his demise tonight. Danzo was not Sasuke. It is time we bring this to an end. Danzo looked at his right arm and grunted. He had left his Izanagi active for too long while dealing with Susanoo for that last sequence of attacks. He no longer had any Sharingan eyes to spare, so has it really come down to this? He asked Itachi, after all you've sacrificed, are you really willing to ignore all that you have worked for? Itachi did not answer Danzo. There was nothing more that needed to be said. One of them would die. Either Itachi would clean part of his mind and conscience with Danzo's blood, or Danzo would keep Naruto and Konoha safe for a little while longer by taking Itachi's life. Danzo let out a sigh as he stared Itachi down with his chakra-imbued kunai in his hands. If this is what it has truly come to, either the end of you or me, then I want to say just one thing to you, Itachi. Thank you. You have sacrificed more than your life. You have sacrificed more than any shinobi, even myself, would ever have. Your will of fire never burned out. That was something that had never been said. For all he had done, for every sacrifice made, for every Uchiha life that was ended by his hands, for every bit of Itachi's future that was destroyed by the urging of 3 old shinobi that couldn't find an alternative, for all of that not a single person had ever expressed gratitude. What had Itachi gotten out of his sacrifice? He had lost his family, he had lost his lover, he had lost his career, he had lost his reputation as a stellar and loyal high-ranking ninja. He had garnered the unconditional hatred of his beloved younger brother, who for the better part of a decade had existed solely to put him 6 feet under. He had become an international criminal that was destined to be pursued to the ends of the world until his demise. For all of that, he had never even heard one person offer their appreciation, not one single time. And to hear it at this moment, he didn't know how to feel. But he would not stop. Things were too far gone to change now. This battle had to end. No stalemate would do. But as Itachi burst into a flock of crows to initiate the combat once more, Danzo's Sharingan caught the slightest of movements. For a second, Danzo swore that he could see a tear fall down Itachi's face. And that sight made him realize just how tired he truly was. Perhaps it would be nice, after 60+ years of tireless work and fighting, to finally rest. Let the new blood handle protecting what was now their world. This is for Sasuke. Itachi's voice sounded out from behind Danzo, forcing his eyes to widen as he heard loud chirping consistent with only one attack that he knew of: Chidori, 1,000 birds. There was no time to turn. This one was coming right for his heart. He knew it. He was not fast enough to turn and counter Itachi. Not even on his best day he would not have been able to turn fast enough. With his mind running at 1,000 miles a second, Danzo flipped his wind chakra-coated kunai reverse style and stabbed himself through the stomach just as Itachi's right arm drove itself through his chest from the back. Danzo took one deep breath as the pain tore through him from being impaled twice, but he also heard Itachi let out a sound of pain as well. Danzo moved the blade to find that he had managed to stab Itachi deeply, just as deeply as he had stabbed himself. Danzo could already feel his control over the implanted Mokutan cells and his arm slipping. It was a race now to see whether or not he would die from Itachi's final attack or from losing control of the Mokutan and turning into a tree. He might have preferred the latter, leaving a lasting impression on the world by being a tree in the middle of the desert, but he still had a job to do, and as he twisted the blade deeper and freed a hand to grab a hold of Itachi's arm through his chest, he would have to settle for the impression made by training the next Hokage. Itachi's arm was stuck, he couldn't yank it free. The wound in his own torso was sapping his energy as well as holding him in place just as well as his arm through Danzo. This is the end, Itachi, Danzo said, struggling as he reached up past the seal on his chest towards his Sharingan to destroy it for safety. There is nowhere for you to go. You may have the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, but you don't have Madara's ability. You can't avoid this. You're a Shishu Fuin Jutsu, reverse 4 symbol sealing Jutsu. 4 black double bars released from his body around himself and Itachi before forming a large black sphere around them. It then swiftly started to suck everything caught in the sphere into Danzo's body. It took the sand around them in the shape of a semicircle, leaving quite a crater, but more importantly it took Itachi's body within as well. Itachi merely shut his eyes and accepted his fate. Mother, Father, Sasuke, I'll see you all soon. As everything found its way absorbed into Danzo's body, he lifelessly dropped to the ground, blood pooling around him. His body merely sat there in the moonlight for the longest time until Zetsu emerged from the ground right next to his corpse. Well, would you look at that? Apparently Itachi Uchiha can be beaten not once but twice. The black side then spoke up. Even with the power of his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan heightening his abilities, Itachi's heart wasn't in the battle. His will to fight has been gone since the Kyuubi Jinchuriki encountered him. They both moved towards Danzo and gathered him up. Well, we couldn't touch that nasty infested water to get Kisame's body, so Madara will just have to make do with Samahata. As they sank back into the ground with Danzo's body, the Black One spoke up. Besides, Leader Sama wanted us to bring him Danzo's body as well. I wonder why. He said out loud before his body completely vanished into the sands. With Naruto, Mount Mayuboku, Naruto's mindscape, in the middle of the night, instead of launching into a dream of some sort, Naruto found himself back inside of the sewer mindscape he had yet to set back to normal. Naruto sighed and stomped his way to the bars of the cage, knowing he would only be there for one reason. What the fuck do you want? The eyes of the Kyuubi had yet to open as it found Naruto standing in front of its cage. Of course he was. The Kyuubi had been the one to call him there in the first place. I believe we need to talk. The massive creature said in a sociable manner that Naruto hadn't come to expect from it. Really? Naruto said, a skeptical look on his face as he chewed on his lip in an irritated manner. I thought we'd said all we needed to say to each other the last time we spoke. I already told you, if you're going to keep shaking in your sandals every time you see someone with a weird eye pattern, then I don't need you dragging me down. I'm fighting for both of our lives here. So far nothing had changed to make Naruto believe that the Kyuubi had changed. I have something that you need to know that may change that opinion of yours. The Kyuubi said matter-of-factly, your old Toad teacher's plan of fusing with you for activating your Sage mode will not work. You are already fused with me. Any other attempt to do so by another would fail miserably. Naruto had to hold back from making an outburst. If he couldn't fuse with Fukasaku or Shima, then that meant he couldn't use Sage mode in a manner that would be practical for battle. The time he had spent on the mountain preparing himself until this point was all for nothing. If that were the case, how would that change my opinion? All that would do would be to piss me off even more, wouldn't it? He asked calmly, despite the fact that he was indeed very upset by this turn of events. Normally yes, but then again, where do you think you get your incredible penchant for growth from? Kyuubi said as it opened its eyes to look at Naruto for the very first time since the conversation had started between them. As it looked upon Naruto's slack-jawed stare, it couldn't help but feel some satisfaction at surprising so thoroughly the shinobi that had made a living out of surprising absolutely everyone else. I see you get my point. So now that you've been sufficiently shut up for the first time in quite a while, what did you say about you not needing me? After all, who would have expected the Kyuubi to learn how to channel Sage chakra? Naruto snapped his jaw shut in an attempt to regain his composure. He definitely hadn't seen that outcome as a possibility. The outcome being the yellow eyes of the Kyuubi with the telltale bar-like pupils in them and the orange pigment around its eyes told Sage chakra. Okay, I admit that I may have had a bit of a temper problem last time, he said admittedly before pointing seriously at the demon, but now I'm definitely using the Sharingan when we finally fight. Kaze no Kuni, with the moon high in the sky basking over the area, a group of Suna ninja came across the bodies of Futoryun and Kisame, all in the contaminated waters made by Kisame for the battle. By now, however, the insects had died without an actual living home, having been caught in the open for too long, thus making the water safe to retrieve the corpses from. So what do we do now, sir? A random Suna Chunin asked after they had inspected the bodies. It had been quite a struggle from the looks of things. A Sunagekyo Jounin looked at the dead bodies in scrutiny. Two of the bodies were the bodyguards of the Konoha elder Danzo Shimura, and the other was clearly Kisame Hashigaki. But Danzo was nowhere to be found despite the blood found quite a ways away. Still, people needed to be informed of this turn of events. Gather the bodies and we'll return with them to the village. The Jounin ordered the other three Chunin with him. We need to tell Kazekage-sama about this Konoha. We'll need to know what has happened here. Chapter 51. Time to kill. You're full of so much crap, Gaki. What a way to say good morning. Of course, Jiraiya's comment could be understood once he heard what Naruto had told him last night about his little discussion with the Kyuubi. Are you sure you weren't just having a really specific nightmare? Naruto let out a scoff as the two of them walked to the usual training waterfall of oil. Not that they would be using it today, it was just where they had been used to training while there on the mountain. I don't have nightmares, Erokyofu. And I know the difference between a dream and my mind, especially when I woke up after the talk already with the chakra running through me. The Kyuubi was not lying. Jiraiya could only shake his head at the thought of what was being presented to him. How could the Kyuubi even learn to use it? A shrug came from his young blonde godson. I don't know. I learned to use it. You said a massive reservoir of chakra was needed to do it. Well, that's all the Kyuubi is, chakra. It was stuck in my head with nothing to do but watch me train. It was going to get the feeling of nature chakra down too, same as me. And if you're talking about staying still to gather the chakra at this point, he switched to giving the older man a deadpan look. All the Kyuubi does is stay still for 20 hours a day at least. I'm pretty sure it has more practice than me. That's really not very inspiring to hear, Naruto. Jiraiya said with a grimace. You're telling me the Kyuubi can use Sage mode? No. Naruto said with eyes wide as he actually stopped walking for a moment. Hell no. Not functionally, at least. He could actually hear the QB cackling inside of his head at the idea. If it could do that, then I'd say just let the thing loose right now because I can't beat it. It can't because it has to stay still to gather the chakra like me, and I can just take the nature chakra away from it like I was trying to get its actual chakra of like normal. He shook his head just thinking about the idea and started walking again. Are you insane? If it really could, then do you think I'd be in this good of a mood right now? Maybe? Jiraiya answered unsurely. Naruto rolled his eyes before responding. If that really happened, then I probably would have jumped off of the highest cliff on the mountain and slit my goddamn throat on the way down. Because there's just no reason to keep on trying anymore. That's a really negative sentiment, you know. Remarked Jiraiya dryly, but then he thought about actually having to fight the QB himself and then to fight the QB with the ability to use Sage Mode, and then thought about a loose QB that could use Sage Mode functionally and figured that he would probably do something similar. But there was nothing he could do but use the advantage that was granted to him and hope that the QB didn't find a way to make Sage Mode functional for itself. What if the QB somehow starts learning how to do Sage Mode properly? Then I'll stop using it. I have a second idea that's less convenient, Naruto replied with a frown. Not by much, but if it comes down to it, then it's always good to have a backup plan. I had to get some help to come up with it, but that's what a support system is for, isn't it? Jiraiya gave Naruto a strange look. What support system? Naruto pointed at the communication tattoo on his shoulder. The best kind. The cute kind of support that has high-level ceiling knowledge. He saw Jiraiya nod in understanding before a lecherous grin spread over his face. I don't like that look. What's with that? So you can talk to your servant, sweetheart, eh? Jiraiya said with a pondering inflection in his tone. Do you ever talk dirty to her with that tattoo of yours? Maybe that's why she's so happy all of the time, even when you're not there? Yeah, sure, because sex talk in Morse code is just so great. Naruto said sarcastically. You're an idiot sometimes, do you know that? I see why Tsunade-bachan hits you more often than not. You probably could charm the pants off of her if you weren't always acting like you. A sigh came from Jiraiya. It's a long story, Gaki, one that you wouldn't get if I told you so. Let's save it for another manly bonding moment in the near future. The tone he used sounded serious, so Naruto dropped it for the time being. Now we're here. He said as they arrived in front of the waterfall of oil. Now show me how this would work. Naruto nodded and began to turn his attention inward. QB, you're on. Don't screw me over here. He thought as he put his hands in the ram seal to help himself focus, balancing the chakra that was about to run through his system. I can't screw you over, stupid. I'm behind the seal, and you can already control nature chakra, so what exactly could I do? The QB fired back before it went silent and started generating nature chakra. After a moment, Naruto's face took on the signs of him using Sage Mode. An orange pigment around his eyes and a yellow toad-like eye with a horizontal bar pupil in the eye that wasn't covered by his contact lens. Do you feel that? Yeah, Naruto replied out loud as he could feel the power going through him. Let's play around with this for a bit and see just what we can do. He turned towards Jiraiya, who already had a smirk on his face. If you're up for it, Arrow Kyofu. He finished as he deactivated his contact lens, displaying his Sage Mode warped Sharingan. The response was not only Fukasaku but Shima appearing on Jiraiya's shoulders, all sharing the same looks that Jiraiya had. Yeah, why not? He said as his features started to change to that of his own when he took on Sage Mode. I've wanted to fight you for real for years, Gaki. Maybe now you can take enough punishment to make it fun. At a distance on a ridge overlooking the area, Gamabunta Gamakichi and a whole host of other toads of various shapes and sizes were watching what they were about to see. Are you sure this is far enough away? Gamakichi asked his father as he sat on his head, still small enough to do so. Naruto Nai is kind of notorious for well-fucking landscapes up. This is fine. Gamabunta insisted, smoking his pipe before an explosion below them threw dust and debris into the air high enough to reach the top of the ridge they were all watching from. All right, maybe we should back up a little bit. Kanahagakura no Sato, Hokage Tower. The message from Suna had just been received only minutes ago about what had occurred on the outskirts of their jurisdiction. The bodies of Danzo's 2 bodyguards were found dead along with that of Kisame Hashigaki. Danzo and Itachi Uchiha, Kisame's partner, were nowhere to be found, but signs of a great battle were found a short distance away from where the 3 bodies were located. This did not give Tsunade an easy feeling as to the fate of the missing delegate. Danzo was not the type to allow himself to be taken prisoner, and he was on his way to Suna to boot. If he had escaped, then he would have headed that way. That was rather bold of them to stick their necks out for someone that wasn't even a Jinchuriki like the other times they had been discovered and engaged in combat. It was probably a personal vendetta of some sort, clearly from what Naruto told her of the black op given to Itachi. Damn it, the Hokage needed to be briefed about crap like that when they took the hat. She should not have been told about this 3 years after she took over by someone that had nothing to do with any of it. Koharu and Hamura got their wrinkled butts chewed out the second that clone Naruto sent to her dispelled for keeping that from her. She could understand some things being covered up and buried and kept from people especially like this, but not when there were still remnants of the damn scandal still out and floating around. If Itachi had killed them all, Sasuke included, then maybe he could have stayed. Maybe a lot of this didn't have to happen. But Itachi would never have done that from what Naruto told him. That fight Naruto intruded on was meant for Itachi to die. And with what actually occurred, there certainly would have been means for a grudge to be held. The only thing he wanted out of the whole Uchiha massacre was disrupted. I swear the brat needs to get his stuff together so he can take this damn job, Tsunade muttered to herself as she sat at her desk thinking about what to do next. After a moment she began to write out a return message to Suna for Gaara. All right, we're not going to get a better reason to do this now without something catastrophic happening beforehand. Iwagakure isn't going to join the alliance, so we might as well set the meeting date now. Akatsuki could make too many moves and spring about all over the map. The shinobi villages that had come into the alliance propagated over the last few months needed to get together to come up with a solution. Undisclosed location, a crater formed in a stone wall as Madara punched it angrily, hearing the news that was just given to him by Zetsu. Damn it, Itachi, the man was difficult to manipulate even with his spirit broken. When he said he would head to Suna so readily, he figured he was back to the drawing board to find a new way to defeat him, but would do Madara's bidding in the meantime. He never figured that Itachi was actually willing to go simply because of the man that had granted the go-ahead for the mission that ruined his and his brother's lives would be heading that way. Danzo simply was not a person of interest to Madara. He never had been. The only thing Root had ever done against his Akatsuki always happened to be inadvertent. Naruto, Danzo's top trainee, was merely fighting for his life as he was a Jinchuriki. The pale boy and the girl he had a run-in with were only meant to back Naruto up and keep him protected. The rather large amount of Root shinobi that had bailed Naruto out of Amigakure were there in the first place to take down Hanzo. Before he was killed by Pain, getting Naruto out became their main objective. When that became impossible and his and Jiraiya's battle became impossible to win, Danzo and by proxy the Root that he led were of no consequence to Madara. They were to Itachi though, and it was enough for him to go after Danzo himself. He hadn't even taken any time to try his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan before engaging the man to try and find any of his techniques beforehand. And now he was out a pair of spare Manjikyu Sharingan eyes. Danzo sealed Itachi inside of his body. There was no way to get him out to get at his eyes, and Danzo only had a right arm full of useless ones. He even destroyed Shirsue's eye prior to dying, the bastard. All he had to take away from Danzo's death was his right arm that had the Mokutan cells that he could find use for. Not exactly a victory. 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, and all of that. After taking Danzo's arm, he let Zetsu take Danzo's body to Pain. The fool would do his little reanimation techniques and he would have a new anima path and would be back at full strength. No need to complain or sulk over the destruction of his spare bodies any longer, because Madara was tired of him sitting on his ass and doing nothing. There were moves that needed to be made, and right now Pain and Konan were the only one that could do so. With Zetsu sending Danzo's body, he also sent new orders to Pain from Madara. An order he wouldn't have any trouble adhering to, especially since he would want to test his new body and all in actual combat. Sasuke's little lapdogs still moving around and whining for their master were getting to be irksome. It was mostly that girl though that worked his nerves. Give Suigetsu a sword and he would immediately leap up the ladder in terms of being a threatening shinobi. All he needed to do was hypnotize Jugo, and that would solve that problem if there even was one, since if he still wanted revenge on Naruto, and that might be enough to get him to work. Karen, on the other hand, was only good for locating general chakra signatures and healing the others. She wasn't much of a fighter at all, and Madara needed fighters. Maybe he needed to seek out this Kabuto they were so intent on destroying. This man was meant to test them. Well, in that case they failed the test. They hurried into the fight and were embarrassed by Orochimaru's old right-hand man. Perhaps looking to employ the man was a better option than most right now? There was a need to stop the bleeding, so to speak. And then there was another option altogether. It was experimental at best, but if it was done right, not only would it buy him time to bolster his own forces, it would weaken the homes of his final 4 targets. Amigakure no Sato, Pain's tower. Konan could tell by now when Pain was in a good mood. It was especially evident today, as he had been sulking for the last month since the interrupted battle with Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki. When Zetsu presented him with the body of Danzo, well, she didn't think she would ever again see the man actually smile before then, but he had put one on when Danzo's body had been laying at the feet of his remaining other bodies. She thought she would feel better at seeing the man that had conspired with Hanzo to kill them to see the man indirectly responsible for the death of her dearest friend Yahiko laying lifeless on the ground. She didn't know whether it was because she didn't do it herself or what, but she just felt hollow. It didn't feel like any kind of victory. She was led to believe it would feel like it didn't feel like anything at all. And from what Zetsu said, it was time to move again. Time to adhere to Madara's will again, but whatever had been ordered by the man didn't seem to upset Pain at all. Conan. The Pain that looked like her old friend Yahiko spoke to her. I will be leaving the village for a short while. In the meantime, I want you to send out a few messages to the other smaller villages that are sick of playing as the buffers and the whipping boys to the 5 major shinobi villages. Conan nodded. Which ones would you have me send word to? She asked. All of them. Every single one. Pain told her, looking over at her with his ripple-patterned eyes. I want every minor village to be contacted. I want you to tell them to keep their eyes open and to tell them that the time of the 5 dominating the many is over. They will see what I mean soon enough. It will soon be time for their pain to finally be reimbursed if they choose to join Amigakure. Her eyes widened at the implication of what he was saying. You want an alliance? Yes. Pain admitted freely. Of course, his closest confidant would be able to tell what he was thinking. The 5 great shinobi villages are doing the same. What they have neglected to do was to include or even consider the thoughts of the smaller villages that populate our world when they did so in the first place. The arrogance of the 5 nations that did so, of course, they wouldn't consider the consequences of what their little alliance would do to the smaller villages. They are probably already on edge over the matter and willing to take preemptive action. They can see what will become of the alliance and their fates once it is truly consolidated. As the lesser of the equation, they will slowly but surely be phased out altogether. The smaller villages worked in the areas where the larger villages wouldn't tread out of fear of stepping on another major village's toes and starting a major war. Places such as borderlines, countries that stood between the major ones, places like that. It was a considerably smaller living compared to the larger villages, especially since their funding from their daimyos were far smaller than their larger counterparts. But it was a niche that helped them survive once the pecking orders of the villages became clear-cut decades ago. If an alliance took place and there was no tension over operating zones for the major shinobi villages, then there would be no use for the smaller ones that were before an important part of keeping the balance of power set. So with the alliance, everyone that started all of the major wars would finally be getting along. That wouldn't do the smaller villages any good at all. No tension meant that the larger villages would have expanded operating zones, which meant that quality and quantity could be taken over mere convenience for the clients out to hire shinobi. And if push came to shove when pressed, the smaller villages would be unable to do anything significant about it. After all, they couldn't win a war against one of the big 5. Only one of the 5 major villages could defeat another, as had been proven in multiple past wars. Other than having fighting take place on their lands, there was really no disadvantage to the minor villages when the big villages got into their wars, unless they were directly aligned with one of the warring villages, in which case they were the cannon fodder for their larger ally. During wartime, missions for minor villages saw a surging uprise due to the fighting between the larger villages, keeping them busy. The longer the war, the stronger that the minor villages grew. Since the modern system of villages first began to take shape, no minor village grew as much as the 2 strongest, considered to be right on the cusp of being one of the big 5. Those 2 were Kusugakure and Amigakure, with Takigakure a distant third. Uzushigakure used to be right there before the war that wound up destroying them. That put minor village growth in check after seeing what happened to the powerful village of Sealing Masters. If they could be destroyed, then it could happen to any small village that didn't know their place, so to speak. They were more or less bullied under the guise of treaties with the larger villages. No village stepped out of line to challenge the 5 great shinobi villages, or else they would be destroyed. It had happened already to multiple smaller hidden villages over the years. But to be bullied, you had to have some fear. And bullying wasn't effective without the muscle to back it up, which all the big villages had. Because the lesser villages were all scattered, they were more or less on their own when it came to their relationships with the larger villages around them. The fact that they routinely outnumbered the major village that hovered over them at least 6-1 meant nothing, since they never tried to get themselves together. The quality of their ninja was also lacking when compared to the major villages. They needed the muscle to make them believe that they had a chance. That was something easy enough to prove when it came to something like this. With the world the way it was right now, all Pain needed to do was push it along just a little bit. The 5 great shinobi villages will fall. Pain asserted with full confidence in this fact their tactics of staying on top of the heap for so long will be what comes back to bite them once the smaller villages believe that they have nothing to fear. He and his amassed bodies walked outside to the ledge of the tower into the rain. I will give them the belief that there is nothing to fear. Tell them that the man inheriting the power of the Rakudusen Ning is sending out to call for their assistance. As the 6 bodies of Pain vanished from the ledge, Conan's hands tightened into fists under the sleeves of her cloak. So you're going to start a war? Have you truly forgotten the reason we started this in the first place, Nagato? With Naruto, Mt. Mayuboku, the toads that had been observing the friendly battle between Naruto and Jiraiya finally came out of ducking and hiding for cover as the sounds of destruction finally stopped. Hours of explosions and land being upturned finally brought things to a close. Is it over? Gamatsu asked shakily, hiding in the back of his father's vest. The contingent of spectator toads had long since abandoned standing at the edge of the ridge once all of the explosions started kicking higher and higher, since it became clear very shortly that being above the action didn't keep them from being drawn into it. Gamakichi hopped down the side of the ridge to check on the 2 combatants that had been fighting below. Let me check. I'll be right back. He walked over a ruined landscape. The only thing that was really still pristine was the waterfall of oil and the statues around it. Apparently, the 2 had made a truce to not fight anywhere near it to keep it from taking damage. Gamakichi eventually came upon Naruto and Jiraiya laying in a large crater with Fukasaku and Shima hovering over them. Hey, are either of you 2 dead after all of that? Because it sure seems like someone should be. Jiraiya let out a cough and sat up shakily. With the help of Fukasaku, I have not had my ass kicked like that in a long time, and I'm not really counting the pain thing. I technically beat half of his bodies. And then he ripped your arm off. Naruto chimed in before a frown came over his battle-marked face. Contact lens activated again now that the battle was over and his Sharingan wasn't needed, and you and the elders still put the boots to my ass for a lot of that fight. You're definitely handicapable for sure, Aerokyofu. He finished, getting a laugh out of Jiraiya. Gamakichi grabbed the beaten-up Naruto and placed him on his back. Okay, Naruto Nai, I've got to catch up to you after seeing that. Maybe I should try to start training in Senjutsu too? The young toad mused to himself. Naruto nodded. Not that Gamakichi could see it with him on the toad's back. Sage mode is a monster. I think I'm tired. Me. I'm actually tired. I never get tired, at least like this. It's not just an I got beat up kind of tired. Side effect of using Sage mode for a long period of time, Gaki Jiraiya said informatively. That's why it's only for when you need to bring out the big guns. He said, gesturing to the toad elders that looked slightly drained at having been channeling chakra for so long. You feel the exhaustion when you let it fade. How you feeling, Kyuubi? Naruto mentally asked his tenant, as the Kyuubi had been channeling chakra for Sage mode just as long as they had been all by itself, and Naruto's list of ninjutsu only became more and more taxing on the chakra count. He had especially been abusing Haretsu Saigen, burst limit, to stay out of Jiraiya's reach when he could. Sage mode turned that powerhouse into a whole different kind of threat. I'm not weak like you humans are. Kyuubi stated derisively at his human container. Do you really think that your puny amassed ninjutsu could put even a dent in my own chakra reserves? Yes? Naruto thought and replied, only to get a scoff from his large red inner demon. Ignoring that conversation for the time being, Naruto turned his attention back to Jiraiya. So, am I done? Is my training finished? Jiraiya couldn't keep the smile off of his face yet. You're done. It's time to go home. He then blinked and looked at their current situation. Right, as soon as we can both stand up and walk in a straight line. He got a thumbs up from Naruto on Gamakichi's back in response. Shima watched as Fukasaku showed surprising strength for such a little toad as he picked Jiraiya up to help carry him. Well, in that case, I guess I'll make you 2 boys some home cooking for the road. Naruto and Jiraiya looked at each other and shared terrified looks before pushing themselves off of their toad assistants and used each other to stand up, balancing against each other to make sure they both stayed up. No, that's not necessary, Shima-sama. Jiraiya insisted, Naruto waving his hands in a gesture to show that it wasn't needed. We need to get back to Konoha. Who knows what's happened to that place since we've been gone. They both then rapidly tried to hobble away, trying to disguise their injuries in vain. Fukasaku just stared with a deadpan face. Right, I guess I'll just go on ahead and take the portal to Konoha to get ready to summon them back, he said, grabbing his confused wife by the hand and dragging her away from the area. Kirigakure no Sato, Mizuki's office, Chujuru stood in front of the beautiful Mizuki Mei Terumi, unable to meet her gaze directly as he did so. What on earth could she have called me here for? He thought to himself, I'm all by myself, what's going on? It was clear that he was fidgeting. Chujuru, I need you to focus, okay? Mei said warmly in an effort to get him to calm down. The boy was so jumpy most of the time, nervous about messing up anything, and things got worse whenever he was around her. He was chosen to take on the mantle of current 7 ninja swordsman of the mist because he was talented, but that would only go so far without confidence. She seemed to be the only one that could make him get his nerve up. This is important. There are raids taking place all over the countryside on Kirigakure outposts, and there haven't been any survivors in 9 different assaults. The young man gulped, but nodded anyway. So you want me to go and search for whoever is doing this? Yes. Mei confirmed for him. I need you to take a team out to deal with whoever is doing this. I'm asking for you because you're the best of the current crop of potential 7 ninja swordsmen. You've already mastered using Hiramakiri, and you've been the best at using Kubakura Butchu since it has been returned to the village. You're the most talented swordsman in the village. Why is it me that you picked to go? That was the heart of his trepidation for going, but he would take the mission regardless. He simply wanted to know the criteria for him leading the team. Do we know anything about the attacker that makes me the right person for this mission? Mei nodded and reached into her desk to pull out a file that she put down in front of him. These are pictures of the wounds inflicted on our shinobi that had been attacked. She watched Chujuru intently as he looked at the pictures, adjusting his glasses on his face as he started to get the picture as to why he was being sent. Do you see why you're the one that must go? Chujuru nodded with a stone-like look on his face, but the man that owns the weapon that did this, he's supposed to be dead. Sunagakure sent word to every village in the alliance that Kisame Hashigaki was killed in Kaze no Kuni a few days ago. And Mei knew this. She had already returned a message to Tsunade in Konoha stating that she would attend a meeting in their village to go over the issue of the Akatsuki threat that seemed to be more than just a regional problem. If they were killing delegates and freely taking away Jinchuriki, then it was high time something needed to be done. You know what injuries from the weapon Samahata look like. Even if it isn't Kisame, there is someone out there with one of our swords killing our ninja. And as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it's my responsibility to bring them down and retrieve our weapons. Chujuru nodded firmly now that his task was laying out in front of him. I'll find who's doing this, Mizukichi-sama. I swear I'll bring them down and bring Samahata back. Mei smiled at hearing Chujuru sound confident and fired up to go retrieve what belonged to the group he proudly represented. You have free reign to select whomever you believe would be best for assisting you on this assignment. You can leave once you've done this. Good luck. I know you'll do a great job. Returning her smile full force, Chujuru bowed before hurriedly making his way from the office to prepare for his mission. After he left, Ao poked his head into the office and looked back at the way that Chujuru had gone in order to leave. So do you think the kid's got what it takes to deal with whoever this is? If whoever's doing this is using Samahata, then it might be a step or two out of his league. Just to be able to wield that sword, whoever is doing it has to be a monster. Mei frowned at Ao. I wouldn't go counting him out just for that. He's the only person in training that has met the criteria to take a place as this generation's next set of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If there's anyone that can match up with whoever is using Samahata, it's him. Ao sighed as he walked inside of the office and leaned against the doorframe. I'm still not convinced. For a mission like this, you need to send a ninja with foresight. If I had to say anything, it's that a real man is what you need for something like this, Mizukichi-sama. Sadly for Ao, however, in his little rant/statement, only certain key parts of it were heard. Send for a real man, it's what I need? Mei simply put a pleasant smile on her face as she cut Ao off as he continued to rant. Ao, shut up or I'll kill you. That stopped the ranting man in his tracks. What did I do? Elsewhere in Mizu no Kuni, I've got to say Madara certainly does know how to reward hard work, and Zetsu delivery service is mighty handy. Standing up from a low crouch outside of a recently sacked and destroyed observation point in the northern islands of the nation, Suigetsu sighed and looked around at his handiwork. 50 dead Kiri ninja lay all around the area. Geez, why do these guys always attack first? Suigetsu asked himself out loud, scratching his head. All I'm trying to do is send a message that I want the other swords Kiri has in their possession, he said before shrugging. Oh well. At least I actually get to kill the people I fight again instead of just holding back. If Sasuke were here, all he'd say would be leave them alive or some crap like that. It would totally cramp my style, right, Jugo? He asked Jugo. Suigetsu turned to see Jugo repeatedly punching a downed Kiri ninja with his piston-like right arm, pulverizing the rock underneath the ninja's head. Die. 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 He howled in a manic tone of voice as blood and stone flew up with every strike. The white-haired swordsman gave off a casually deadpan look at the barbarous sight. Yeah, I don't think you really have to worry about that. People usually don't live when you turn their skulls into slurry. He then noticed Jugo stopped punching and his arm turned back to normal as he hurriedly backed away from the shinobi he had been decimating. I'll take it you're back to normal now. Jugo nodded slowly, looking at his hands shakily. Good. I don't get why we're out here waiting for your stupid sword dash. Karen chimed in as she walked over with her hands on her hips. You already have one, so dash. She was then cut off when Samahata was put right in front of her face. Don't say stupid things like that, okay? Suigetsu said with a bored look on his face. Because you were in such a rush to go after Kabuto to avenge Sasuke, you got our asses kicked because we weren't ready. Not only am I getting better at using Samahata with all of the fighting we're doing, if I can get one of the other swords, then that would be all the better for the next time we fight someone strong. Karen backed away from the young man holding the creepy weapon. What if we get killed out here while you're on your little scavenger hunt? A feral grin with his shark-like teeth came from Suigetsu. Haven't you ever heard of trial by fire? If we get taken out by any jabroni that winds up coming after us, then what kind of chance do you think we have at fighting a Jinchuriki, not to mention a Jinchuriki like Naruto Uzumaki? He isn't just sitting on his ass twiddling his thumbs. I'll kill that bastard. Karen exclaimed angrily at the mere mention of Naruto's name. I'll tear him apart for what he did to Sasuke-kun. Suigetsu shook his head. Then you might want to start not sucking in a fight. The way you are, he can kill you with eye contact alone. He then laughed at his own little joke. If the guy knew any genjutsu, then he just might be able to literally. He set Samahata on his shoulder. I'll take either Hiramakiri or Kubakirabuchu at this point. Both would be outstanding, though. Karen shook her head at seeing Suigetsu get all caught up in daydreaming about his stupid freak swords and looked over at Jugo. I think we should get out of here and hide again. Jugo's freaking out at what his other half did, and someone's going to be here soon after all of the ruckus you two made. Suigetsu stuck Samahata to his back with a smirk. Yeah, we made the ruckus because you never fight. He pointed over at the now docile Jugo. Crazy serial killer Jugo is more useful than you in a fight. He teased. I was the one that cast the damn genjutsu over the people here, so the idiots didn't see you coming until you two were right on top of them. Karen replied heatedly. She was damn sure a useful member of the team. She was just the support. Suigetsu would realize that if he ever got messed up badly enough to need help, but then as long as he lived through it, he would just put himself into a body of water and heal there, and Jugo was so unstable that healing him came with a risk of him possibly snapping while you were working on him. A shrug came from the water-manipulating member of the team before Jugo spoke up. Maybe we should get moving again now, you guys. Suigetsu nodded. Yes, sure. We need to find another outpost to set up at just in case the murder issue decides to peek his ugly head out again, so we can get some use out of your crazy side. He looked back at the completely ruined outpost they had just run through like a hot knife through butter. Eventually they'll send someone with a sword knocking once they realize Samahata's the one doing this, and I'll be waiting. Kanahagakura no Sato, so this is little Naruto-chan's house. Shima said as she was led into Naruto's new cliffside accommodations by Hamiko, who had been previously acquainted with the old female toad. Didn't get to see much of this place last time I was in Konoha. She said in passing as she hopped down the stairs from the entrance into the main room that overlooked the whole village due to its placement on the mountainside. Hamiko followed behind placidly. I'm sorry, there was just so much going on the last time you were here that there was no chance to show you Naruto-sama's home. To be honest, he hasn't even been here yet either. Shima hopped on the middle of the table in the living area. Well, that's about to change in just a moment, so hold on. And in a matter of moments a puff of smoke filled the room, clearing to reveal Naruto and Jiraiya standing there. And there you go. Back home. She waved to Jiraiya and Naruto. Feel free to stop on back in any time, either of you. You're both always welcome. She said as she disappeared to head back home herself. Home my ass. Naruto said, looking around with a confused expression on his face. This isn't my apartment at all. He hadn't been gone long enough to forget what his own place looked like. It had only been for a couple of months. First of all, this is way too big to be my place. Second of all, you can see the entire Hokage monument from my living room window. He gestured out at the sunset balcony view he had of the entire village. This is like looking at the entire opposite thing. Nice view though, he had to admit. Hamiko raised a hand to interject as Naruto kept looking out the window. Actually, Naruto-sama, this is your house. He turned around abruptly to give her a wide-eyed look, only to be met with a smile. You told me to keep your affairs in order, well, between the work with the academy that I do and the ceiling tags that I sell, and with all of the money you have from Sasori's bounty, and the high-level missions that you kept taking, we had money. A lot of money. Enough money to easily buy this entire house. That wasn't even mentioning that he got paid at regular intervals while he had been on this long mission around the bulk of the ninja world as well. Getting paid for an S-rank mission routinely did not give one empty pockets. Plus Kirigakura awarded Konoha financially for the return of Kubakura Buchu, and some of that went to Naruto's account as payment for his efforts per the Mizuki's request. Jiraiya draped his lone arm over his stunned-looking godson's arm. Yep, and I live here too, rent-free of course. I'm on the cusp of retirement and I'm taking liberties with my social security gaki. I'm a veteran. A nod came from Hamiko to confirm this. Oh, but there's plenty of space. It's actually no problem at all that Jiraiya-sama lives here as well, honest. Naruto's facial expression still hadn't gone back to normal, so let me get this straight, you bought me a house while I was gone and moved all of the stuff in? Hamiko nodded happily to verify. So this place with all of the space and the huge view over Konoha and whatever amount of bedrooms this place has 8 bedrooms. Hamiko helpfully added. 8 bedrooms. Naruto said, taking back his last statement. All of this is mine? As in it belongs to me? Yes. Hamiko said cheerfully before being met with Naruto's silence, putting a frown on her face. Is that a problem, master? Did I do something wrong? You're not upset, are you? She asked before she found herself swept into a kiss. Quickly letting her go after his display of affection, Naruto threw his hands up in victory. Thank you, Hamiko-chan. Yeah. I own a house. A big house. Not an apartment, an actual house. A smirk was on Jiraiya's face as he looked over at Hamiko, touching her lips serenely and blushing lightly. Hey, I know you're excited and everything about getting a house, and once you actually look around this place you're going to love it even more, but I'm telling you right now, if you try to kiss me I'm going to throw you out of the window. Naruto stopped celebrating long enough to give a dry look to Jiraiya. Big deal, I can walk on air, remember? Do you really want to start that? Because I know that you can't fly. Now can I please celebrate? I haven't had much to feel good about these days. That's another thing that I was meant to tell you, Naruto-sama. Hamiko said, speaking up in a rather quiet voice as her mood seemed to take a 180. The happiness in her face had disappeared as she couldn't look Naruto in the eye for what she was about to say next. I don't know how to tell you this, so I'll just come out and say it. Sai, there's some news that came to us while you were gone. I'm afraid Danzo Shimura is missing. Hokage-sama thinks he's more than likely dead. Jiraiya's eyes quickly panned from the servant girl to Naruto, trying to observe whatever emotion there was crossing the young man's face. There was none to be seen at the moment. Come on, kid, don't do that freezing up crap you do whenever something's messing with you. Say something. Do something. Anything. Naruto's eyes turned to the couch where he just went over and sat down. Hamiko walked over and sat down next to him, putting an arm around him in a hug. He just sat there staring at nothing until he finally spoke. So how did he die? Naruto asked solemnly. At least he's willing to say something about it. Jiraiya thought, thinking that this was at least better than the time he thought he couldn't beat the Akatsuki. Hamiko gave him whatever answers she had on the matter. His guards were found in Suna, one of them a Yamanaka, the other an Aburame, both of them dead. Kisame Hashigaki's body was found as well. And then there was the place where it was believed that Danzo had been fighting. Apparently it looked like a mess. Naruto smirked weakly. The old man didn't go down easy, I guess. Even if they were all dead, at least they took one of his more powerful enemies with them. You always were watching my back somehow, weren't you, Danzo Gigi? At least you went out in a fight. I think it would have hurt me worse if you died in your sleep or something lame like that. He turned his blue eyes towards Hamiko's amber ones. So how are Sai-Kohai and Maki-chan? What's going on with them? Sai-san and Maki-san need to speak to you, Hamiko said with a serious look. Naruto could only guess that there was a power vacuum of sorts en route now, and he knew that in the event of Danzo's death there was supposed to be a total recall of all dispatched route operatives. He could only imagine the mess that probably was. I'll handle it soon, he told her, patting her on the thigh. I'm fine though, really. Naruto stood up from his place on the couch and decided to go look for his room. He hadn't slept in a bed that could be considered his own in months, and right now he really needed the rest. His mind was tired. I need to go around tomorrow and get my butt chewed out. I guess that'll just be part of my tour. Jiraiya had been quiet the entire time. It seemed like hearing of Danzo's death sapped all of Naruto's remaining strength from his body. Rest really was the best thing for him at the moment. He had been on the move non-stop with no downtime for quite some time. It was one hell of a campaign across the continent he had just been running. Wait, why do you think you're going to get chewed out tomorrow when you meet up with your friends? Naruto turned and gave Jiraiya a haggard look as he started to list the reasons people thought I was captured after the fight with Pain. I never came home and continued my mission that we had taken earlier without even taking a team of people that anyone knew about. I globetrotted while people thought I was dead in a ditch somewhere. I've got secrets galore that my friends should be suspicious of by now. The team that no one knew about actually met my friends and then escaped from them so I could finish the mission without going back to Konoha with them. And oh, how about this? He asked, turning his contact lens off to show off his Sharingan. Keeping this a secret for as long as I can is going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, he'd have to run the gauntlet. Between personally reporting to Tsunade, facing down the friends that had gone on the mission to assist him, answering the questions about his fight with Sasuke and Itachi, and everything else, he would definitely need to be well rested for that. I see your point, Jiraiya said before walking past Naruto and putting a hand on his shoulder as the old toad sage went to his room. Well, good luck with that. A sigh came from Naruto as he continued back. Hey Hamiko-chan, I don't know where I'm going or which room is mine. Do you want me to show you? Hamiko asked him, tilting her head inquisitively. That'd be great, Naruto said as he waited for Hamiko to get up and walk over to him, grabbing his arm against her chest as she pulled him down the hall to show him. Do you want to take a nap with me? I could use the company, he asked. Just a nap? A delicate tilted eyebrow from Hamiko belied a rather mischievous tone behind her words. Spending only a few hours with Naruto and Kumo was not enough to make up for the months that he had been gone for. Talking through the tattoo was a far cry from actually being there with him. Maybe when I wake up we can do something then if you still feel like it. Naruto teased her back using a regular tone of voice so that she couldn't tell if he was kidding or not. Who knows how long that'll be though. So mean, Naruto-sama. Hamiko pouted playfully as she led him into his room. She could tell he was in one of his moods again, though he was doing a much better job of playing this one off. Danzo's death actually did hurt him more than he showed, but out of respect for the man he felt he had to simply move along. He simply wouldn't outright grieve even if she or Jiraiya confronted him directly on it, so the next best thing she could do would be to cheer him up somehow. Oh well, you can tell me all of the things about your trip that you couldn't recount through our connection. And I was so looking forward to seeing what you thought about your new bed. On second thought, I might have enough energy for just one shot. With a serious face, Naruto quickly about-faced in his outlook clearly towards the positive after being presented with the same opportunity and having it shoved in his face. He had not had relations with a female in at least 2 months. Give him a break, maybe more than one. Shimo no Kuni, Land of Frost, was a buffer nation that sat between Hyang no Kuni and Kaminari no Kuni. This nation also bordered Yu no Kuni, Land of Hot Water, and both of these minor nations had hidden villages, so hiding oneself only meant that you had to find a concealed place at the border that others had to get permission to so much as venture anywhere near. It also helped when there was no one that knew where you were going in the first place, but being somewhere that most others wouldn't readily venture was a big deal as well. Which is why finding Kabuto Yakushi proved to be a tougher task than most would readily admit. Still, after his run-in with Naruto, it was clear that the boy at least was willing to keep him at arm's length instead of just turning him in and reporting to Konoha brass at first sight. If he had, then Kabuto's stay in his safe house wouldn't have been nearly as comfortable as it had been. He probably would have been forced to flee a long time ago somehow. The way things had wound up being, it was more like he helped Naruto for his own gain, and Naruto reciprocated the favor by not sending anyone after him. A smile had to come to the man's face at that. It was strangely akin to Naruto's trainer's relationship with his master Orochimaru, though Orochimaru managed to kill that little working relationship very early on by making clear his intentions to destroy Konoha. Kabuto had no such impetus to do such. He had other things he wished to do, and Konoha had nothing to do with his goals. This time spent just keeping to himself in the meantime did give him plenty of time to get down integrating the rest of Orochimaru's cells into his system. Even the little intrusion of Sasuke Uchiha's little gang didn't do anything to stop his growth in that department. It was actually invigorating to test himself for even a little bit against the trio. He figured that he had at least doubled in strength since fusing himself with the remains of his fallen master. Yes, Kabuto considered his little amount of time spent in his safe house to be something of a vacation. He could even experiment at his leisure as long as he was very selective with the people he took to do so. The thing about the smaller nations was that it was certainly easier to spirit people away with no questions asked, especially if one could do it correctly. At the moment, however, Kabuto was merely basking in the quiet and tranquility of his own company, sitting in his large hooded cloak that kept most of his face out of sight. You know that even for someone as powerful as yourself, cornering me isn't exactly the best idea, especially on my own turf, don't you, Madara? From the darkness of the large room that Kabuto walked in from, Madara did indeed step out. So you knew I was here. That's really very impressive, Kabuto Yakushi. A grin spread over Kabuto's face. So you know of me. That's not really good. You know enough of me to actually come and seek me out. I don't really like that. You see, I'm something of a recluse, not much of a people person, honestly. He shook his head seemingly in amusement. I'm not even going to try and get into how you actually knew where to look for me. Madara pointed at the sides of his mask. You've just got to keep your ears to the ground, you see, and listen for rumbling footsteps. I made a living out of making a ghost of myself. Do you think I wouldn't know how to find anyone that'd like me? And therein lies the question I'm really curious about. Kabuto replied amicably. For a man that had just had his location discovered by someone he didn't have any dealings with whatsoever, the question being, why are you here? Did sicking your rabid Sasuke fans on me no give you the desired results? They are of no major consequence to me. Madara admitted freely as he observed Kabuto's pale white scaly-looking arms beneath his cloak. You, however, are a man of great interest to me. I have a need of skills like yours. They will come to help me in the coming days. Kabuto let out a laugh and gestured around himself. Do look like I really care much for fighting and delivering Jinchuriki to you, even for a price? Money? I don't have any kind of need for it. Land? I can just take that, and even then I prefer the smaller, more concealed areas such as this. He could take over an entire country if he was bored enough and felt like it, though that was probably just the Orochimaru in him talking. There's really not much of anything that you can give me that I would actually take in order to work with you. And when I say with you, I do mean with you, because I won't work for anyone ever again. Madara's single visible Sharingan eye narrowed behind his orange swirl mask. You're awfully blunt on matters, aren't you? I expected you to at least try to scheme something towards your advantage instead of dismissing me outright. Kabuto merely shrugged. You would have expected that, clearly. And who says I'm dismissing you? I never said I wasn't for hire, Madara Uchiha. I just said that you probably won't have anything that interests me enough to work with you. He then smirked as he added something as an afterthought. By the way, fear is not anything that would get me to work with you. You have no helpers. Madara noted about Kabuto's workings as he had found his way here and hadn't found a single underling. Underlings only get in your way and bring you disappointment. Kabuto noted glibly, if there were any underlings actually competent enough to work for you and your ambitions, then they wouldn't work for you at all, they would work for themselves. I learned that myself under Orochimaru-sama. He was actually a walking example of that. Yep, he and the entire village of Otogekyure were both shining examples of opposite ends of both spectrums. Madara had to agree with that statement. It was why Akatsuki had only been comprised of the very best, and why even when he had gotten it down to its 10 main members, he had only allowed them to work as Akatsuki openly after he had already laid the groundwork for his plans himself. Large organizations with too many members and too many pawns would end up collapsing around you quickly in a cloud of incompetence without getting a single thing done in the long term. You may not wish to work for money or status or even your own safety, Madara said rather slyly to Orochimaru's former right-hand man and Sasori's former spy, but you do wish to discover things, do you not? Tell me, how would bodies of the prime clans of the world suit you as a price? He offered. Not just of Konoha, though of them I of course have access. No, I mean of all villages of all nations around the world. You must have inherited your former master's ambition for power. Kabuto let out a chuckle. If that's what you're offering, then let's just say that it's a start. He turned his head up at Madara with his glasses gleaming in the low light. Let's haggle about for a bit, Madara. If that's your starting price, then I'd love to see what we can actually work out in the end. But I do have to ask, or I'd be remiss, what exactly do you need a man of my talents for? This was something that Kabuto could work with. To play two sides against the middle instead of just dealing occasionally with the one to keep himself out of the line of fire. Yes, he would have to look into this opportunity that Madara had presented him with. Roughly the same reason that I originally desired Orochimaru for Akatsuki, to be honest with you. Madara admitted before continuing to speak, though you perhaps are more dangerous than he is. You have more talents than just that, I'm certain. And I doubt that any reason you'll actually will yourself to work with me will be on the level. Kabuto's face twisted in a smile. I'll take that as the compliment that I'm sure it was meant to be. He then let out one last laugh as he thought to himself about me working with you. Not everything is as complicated as I try to make them seem, Madara, as you'll see soon enough. Not every man has an agenda to do certain things. Some of us aren't looking for anything logical in the things that we do. We can't be outright negotiated, bought, or reasoned with. Men like me and Naruto Uzumaki are at opposite ends of this spectrum, you see. Some of us are this way because they believe in a cause, because they have something that they feel is greater than themselves that they are willing to die for, and then there are men like me that sometimes just want to watch the world burn. Madara Uchiha could bring the world to the brink of ruin. He wanted to see just how far along the man could get with a foil that was growing in strength every day and had the resolve to do what he needed to in order to end him. It would definitely serve to be a fun little show as far as Kabuto was concerned. Sort of like a make-your-own-story kind of book complete with an ambiguous set of endings to boot. Chapter 52 Storm on the horizon. The day after his return to Konoha, Naruto went to the only place he figured he would find easy to contact Sai or Maki. He headed to his oldest stomping grounds, the Root hideout he was trained in that served as his mother base back during his formulative years. He hadn't been in the Konoha base since he had found it abandoned after his first attempts to locate Danzo 3 years ago when he had first broken the seal on his person. The gray and colorless walls brought back a wave of nostalgia that he let himself get swept up in. He was even subconsciously striding along silently on instinct. Walking in those halls and allowing Danzo to effortlessly hear your footsteps would get you disciplined. Sadistic old fart, it was going to be weird without him always hovering in the shadows somewhere. Even when he wasn't in contact with him, he could always just feel Danzo around somewhere. He could afford these thoughts now. Danzo was dead, and even though the man would have wanted him and the others en route to move along, it was Naruto's choice to think of him and try to keep him in the back of his mind. Even if the man's death never became the major news around the village, it should have been probably the way he would have wanted it. It didn't mean that he should just be forgotten in time. He had done too much for his village to be a footnote at best. Naruto's feet carried him to the old dimly lit training section of the base, and as he walked through the door and stepped inside, he let out a sigh as he started walking towards the room that he remembered as his own little personal space. It was actually his and Maki's, but it was his first. He trained there mostly alone under Danzo's watch for over a year before he was ever partnered with her. And since it actually did wind up being their training area, it didn't surprise him to find her there sitting down, seemingly meditating. He walked into the room without alerting her or disturbing her serenity and leaned against the wall, just basking in the tranquility of the more or less empty base. One day it would be up and running and full of life again. Once he became Hokage, Naruto would have Root operate the way it was meant to be used all along, as the extension of the village's defenses. The real Black Ops unit. Only the very top of the food chain in the village would know they existed as originally intended, and the operatives would live amongst the populace, some as registered shinobi, others as sleepers posing as mere civilians, all with the same overall goal: to do what needed to be done. Do you know how I wound up in Root in the first place, Naruto-senpai? Maki said quietly from her meditative position, eyes still closed. I don't think you do. We never really talked about how we all wound up here. Naruto shook his head. He didn't know, but it wasn't that hard to figure out how. Either they came to Danzo of their own will once they learned of him as active shinobi the way most of his adult forces did when Root was a legitimate branch of ANBU, or they were orphaned and recruited that way. Most of the children that wound up in the academy had some kind of legitimate family background as a shinobi. Civilian children could of course join the academy, but it required them to be enrolled by someone related to them. Without a benefactor sponsoring them, parental or otherwise, children couldn't join the Ninja Academy, as it wasn't a decision that a child should have been allowed to make on their own. So the reason that Maki and Sai joined Root was obvious, especially now that Naruto knew that most of Danzo's forces had been wiped out by paying back during the last Great War in a mission, along with many of Sanshuo no Hanzo's aimed shinobi. They were both orphans much like him, with no one to sponsor them in the academy. With their only route into the conventional forces blocked, Danzo reached out to them and recruited them for training to eventually rebolster Root. The most talented of the youth were enrolled in the academy eventually, much like Maki and Sai were with Danzo as their backer. This was done to keep some members of Root in with the main forces, so that Danzo was kept aware of everyday happenings that he might have missed while keeping his gaze in the shadows. The others that weren't sent to the academy were kept as Root's go to force, the ones that accomplished most of the general missions. I don't know for sure how you ended up here, Maki-chan, but I can guess how. Naruto said, still leaning against the wall in the room. It's not that different from me. It's not that different from any of us around this age. It's how we all joined. We all wanted to join the academy, we weren't allowed. Danzo Gigi found us and we jumped at the chance. He shrugged his shoulders. I was 4. How about you? 4. Maki replied, my parents were killed on the highways back when Tano Kuni was more lawless than it was even now, and left me alone when I was barely able to walk and talk. I was just a dirty little orphan when I was blocked from joining the academy. I can't even blame them for not taking me. I probably looked like I'd keel over any second. Naruto blocked a cringe as he remembered that all orphans weren't as well off and taken care of as he had been. Even then, his pedigree unknown at the time to him and the vast majority of the village shone through and assisted him. Maki just continued to speak, though I got 3 weeks of basic introduction, and then Danzo-sama threw me to the wolves. She said as she opened her gray eyes and looked across the room at Naruto, "You were very brutal in our first spar, Naruto-senpai." Naruto let out a chuckle in my defense. "I didn't know you were a girl." Actually, that probably wouldn't have made a difference anyway. It still wouldn't. I was 6 years old when I joined. Sai said as he entered the room from the hallway. "Until then I just lived at one of the orphanages, the one based on the north side of Konoha closest to the academy. I wasn't really leaving much behind when I joined. In the end, joining Root allowed me to meet my older brother Shin. I don't know whether or not to be grateful that he died of illness before we were to fight to the death, but were it not for Danzo-sama, we never would have met in the first place." He looked up at Naruto and Maki and smiled. "None of us probably would have met either." For once Naruto returned Sai's smile, as it truly did not look fabricated. He had either been practicing with his study on emotions, or he had legitimately felt the need to convey the needed emotion for a smile to surface. "For once you're right," Naruto said as he stood off of the wall and began pacing around the room. "Danzo-jiji was a bastard. I'll admit it to anyone. I'll be the first to admit it. He kicked the crap out of me personally, made my life hell more often than not as a kid, and he made sure the rest of you got the crap kicked out of all of you too. He gave us the chance to do what we wanted though, and all we had to give was what was left of our crappy childhoods." Standing behind Maki, Naruto rested his hands on the seated girl's shoulders. "Rough training, dangerous missions, right from the very start where we were in serious danger. Yeah, we dealt with that by choice. But that's the thing, it was our choice." He began walking again and looked over the 2 Root operatives. "I would have been a ninja no matter what, it's just who I am. But the both of you and the others our age wouldn't have had the chance at all to do what you all wanted to do with your lives. We're an entire generation of shinobi born to parents that died during the last war and everything that happened in its wake, and we would have never been given the chance to do this for a living if Danzo hadn't been there." As an example, Fu and Toryun had been a younger pair of shinobi older than Naruto who had lost parents in the period between the last major war and the Kyuubi attack. Due to the tumultuous times they were living in, their clans had too much to deal with to represent the pair of them too young to be allowed to make such a decision to become shinobi, like their parents too old to be fully taken in by their own clansmen to be raised as foster children. They might have wound up left behind to wither in obscurity had they not found Danzo. He served a purpose. Naruto finished as he began walking towards the open door of the training room and out into the hallway of the training area that was once vacant and now full of every last Root operative, over hundreds of young shinobi and a handful of older remnants, left over from its years. As an actual functioning part of Konoha's regular forces, he made sure the rest of us served a purpose. We mattered because we did what no one else could be caught doing for our country. Because we joined Root, we were able to do more than just stand on the outside looking in. It was probably dragged out of you in your emotional conditioning, but the fact is this is what we all always wanted to do. So if nothing else, I'm going to remember Danzo-jiji for that, because he gave us the shot when there was more or less no other way for most of us to ever get the chance at all. And Root isn't dead just because he's gone, because the rest of us are still here and we can't just stop now." Sai walked out behind Naruto, followed by Maki, as they all looked at the crowd of Root ninja, and the pale teen spoke after Naruto's last statement. "If the roots falter and wilt, then the tree will die no matter how great it is." Almost immediately, the entirety of the Root ninja dropped to one knee to bow obediently to Naruto and Sai. After his last meeting with a massive amount of Root ninja, he sort of expected it, but as he saw them bow, Naruto noted that not only was the entire hall of the training facility filled, the halls outside and the rest of the base seemed filled with ninja trying to get as close to the training facility itself as they could. It really was everyone. Someone had to say something to them. It was either Naruto or Sai that was supposed to, as that was the way things were meant to be. If Naruto had to compare the situation to anything, it was like a king and his 2 bishops surrounded by everyone and everything directed to be under them. Maki elbowed both of them in the back gently to urge one of them to speak. One of them had to say something. Naruto looked over at Sai. He was the one that was supposed to run Root in Danzo's stead in case anything happened. Naruto wasn't supposed to do it, he was still working towards his final mission to become Hokage. That didn't mean he couldn't show them that he was for them as well as the regular forces. Sai's in charge, Naruto said with full confidence in his voice. "Isn't that right?" he said, turning towards said young man. Sai nodded yes. Sai reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll. "Danzo-sama left me with these orders. In the case of his death, his authorization of his direct successor to run Root." Naruto-senpai is correct. It's me. He threw the scroll forward to be caught by one of the root operatives so that they could verify it for themselves, but remember that our next Hokage is among us as we speak. Orders, sirs, ma'am, one root member said, asking Naruto, Sai, and even Maki, since it was clear she was directly with them. Once again Naruto and Sai looked at each other, with Naruto turning his eyes towards the massive ninja in attendance as if he was indicating Sai that it was his job to deliver the orders to them. Thus that was what Sai did, for right now there are no standing orders. This will once again be the main base of operations until things get fully up and running again. I'm going to need to talk to each and every one of you to be briefed on what current operations are still in motion so that I am fully briefed to take over. Until then, I wish for you all to remain around the village as if you were on leave. For now you are all dismissed. Yes, Sai-sama, Naruto-sama, Makidano. The unanimous chant preceded the emptying of the halls in multiple directions once the root ninja all got out into the main hallways of the base, more than likely to leave from the different exits situated in and out of the village of Konoha. As the three were left alone in the hall, there was only one thing that any of them can say. Since when am I Dano? Maki asked quietly. She was actually quite flustered, having been put on the spot like that, not used to being the subject of authority over anyone, let alone all but two of the remaining root members. Sai simply stared down the hall that was once filled to the brim with root ninja before speaking up. Do you think we can do this, Naruto-senpai? Yeah. Naruto said confidently, you've got me and Maki-chan to help you, and even more when I become Hokage. Everything's going to be fine. Sai nodded. I'll try. He said, only to get rapped on the back of the head by Naruto, huh? Naruto was looking at Sai with a stern look on his face. There's no try here. There's either do or don't do, so make it happen. It's the mission. He said with finality. I don't say I'll try to be Hokage. When I accepted Danzo Gigi's mission, I said I would do it, and that means that I'm definitely going to pull it off. It's the same here. We don't try, Sai, it's a given that we're going to try. It's all we know how to do. We just do or we don't do, because not doing usually meant that we would die. After taking a second to think about it, Sai realized that Naruto was right. This was no different from any other mission given to him. It was just that it was the most important mission he had ever been given. I'm going to go check Danzo-sama's office in this base. Perhaps he left something behind? With that, he left to locate Danzo's old office. He'll be fine. Maki told Naruto, putting a hand on his shoulder as she could see the stony look on his face as he tried to kick Sai's butt into gear. I'll be here to help him where I can. It's going to take some time to get things back together before Root can run again. I know. Naruto replied with a sigh. A big part of him wanted to be there with them, getting all of the affairs in order, but that would require him to be gone and out of the open for far too long. Still, that didn't mean he was just going to leave them to their own devices and merely wish them the best of luck. If you think you need my help, you can always come find me. You both know where my new house is, don't you? A small smile appeared on Maki's face. It's understandable, you're a public figure. She seemed to be, if nothing else, grateful for the sentiment that he would assist them even if the Sandaime Hokage couldn't prove this place existed when it was fully up and running. You can't risk disappearing without an alibi. Naruto gave a nod. Then go ahead. Sai-senpai and I need to sift through everything, and he needs to get used to being the actual leader of Root. Even if they were trained to have as little emotion as humanly possible, they were still human and as versatile as many of them were. There were just some things that people needed time to adjust to. Naruto was sure Sai would get his stride when it came to running things in Root. He just needed some time he was freely getting with all operations halted for the moment. Maybe after debriefing all of the operatives there would be an idea of where to go from there. Down in standby station. Before he could go and locate any one of his friends to give them the lowdown on what had occurred on the mission to find Sasuke, Naruto had to first fill out a report on his entire compounded experiences after his and Jiraiya's defeat in Amigakure. It was only when he sat down in the lounge and began putting pen to paper that he realized how long he had really been gone. Between all of the travel to make sure Akatsuki was off of his tail, the actual mission to find Sasuke, and the fight against him and Itachi, the time it took for him to heal from that battle, and his time training for Sage Mode, he had been gone for 2 months. Naruto. Naruto turned his head up from his seat to see Niji standing nearby. Hey Niji. Good to see you again. Taking the greeting as an indication that his presence wasn't a hindrance of any sort, Niji sat down in the vicinity. We almost managed to locate you around 1 month ago, but your team prevented that from occurring. Niji was still rather sore that Sai and Maki had managed to fool them with an ink clone under a hinge. If he had been more suspicious of the pair of Konoha ninja he had never met, then it wouldn't have happened, but they had also been escaping from an S-rank threat at the time, and Sai and Maki had been assisting them until that point. You didn't want to be where I was, Naruto assured him, remembering how horribly destructive the entire battle between himself, Sasuke, and Itachi became. If he ever wound up having kids, then the stories of that fight would probably be a bedtime favorite. Even the preceding conflict with Deidara was heavily intense. How's Tayuya-chan, by the way? Niji was well aware of the damage that Tayuya had suffered during the mission. Though she was able to continue for a short while longer, she had taken some nerve damage from Sasuke's attack that no amount of on-the-spot healing from Sakura could just get rid of. She's dash. Had a month to heal, and think about how your ass screwed us over and left us running around in the fucking woods chasing shadows. Niji's reply was cut off by the voice of said girl as she appeared at Naruto's back behind his lounge couch. Naruto tilted his head back far enough to get an upside-down view of her. Hello, Uzumaki. Duck but didn't maim you after all? Not for life anyway, Naruto replied flippantly before a smile appeared on his face. It's really good to see you're all right. When my clone left you in the woods, you didn't look good at all. Tayuya moved around to the front to sit down with Naruto and Niji, notably right next to Naruto. Oh, come on, a little cardiac arrest can't stop me. Now who was that guy and that girl dressed like you, claiming to be your teammates before they ran away from us? Naruto shrugged as he split his attention between his friends and his report. They were my actual team. Sai and Maki are registered. You can find their records. He was trying to make it seem uninteresting so that they would drop the issue. At least Maki and Sai's existences could be proven in the regular forces, unlike most other root members. Holding a fist in front of Naruto's face, Tayuya growled out threateningly, I wanted to kick the crap out of you for just running off without ever even talking to us in person, but then again you saved my life out there, so I guess that's worth something. Thanks for that, by the way. Anytime, Tayuya-chan. I'm glad you two are here, though. I've got something kind of important to tell you guys anyway. Kind of important? Niji repeated with a raised eyebrow. What's so important now? Is it more important than you being left for dead by one of the Akatsuki, or running off all over the world and letting everyone think you were dead for 2 weeks? He jibed in reference to Naruto's disappearing act after the loss to Pain. Tayuya let out a small laugh and ribbed Naruto with a good-natured elbow. Yeah, what is it? Did you finish off Uchiha team? Kind of. Tayuya's eyes went wide, and Niji even had a visible response to hearing that. They had not known the aftermath of Naruto's fight with the pair of Uchiha and only knew that he had survived it. More often than not, when strong forces oppose each other despite the level of danger that exists in the shinobi world, neither opposing force really kills the other unless the difference in power is incredibly noticeable. Death was a part of any battle, but to hear about the death of someone you could put a face to, and in some cases could even say you had known, was something else altogether. You killed him? Tayuya said, part question, part trying to get the thought through her head as she knew two girls on a personal level that might take that a little too deeply. You killed your old friend like that? He wasn't any friend of mine. Naruto said, voice full of conviction. He was a comrade, but then he threw that all away by running and nearly killing Rock Lee 3 years ago. You guys are friends of mine. I have friends in other places. Sasuke wasn't my friend. He said before releasing a sigh, but I was told when I was in Kiri after the battle that Maki and Sai saw the bodies of Itachi and Sasuke. The last attack sent me flying, and their bodies aren't as tough as mine to deal with so much stress, so I guess they just couldn't take anymore. Niji now really wished that he had been there. If not to fight, then simply to watch it himself in person. You were able to defeat them both. Sasuke was skilled even back before his time training with Orochimaru. As far as Niji was concerned, adding Itachi to that equation seemed like a disastrous endeavor to undertake. That's incredible. Unable to do so the last time she saw a clone of his, Tayuya took in Naruto's appearance. Through the unzipped collar and upper chest of his sleeveless root vest it was unzipped, and at the exposed midsection it gave him she could see the edges of a tattoo on his person hidden by his clothing, yet she couldn't make out what it was. On his exposed arms she could see numerous new tattoos that were clearly seals. Multiple storage seals on one arm and a strange-looking one that started at his elbow and went down to his forearm. You've had a shitty few months, huh? Tayuya finally said. No one would put those things on their person if they didn't need them, and from the sounds of things he needed each and every one he had. You don't even know Tayuya-chan. Naruto thought to himself as he merely nodded and kept writing his report. I want to be the one to tell everyone else myself about what happened to Sasuke. If anyone is upset about it, then I'm the one taking responsibility for it. I was the one that took the mission from Kiri to find the sword that he and his team took. No one out of the entirety of the group of younger ninja would necessarily hate Naruto at all for his clash with Sasuke. One had to do what one had to do after all. Sasuke had professed his intention of severing ties with Konoha and joining its most prolific enemy, going so far as to gravely wound one of them during his escape and leave him for dead. He did not owe Sasuke any mercy or reprieve. One person that had to realize this as well, and most certainly did, was also in the station elsewhere in the room out of sight of Naruto, as he hadn't gotten the opportunity to come over to the younger pair of male jounin and the female Tokubetsu jounin, currently speaking about his wayward former student. Kakashi simply sat off to the side and listened without letting his presence be known. So you were able to do it after all, Naruto. I can't say that I would have been able to do the same if I were in your shoes. He wished that it could have gone down a different way, but there was nothing that could be changed now. As Kakashi thought these things to himself, Naruto finished his report and stood up out of his seat. Are you guys going to come with me? I'm going to find everyone else and tell them about what happened with Sasuke. The way you two reacted, I guess that means that it never really went public and they don't know either. Both Tayuya and Niji thought that it would be a better idea than any. If all of the people that they knew personally were going to find out about the fate of someone that had been rather prolific in their lives for one reason or another, then they couldn't just choose not to go because they had already heard what would have been said. This in mind, both Niji and Tayuya stood up and followed Naruto out to turn in his report and round up their other friends. Hokage Tower, Tsunade's office. Jiraiya let out a low whistle at hearing the recent news from Tsunade. 4 out of 5 in one place isn't a bad little meeting of the minds at all, Tsunadeheim. Exactly. Tsunade said, sitting at her desk as Jiraiya sat on the windowsill of the office looking out of the window onto much of the village. It's better than us going about trying to deal with Akatsuki on our own without stepping on each other's toes. Look at what that's gotten everyone so far. Only 4 of the formerly 9 Jinchuriki around all of the elemental nations were left, one of whom was a Kage. In the past it had been clearly shown that members of Akatsuki could infiltrate any country and even the hidden villages within almost effortlessly. The leader of Akatsuki, Pain, more or less had an entire borderline top 5 village of shinobi at his beck and call, and now Tsunade had been told that Madara Uchiha was still alive and was the benefactor of the terrorists. Who knew what else could possibly happen? So the plan was to hammer out some sort of true method to deal with the remainder of the threat. It was no longer just about hunting down a handful of powerful shinobi with treacherous plans. Now there was the issue of one nation possibly provoking a war with Amagakure. While the country the village sat in was small, the village itself certainly was not. If it was required, it was believed that even back during Hanzo's reign the entire country could have been overthrown by his amassed forces. The title of daimyo was more of a formal position in that country than anywhere else in the world. The power of the ninja forces as well as the population had only increased since that time, and with the smaller outlying portions of the village filled with shinobi as well, due to the report received from Jiraiya, it was seen that a militarized Amagakure was a threat to any of the other nations more than Otogakure was back during their invasion by a major amount. The defeat of Jiraiya didn't instill much confidence that Amagakure would be easy to defeat if it actually came to blows either. The secret of Pain's 6 paths still had a hitch to it that needed to be addressed and then exploited in battle. Thinking of his loss and the severing of his arm, Jiraiya decided to put his thoughts to a more proactive purpose other than dwelling on something that couldn't be changed. So what's the plan for the meeting? You're going to let me in on it, right? Tsunade turned around in her chair to face him as he had been behind her. The meeting will take place in the assembly chamber. Guards will be stationed on high alert around the entire village, since this would be a prime opportunity for our enemies to attempt something. They visiting Kage are all allowed an entourage of bodyguards and the like, but as a show of good faith, and since the meeting will be taking place in my village, I'm only bringing 2 into the actual meeting room. The way she said that told him that he wouldn't be one of the ones in the room. Why, Tsunadeheim, could it be that you're finally casting me out of your life? How could you? Jiraiya said, dramatically, nearly swooning his way towards a fall out of the window until he narrowly caught himself from doing so. I keep forgetting I don't have the other arm to keep me from falling out when I leaned that far, he grumbled to himself. Keeping herself from letting out a laugh at Jiraiya's near-catastrophic attempt at humor, Tsunade managed to get serious enough to tell him her reasoning. You're going to find out everything that goes on in that room anyway after the meeting is over, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Jiraiya sheepishly rubbed the back of his head as if he had somehow forgotten his status as Tsunade's closest confidant. I'm taking Naruto and Tenzo. Tenzo? Jiraiya said in confusion. The ANBU that ran that mission to sack the Otogakure bases 6 months ago? Why him? If I brought you, it would either put the others on edge since they know who we both are, or they would think us weak since I brought a crippled man as a bodyguard. Hearing that from Tsunade put the proverbial storm cloud over Jiraiya's head. Oh, you big baby, you know you can still run circles around 90% of the healthy shinobi in the world. You're hardly handicapped. Jiraiya quickly perked back up at that. You're right, I'm still 3 times the man anyone else in this village is. I'm the ultimate handicappable ninja and a bona fide bad motherfucker dash. That will not be attending the meeting, that will not be attending the meeting. Jiraiya finished repeating after Tsunade noticing that he had once he saw the smirk on her face. Ahem, so Naruto and Tenzo, huh? Why those two? He asked, trying to switch gears. This was a question that Tsunade was more than ready to answer. Every report I got from every ninja that was sent on the mission that ended half a year ago to sack Orochimaru's bases said that they worked like a damn pair of machines. They're familiar enough with each other, and besides that, Naruto is famous and has something of an in with every Kage at this meeting. If he's there, then they'll at least listen to everything I have to say. I'll tell him when I get back to his house later. Jiraiya said, getting a nod from Tsunade. You know he's still dealing with Danzo's death. He commented, getting a frown out of the Hokage. No matter what you think, the kid holds him in high regard. I think he holds him higher than he does Sarutobi-sensei. Tsunade's delicate brows arched highly in surprise when she heard that. Remember what sensei and I did to him? I couldn't be any happier that he forgave me and let me still be a part of his life. He never even got to hear anything from sensei on it. Tsunade let out a sigh and shook her head. But it's Danzo. I know those old crone elders loved the old man, but a kid like the brat, going with the fact that Hiruzen Sarutobi came very close to ruining Naruto and the fact that Naruto was originally trained by Danzo, those things obviously stuck with the boy. Why wouldn't it? At least he wasn't vengeful over the matter, so how'd he take the news in the first place? Jiraiya shrugged. He didn't really talk about it. It reminded me a bit of the way he was when he got beaten up in Suna by Haiden and Kakuzu. That little servant girl Hamiko is a gift from Kami for the kid, though. It didn't take much from her to get him out of it this time. Jiraiya didn't even have to kick his ass into gear this time. I'd give him some downtime for the moment, though. Let him get stir-crazy before you decide to send him back out into the field for something again. I'll take that under advisement. Tsunade said, agreeing that after the stretch of the last couple of months, getting a second to catch his breath could only do Naruto some good. I should probably take a minute to talk to him again, too. Jiraiya let out a chuckle. You can stop by his house anytime, Tsunade Heim. The kid adores you like a mother. He'd treat you like royalty if you came to talk to him there. He then looked away somewhat haughtily. I think the Gaki likes you more than me. His eyes then slowly drifted towards Tsunade again, more specifically her chest. I can clearly see where the initial attachment came from, though. Tsunade's gaze darkened somewhat. Oh, really? She said in a tone that warned Jiraiya that his next words had better be correct, or not even having one arm would keep him from getting punted off of that windowsill across the entire village. And why would you say that? Jiraiya began to sweat slightly, wondering if a fall from that height out of the window would be a better fate. You're very maternal, he said, blocking his own sigh of relief when he saw Tsunade calm down. But this being Jiraiya, he just couldn't let himself get ahead. You looking at your rack when you first met probably made him subconsciously wish she was a baby again so he could have dash. After kicking Jiraiya off of his windowsill perch for his stupid last remark, Tsunade absently wondered if her aim had been good enough for him to land in the forest of death. Rude base. After clearing out the base, the only thing left behind in Danzo's office were inconsequential things like the desk and chair he sat at, the bookcase for aesthetics, the bulletin boards on one wall that would have housed things currently in operation, things like that. The scouring of the bare office of the former leader of Root led Sai and Maki to eventually wind up looking in the most unconventional places for anything. With this mindset, they destroyed the desk, bookcase, and chair. One would think this to be unnecessary, but there was no such thing in this case. Anything they thought needed to be seen at this point was prudent to be found. And this method of thinking was appropriate because inside one of the legs of the chair it was found that Danzo had hidden a small microfilm to fit in for posterity. One would have had to completely pulverize the chair to even find it in the first place. It was of course codified so that anyone that found it would be unable to decipher it at first glance, but it was also in the method that Root used to transport written messages to operatives. Therefore, Sai nor Maki had any difficulty in reading what they found once they obtained a way to project it in a larger size. What they found actually directly affected them, although it was far outdated. It was a series of projected events that would take hold over the course of time with them and Naruto as the main subjects of focus. It had been made during Naruto's year-long stretch of infiltration of Otogekyure several years prior, before everything placed on the microfilm became useless. The first few slides covered things that had already happened in a timeline, things like the kids winding up in Danzo's employ, their training, things like that. It was simply recapping what had happened before the actual plans began to take hold. It was once Naruto left on his mission that the timeline began to plan for things that would occur while he was gone and what would happen once the boy returned. Maki, Naruto's partner, began to be specially trained to cover the holes in Naruto's game, namely his issue with Genjutsu that was a glaring disadvantage at the time. Sai was chosen from the best of the younger recruits to serve as the third man in a squad that would be influenced by Danzo to be formed down the line. After Naruto's return, they would be placed in the academy and would quickly graduate and become a genin squad led either by Danzo himself, or if that were not possible, they were to go completely dark and work as full members of the conventional forces, until Danzo found a way to contact them. This still managed to happen, though not the way it was intended to. A sealed Naruto was placed in the academy, and Maki and Sai were conversely entered to keep an eye on him and determine if there was anything of him that could be salvaged. Maki was the only one that was able to truly take the assignment, though, and she had determined that there was nothing that could be done. In the meantime, Sai had been placed in a separate class and quickly graduated by age 9 to avoid wasting more useless time in the academy so that Danzo could apprentice him and he could get back to work. Maki remained back to keep an eye on Naruto. Danzo's plans did not stop with the entering of the kids in the academy and their subsequent graduation, however. From that point, Sai was to be specifically instructed on the ways of handling root operations. Naruto would be molded towards outright politics and the like. The reason was that when Naruto became Hokage, Sai would run root and the two could actually work together behind closed doors to maximize the effectiveness of the unit and Naruto's eventual position as Hokage. They knew that already due to Danzo's declaration of Naruto's final mission months after his unsealing. What they did not know was Maki's role down the timeline. Maki and Naruto were intentionally meant to avoid the final test of root conditioning that meant for one of them to defeat and kill the other in battle, allowing them to keep the bulk of their normal emotions and ways of interacting with others, something else they already knew. The reason why was the real issue, however. The two were meant to rely on the other more extensively than Sai. As Sai was being trained directly by Danzo on his important tasks, Naruto and Maki would still be close together at all times when it was allowable, eating, sleeping, the whole 9 yards, and especially on missions. The amount of time the two would have wound up spending together would have eventually forced them closer together than they normally would have had Sai been around constantly as well. As the years passed, this reliance would turn to attachment, the attachment would turn to something more, and the something more would eventually end up in Danzo's grand plan of things with Naruto and Maki in an actual relationship. Somehow, no matter what, they would have wound up married, which would have given Naruto's political career a shot in the arm, since by then he would have been seen as an important village figure for one reason or another. Maki would then be Naruto's closest and most important confidant and the go-between for most of the things that he and Sai would communicate with each other for. This was an important role since suspicion of Sai would be high at this point, as his personal training from Danzo would be well known and mistrusted by the older guard that knew of Danzo and his philosophies, and if the two seemed to be in overt cahoots, it could stunt Naruto's ascent to the top. Sai would be the scapegoat for the suspicion cast by the rest of the village's players. All the while, the real pupil of Danzo that needed to be watched would be accepted to the alternative of Sai. Naruto would be free and clear to continue to climb the ladder. As they continued to read, it was actually very impressive how long-term and flexible the overall scope of the plan turned out to be, spanning decades, with certain footnotes of things that could have been done at points to improve Naruto's chances of taking the hat one day. There were multiple branching scenarios, but they all lead to the end result of Naruto being Hokage and Sai running root. There was one branching scenario, however, of the instance of Naruto dying in the field due to his status as one of the conventional forces elites. It resulted in the widowed Maki somehow taking up Naruto's place and using his own developed credibility and reputation to become Hokage herself. It was very impressive. By the end of the notes, all Sai could do was turn to Maki to see the faint amount of red on her cheeks, and that told the whole story. It was probably killing her to try and act so normal during the whole presentation, and he knew it. He probably would have been laughing his ass off if he had emotions like that, because he honestly found her reaction to be more amusing than if she had gone off on a tangent like a normal person might have. Well, neither of them particularly knew what to say in this instance, but the silence was actually starting to get awkward for even Sai, so that's quite something, isn't it? Maki only gave a stiff nod in return, apparently not trusting her voice enough to try and speak through the embarrassment. Are you going to say anything? What could I possibly say about that? Maki asked quietly in an incredulous manner. She was supposed to marry Naruto had everything gone off without a hitch, and she could say that she could see why Danzo would have planned for that to happen. I mean, I care about Naruto-senpai a lot. I always did, but still, she said, turning away and scratching her cheek. I probably would have ended up with him if he had never left. Sai's smile was directed at her full force. You wish you could marry Senpai, don't you, Maki-san? What? Maki said, fully red-faced as she stood up from where she had been sitting. I did not say that at all. How could you even ask me something like that? It's completely inappropriate. The smile never left Sai's face. You haven't said you didn't yet. With that, Maki turned and abruptly left the room, leaving Sai by himself as he collected and prepared to burn the microfilm. And here I thought that good-natured teasing of one's comrades was a way to build stronger positive relationships. A few hours later, Naruto's home. All of the 9 ninja that Naruto had graduated from the academy with and Team Guy with Tayuya were in Naruto's home, seated all around the living room area. Being a good host, everyone wound up being content and fed as something of a minor you didn't get killed while you were gone party. Kiba swore that the get-together was just Naruto's way of saying, look at my big-ass house and feel the jealousy. And he was. He was feeling it full force, especially since Naruto's self-proclaimed servant Hamiko was the hostess and was more or less treating this not like a servant but more like Naruto's wife. Okay, Naruto, it's good to see you again, dude, but she's really getting to me. He finished, pointing at Hamiko over in another area of the room, talking with the females in attendance. I still can't believe she lives with you, lucky bastard. Why can't anything cool like that happen to me? I don't think you could take the karmic backlash that would come with it. Naruto remarked from his place in the kitchen, getting himself something to drink before he walked back into the main party area. I'll be honest. When life is good, it's really good, but when it rains, it pours. He finished rubbing the back of Akamaru's ear as he spoke to Kiba. Speaking of just seeing you guys again, I wanted to talk to you about that. Sakura's attention quickly cut from the conversation she had been having with the others over to her former teammate like a bolt of lightning. Did you run into Sasuke-kun? She asked, knowing that was why he had been there in the first place. The tone she used to ask the question got a scoff out of Tayuya, sounding slightly distressed. That's a legitimate question. Naruto walked over to Tayuya and put a hand on her shoulder. It's all right, Tayuya-chan, this is the real reason I invited everyone here anyway. You know that. Tayuya begrudgingly nodded in agreement and let the matter drop, choosing to let Naruto deal with it. She still grumbled about it even as he walked away, though. You invited everyone here at once to talk about the mission? Shikamaru asked, having been on the mission to assist Naruto and bring him home. Something happened, didn't it? He was making a statement more than asking a question. You really did fight him, didn't you? Naruto leaned against the countertop in the kitchen and let out a sigh. That was a rough day. I fought one member of Akatsuki Deidara, got hurt against him, and then I managed to trail Sasuke, and I found where he went off to after beating Tayuya-chan and Sakura. He went to fight Itachi. Ino nearly jumped up out of her seat. So Sasuke-kun really did fight his brother after all? What happened? Let Naruto-kun talk. Tintin admonished the younger girl for cutting off the point he was trying to make. Do you think he'd say all of that and wouldn't tell us what he saw? Naruto gave a grateful smile to Tintin and got serious once more as he kept speaking. Sasuke did end up fighting Itachi and me. We all fought each other. Even thinking about that fight made him flinch subconsciously. He officially had that filed as the 3rd worst day of his entire career. We ended up blowing up an entire fortress during the fight. Sasuke was so strong I almost couldn't believe he could pull off one of the attacks that he did, and Itachi was just as scary as I always thought he would be in a battle. He wished he could describe just what he experienced better. On the other hand, Sakura was listening to this and was putting the pieces together of what was being said. The tone of speech Naruto was using, the fact that Sasuke was not currently there with them, the fact that Naruto was using past tense to describe anything. If Naruto had lost that battle, he probably wouldn't have spoken about it. Did you win? Naruto's blue eyes cut towards her sharply and met her own emerald ones, nodding slightly. Well, what happened in the end? She had a feeling in the pit of her stomach about what happened, but she needed to hear it even if she didn't want to. Well, it was definitely moment of truth time now, as he had everyone's undivided attention. He might as well tell them what happened. Sasuke's seal on his neck housed Orochimaru's spirit, while his body housed some absorbed parts of Orochimaru's remains. When he fought me and Itachi, he copped out first, reached his limit before either of us. That let Orochimaru take over his body and turn into a monster. Itachi and I stopped it, but Sasuke had nothing else left to fight with. I tried to use my best jutsu to finish him off, and Itachi jumped in to stop me with his own best jutsu. He didn't want me to take Sasuke out. So he blocked your attack? Sakura said, sounding hopeful, hopes rising further when she saw Naruto nod. But Naruto said abruptly, I already hit Sasuke with the same jutsu once before when he had turned into the Orochimaru monster. My attack completely tore apart his chakra network. The fact that he was still moving was something of lasting boost from turning into Orochimaru's monster that turning back to normal hid from me. My last attack was blocked, but my team told me that Sasuke died afterwards. I had done too much damage to him to keep forcing his body to move forward anymore. Shino took in listening to everything that had been told and just decided that being blunt was the best course of action at this point. So you're telling us that you managed to kill Sasuke Uchiha in battle? He stated in a straightforward manner. I see, yeah. Naruto said, more or less understanding what the sentiment in the room was right now. I would have at least recovered his body if I could have, so that I could bring him back, but I wasn't able to stay awake any longer after Itachi blocked my last attack, and it blew up in my face. I never hated him, but I wasn't about to pull punches in a fight like that after what I had seen. Both brothers had been out for his blood from the start. Silence permeated the room as the information was given time to sink in. Most were of the opinion that Naruto had done what he had to do. Ino begrudgingly admitted such, despite the fact that hearing the news was like a punch to the stomach. Still, she most certainly couldn't fault him for doing his job. On the other hand, Sakura understood. She understood completely. She understood from every angle of the situation, and there was a part of her that wished she had been strong enough to do the same when she and Tayuya had been faced with him. That still didn't stop the feeling that someone had stuck a knife into her heart and twisted it as far as it would go. She stayed in there for as long as she could, but her limit was only a minute or so after having the truth dropped upon her. All that she had actually trained for ended up being for nothing. She had blown her only chance to get Sasuke back due to her own hesitance, and now she would never get another opportunity. He was lost to her forever. I'm sorry, Sakura. Her tear-filled eyes turned towards Naruto again to find him looking at her intently. I know what it's like to lose someone important to you. Even if it's someone that no one else really feels any sorrow over losing, that doesn't make them matter any less to you. If Danzo hadn't been killed recently, then he probably wouldn't have been able to relate in much of a way at all. The apology was legitimate in what it was trying to convey. She could hear and feel that he meant what he had said. That didn't make it any better at the moment, though. Tears were streaming down her face in silent lament before she could get through the room and up the stairs to exit through the front door. Ino moved to follow after her, but stopped for a moment to spare a few words. Naruto, I'm sorry, but someone's got to stay with her right now. And it was clear from Sakura's reaction that she had always felt far stronger about Sasuke than she did. She herself had almost been brought to tears, but that was more along the lines of someone familiar to her being revealed as dead. Sakura's grief was more heartfelt. Apologizing to everyone that she ran past upon leaving the house to chase after her friend, Ino quickly went after Sakura to find her. Doing things to hurt others close to you even when you believe it's what's best for the majority of the people you desire to keep safe. There was probably a better way to handle Sasuke. As a matter of fact, Naruto was sure that there was, but he was on the spot, and he made a decision to fight as hard as he could to defeat Sasuke and end all of the potential threat that came with his prolonged survival. Now he could see where the Uchiha massacre might have come from and from where his sealing came from. Those in charge didn't have the time to sit out and think of everything that could come into play to make a better decision. They made the best decision they could in urgent times, and mistakes were obviously going to be made, mistakes that were more important to some than to others. At the time, these actions would seem like the best way to go about business. Damage control, and of course in hindsight one could see all kinds of different ways to handle a scenario that wouldn't be visible at the time of certain incidents. The good cheer that had been abundant before Naruto's telling of events was clearly all dissipated at this point. Being Hokage was definitely going to turn his blonde hairs gray if just talking to his friends about things like this made him feel like a real heel. The next day, gates of Konohagakure no Sato, the Mizukage, accompanied by a squad of her elites led by Ao, walked through the gate's sans hat and robes as she took in the sights and delighted in the double take she received from male passers-by era. It looks like they're not used to seeing a foreign Kage up close like this before. It probably also had to do with the fact that she was very beautiful, but she neglected to verbally state that fact. This is a very beautiful village, though. She commented to the Konoha guide leading the way. Yes, Konoha is the guiding light of Heian no Kuni. Madogai said as he led the way through the village, enthusiastically showing the entire country exactly how to burn with the flames of youth. I'm certain that your village is much the same since your civil war ended. Ao couldn't help but smirk at the eccentric shinobi. In his own experience, Konoha usually had the weirdest collection of personalities. It sure didn't make them weak by any stretch of the imagination. As amusing as he was, if he underestimated this man for even a second, it could be the end of him in battle. Fortunately, they weren't here for anything like that. This was purely diplomatic. The rebuild over the last few years has been steady, to say the least. Your own dignitary could have told you that much, though. Guy blocked a frown from coming over his face at the mention of Danzo not taking this moment to comment on his demise. That would come later if it was prudent to bring up during the Kage meeting. I hope you enjoy your stay here. If you require anything, then feel free to ask for Konoha's infamous sublime green beast of prey Mato Guy. I'll keep that in mind, Guy-san. Mei said with an amused giggle before switching tones. You are quite the specimen, though. She commented on Guy's obvious good shape. Guy merely turned towards her and gave a thumbs up and a grin complete with shining teeth effect. Ao himself even had to comment on it. I have to admit, Guy-san, Mizukichi-sama is right. I could say that we certainly need more men like you around in the village. Mei, however, only heard a few certain parts of that statement. Mizukichi-sama needs a man like you. Having heard that from Ao, Mei turned towards him with a deceptively sweet smile on her face. Ao, shut up or I'll kill you. Huh? Ao said in confusion. I can't get away from it. Even in a completely different country. Wait, she can't do that here, can she? I really hope not. Mizu no Kuni, an extremely disheveled Suigetsu, looked down while breathing heavily. You were tough, but today just wasn't your day, my friend. He said, a satisfied look on his face. As if it were an old friend, he held Kubakirabuchu in his grasp as he held Samahata in the other. He had never taken the harness he had fashioned from before out of his usual mode of dress, always knowing that he would get the massive cleaver back one day, and now I've got 3. He said as he bent down and pried a scroll with the kanji for Hiramakiri on it from the hands of a fallen bloodstained Chujuru. You're finally done? Karen said, walking up behind Suigetsu. She had some marks of battle on herself, but was otherwise fine. As she arrived, she looked down at Chujuru and shook her head. You sure took your time with him. Suigetsu turned and began to walk away. The guy wasn't weak at all. He actually knew exactly what he was doing with both swords. It was really impressive. He said as a smile came on his face, remembering the battle. So how'd you win? He didn't have the stamina to keep going. Suigetsu remarked, pointing to Samahata, which was somehow stuck to his back over Kubakirabuchu that was back within its sheath. Karen nodded in understanding, as Samahata was a terrifying weapon even if you knew what to expect from it, and it had been gone from Kirigakure for so long one would be hard-pressed to know too much about it in this current generation. He tried switching weapons on the fly too much. Big mistake. He wasn't nearly fast enough to pull that off. Karen could clearly see that Suigetsu was quite pleased with himself, and the fact that he now had 3 of the 7 swords that he sought to gain possession of meant that the trip was worthwhile. Right now they had to get back to Jugo. They had left him to take down the rest of Chujuru's accompanying squad on his own. Karen had left him by himself so that she didn't get caught up in the slaughter. So now what do we do? You still want Uzumaki, don't you? Suigetsu asked, getting an angry growl at the mere mention of the blonde shinobi. Well, then we train. Someone like that isn't going to be easy to beat even if I do have these weapons with me. You're still all but useless in a fight with the guy. Having almost half of the swords he required, Suigetsu was content for the moment to focus on the wants of his teammates, at least for now. I'll break him with my own hands, Karen muttered darkly. He took her beloved away from her. I'll never forgive that murderous bastard. Ever. Feel free. Suigetsu said, happy that there was finally something to drive Karen to not attempt to keep to the bare minimum of the shinobi arts. Madara is going to call us soon enough for something new, and we'll be waiting. By the time they would be summoned by the mysteriously devious Uchiha, they would be more than ready for whatever was next. Forests of High no Kuni, Gaara didn't like to travel with an entire entourage. He never got to leave Suna very often due to his position as Kazekage, but when he did, all he required for company were his siblings Kankuro and Temari. This was his choice of accompaniment for the meeting in Konoha with the Hokage Mizukichi and Reikage. The only one he had ever seen in person was the Hokage Tsunade, but he was more excited than nervous to meet the others for the first time. As they traveled, though, there was something that just seemed to nag at the back of his mind. Temari took notice of this, stopping their movement through the trees to talk about it. Gaara, what's bothering you? Most people would be unable to decipher any issues with the stoic young man, but then again this was his sister, who had been around long enough to pick up on the subtle nuances of Gaara's more restrained moods. It is nothing, Temari. Gaara attempted to assure her. It's just something that I'm certain is normal when a leader leaves their village alone. He left Baki in charge, and he knew that the man was a fantastic leader to keep things moving in his stead, but there was still something eating at him for some reason. He had no reason to think of, but he just couldn't help but have a sense of foreboding about something. Chapter 53. No such thing as true peace. Naruto's new house was cooler than he first thought after he was introduced to the room that was actually carved into the mountain his house sat on the side of. It was large enough to serve an active purpose such as a dojo of sorts for training, though it had served as Hamako's workshop prior to Naruto's return. Luckily, she was neat enough with her research that there was plenty of space left for Naruto to train, not that he needed all that room anyway for what he was doing. Mostly because all he seemed to be doing was swinging his sword repeatedly at air as if he were waging an invisible war with the ghosts haunting his house. "I love watching you revert back to your old crazy sealed self as much as anyone," Jiraiya commented dryly from the sidelines as he watched Naruto continue swinging his sword with his Sharingan active. "But you've been doing this for 2 hours, and other than looking moderately insane, I don't think you've gained much from it." "What are you doing?" "The same thing I was trying to do while we were training with the toads," Naruto informed Jiraiya as he kept swinging away. "I'm trying to see the fucking rip in time/space that's supposed to happen when I swing this sword, but nothing works. I even used the Sharingan in Sage mode and I've got nothing out of it." "Are you sure you didn't misread what you found on that tablet?" Jiraiya asked, only to get Naruto to stop swinging his sword and turn his head towards his sensei mechanically to give him the dullest stare he could possibly muster. "What's with that look?" "Even if I did misread it," Naruto said slowly and deliberately to accentuate the fact that his clone most certainly did not misread a thing, "the tablet is right here in Konoha. I can go back and look it over whenever I want to. And that damn tablet said that this sword cuts through space/time with every swing whether I try or not. It hasn't done anything cool without me trying to do something cool since the day I picked it up, so obviously just cutting the tear in space/time doesn't do anything and I can't channel my wind chakra into it. Maybe if I see it I can do something with it." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "You mean you don't know?" Shaking his head, Naruto sheathed the sword. The tablet wasn't very plentiful with details on the sword other than the fact that it had Madara Uchiha's chakra trapped in it to give it the weird abilities that it has. More like the chakra bends the sword's potential towards the conditions of the user, but that's just the released form. I can't just will myself to notice tears in space and time. When I stab and cut stuff with this thing, nothing special happens. Other than the dismemberment and impalement, of course." Jiraiya chimed in wryly. "Of course," Naruto said with a shrug of the shoulders. "It's a sword Aerokyofu, not a hickory stick, though. I'm pretty sure if I hit someone with one of those it would hurt too." Naruto looked around at the room that looked like a very well and even cave with pillars and low lights in the ceiling, giving the place a dingy feel. "This house just keeps getting cooler and cooler. This room makes me feel like I'm in basic training all over again, just without the feeling of getting beaten up by someone way stronger than you." A deadpan look came across Jiraiya's face. "Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Don't make me kick your ass all over the cave just like I did after my training was finished. You don't have Fukusaku Jiji or Shimaba to cover your backside this time," Naruto threatened lightly. Both he and Jiraiya smirked at the possible challenge, and the one-armed sage even looked like he was prepared for combat before both of them frowned and Naruto's trick contact lens hid his Sharingan from view once more. "Now we probably shouldn't. I'm not sure how much punishment this room can take. I know it's sturdy as hell, but there's got to be a limit." He wasn't sure if he could damage how deeply rooted into the side of the mountain his house was, and he didn't want to test it even though he was certain that it was at least as good as the evacuation shelters within the Hokage monument. The room they were in was for light training only. Jiraiya settled down from nearly coming to blows with his godson with the looks of a pout on his face. "Yeah, if we kicked it into high gear enough to make it fun, we would probably mess each other up too badly, and Tsunade Heim would kick my ass to the border if I injured you before the big meeting today." With that over with and done, Jiraiya and Naruto filed out of the training room back to the main part of the house halls. "Where'd your little servant girl go?" "You can call her by her name, you know," Naruto muttered with a tick mark on his head before he stood in front of the large window in his living room and looked out onto the village. "Hamako-chan has errands to run. She does tons of things all over the village to take up her time. She works at the academy helping Irika-sensei. She's Tsunade-ba-chan's aide sometimes to help out Shizun Nichin, and she does other stuff that she doesn't even tell me about because I keep forgetting to ask about all of the stuff she does. If I really wanted to know where she was, I would just use my communication tattoo and talk to her." As Naruto opened the window and stepped out onto the ledge, Jiraiya scratched his head curiously. "So that's why she was out and about so much when you were gone? Well, I'll be damned, someone keeps busy." Naruto hopped up onto the safety railing in a crouch at that point. "So you're going to head out now?" "No reason not to. Later, Aerokyofu," Naruto said, giving a partial wave to Jiraiya before hopping off of the ledge and using his Hiretsu Saigen burst limit to casually hop his way down to the ground safely, eventually obscuring himself from Jiraiya's view in the trees. "Bring back something alcoholic gaki." Jiraiya yelled out the window as he was sure that Naruto heard him unless he was actually trying to rush to Tsunade's office. After a few moments of getting no reply, he let out a sigh and grumbled miserably he didn't hear me grab the scroll in the pantry, dumbass. We stole like 6 full cases of sake from Gamabunta's storage before we left the mountain. Hearing Naruto's voice boom over a rather far-sounding distance, Jiraiya perked back up curiously. I guess he did hear me. A grin then formed on his face. Well, seeing as I have no relevant purpose to serve during the meeting time, I believe it's high time I get drunk on super strong sake and pass out somewhere strange. With a devious chuckle, he slammed the window shut and headed towards the kitchen to find his choice drink. Hokage Tower, Tsunade's office. Apparently Tsunade had no problems with Naruto's favorite entrance to her office being open, as he jumped right through the open window right over her head and landed in front of her desk before turning around to face her. I'm ready to roll, Tsunade-sama. Naruto said, operational mode turned on for the sake of the meeting. Down, boy. Tsunade joked with a small grin on her face as she shut the window to the office. Did you have fun showing off just now? You look like you had that move planned out for a while. A small smile appeared on Naruto's lips at the Hokage's prodding. No way, showing off is totally unprofessional. Besides, someone else would have needed to see me and pay attention to me for it to be showing off. Nobody saw me jump into here but you. I actually saw it too, Naruto. The attention of both Naruto and Tsunade turned to the corner of the office where Tenzo stood leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Instead of wearing his ANBU armor the way he had been the last time Naruto saw him, he was wearing the normal shinobi outfit for Konoha forces above the level of Chunin, long-sleeved black shirt, black pants, and the flak jacket, so it kind of counts as you showing off. Mokutan no Tenzo, Tenzo of the wood release. It's been a while, hasn't it? Naruto said as the man walked over from his spot on the wall and shook Naruto's hand. Good to see you're still doing all right. Being stuck with the man for months at a time during their mission together made Naruto see Tenzo as something of a friend. He was generally good-natured, if not a little stiff, but dealing with Sai made dealing with Tenzo seem like working with the friendliest guy ever. I haven't been straying too far from Konoha on missions these days, so I've been keeping safe. And because I'm technically not an ANBU on this mission, I'm not using my ANBU codename, so call me Yamato instead. He requested of Naruto, getting a curious look from the young man, but a nod nonetheless. But I knew Yugao's real name without even asking for it. She just went ahead and told me after we worked together for several months. You're still all secretive about it. Naruto thought dryly of his last mission with Tenzo/Yamato when he worked with the purple-haired lady ANBU Yugao Yuzuki during the raids on Oto-Geikure bases. Okay, sure. So are we all set to go? Tsunade told Jiraiya to inform him to be there by noon. Well, it was 20 minutes until noon. Tsunade nodded and stood up from her seat at her desk, grabbing the robes and hat meant to be worn by the Hokage as she put them on. Let's get this show on the road, she said once the hat was situated on her head. All right, brat, you're not just here to look pretty. You're going to have to listen closely and learn something here if you really want to take this job from me eventually. I know. Naruto said as he and Yamato started leading the way outside of her office towards the meeting room. So no Tsukiji? The man didn't seem like one for meetings from what he had seen of him at Suna's Chunin exam. A frown came upon Tsunade's face as she was led through the halls. He never sent a message back. That old lawn gnome doesn't think that IWA has any stake in this besides the pair of Jinchuriki that they lost and can no longer recover the Biju for. And since there's no real chance of any benefit from actively trying to engage Akatsuki, and because he's certain Akatsuki won't do anything else now that the Jinchuriki from their village are taken, he isn't going to come out here. He wants to keep the status quo. Both Naruto and Yamato both frowned. The status quo was a precarious balance of power that only shifted when a few sides of the major players of the shinobi world overstepped a bound, thus leading to war. Naruto personally didn't have any experience with this, but Yamato did. Conservative figures that understood the way things worked out seemed to like this way of operating because it was usually clear when war was brewing. It gave villages time to prepare before something happened to ignite the powder keg. The winners of the war would see a major boon of business if they were able to get through in well enough fashion, and war was almost like a seasonal rain, in the grand scheme of things, with the peace operating much of the rest of the time. This was how the first 2 world wars waged internationally began between the villages. The third one came by way of a combination of the aforementioned periods of build-up and the exuberant searching of Tsunagekure for their Sandan Kazekage after his disappearance. Too bad that great way of working things won't exist at all if all of the Biju are captured. Naruto thought to himself sarcastically as they eventually came to the meeting room doors. The 2 random Konoha ninja guarding the door moved aside and allowed Tsunade and her 2 escorts entrance to the large room that had been specially set up with one very large table for the 4 separate village leaders and their bodyguards. Tsunade took her seat at the farthest chair back in the room with Naruto and Yamato on both sides of her, and as the time ticked down to noon, the first of the foreign village leaders entered through the doors. The Rikichi was the first to arrive, led into the room by Shur and Darui, and followed by even more ninja. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that before realizing that Tsunade probably didn't say how many people any of the other Kage-level shinobi could bring for security. There were 5 more that followed him in, but only one of them actually caught Naruto's attention in any significant manner. Yugi-chan? Naruto said to himself quietly once he caught his glimpse of said girl bringing up the rear of the Rikichi's entourage. As the Kumo group finished entering the room, Yujito managed a healthy smile and waved Naruto's way that managed to get a smile out of Darui and a roll of the eyes and a scoff out of Shur, who then caught an elbow to the ribs from Darui, who said sorry though unapologetically. After taking a moment to glare at Shur for his unneeded wordless interjection expressing his dislike of how Kumo's Jinchuriki liked Konoha's Jinchuriki, Yujito turned her attention back towards Naruto. Her eyes softened on her fellow demon container when she saw him smiling back at her. "We can talk later." She mouthed to him, silently getting a grin and a nod from Naruto as the Rikichi took his own seat. The next to enter was the group from Kirigakure. The Mizukichi gracefully made her way to her own seat as she was followed by Ao and her own entire Kiri contingent numbering 7 strong. Without a word but with a pleasant smile on her face underneath her hat, she took a seat. Tsunade was rather pleasantly pleased to get the chance to speak with a fellow female Kage in person, and from just her entering the room and the way she carried herself it was evident that the woman had no lack of faith in her strength. As far as Naruto could see, Mei was the same as she was when he had first met her. Trying to look the woman in the eyes forced a feeling of trepidation to settle under him. Most lesser people that tried to make eye contact with her probably either found themselves unable to do so, allured by her pretty features, or intimidated by the power just radiating from the shine of her eyes. A combination of both would probably be the safest bet though. Soon thereafter, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro made their arrival, and despite the fact that they were rather happy to see their Konoha-born friend Naruto in attendance, there was a time and a place for socializing, and this was not the time. There would be plenty of that later. I'm glad to see that everyone who responded positively to my request for a meeting arrived safely. Tsunade said in an amicable greeting, "I hope your stay in our village has been and will be pleasant, but I believe it's time to get down to business." She looked around the room and brought up something else. "While I left no directions on how many were allowed to be brought along for security purposes, I would like to request that only 2 of your selected bodyguards remain inside the room for the meeting. They can remain just outside and the door will stay locked, but this is a rather privileged conversation." The mustache of the Rikichi wrinkled momentarily before he barked out his order. "Darui, stay here. Yujito will stay as well, since this meeting partly revolves around something involving her in the first place." The head of it gestured towards the door, and his other underlings began to head towards the door. Ao and Tsurugi. Mei said calmly. The rest of her group then headed towards the door as well. Ao stayed by her side, and another man moved to her other one. Tsurugi was a man wearing the Kiri Hideade. He had long dark hair, a beard, a scar over his left eye, and wore clothing that looked similar to Ao's, only Tsurugi wore a flak jacket. Because Gaara only had 2 with him anyway, there was nothing for him to say other than to begin the meeting when the door shut once again. "Well, I'd like to say first off that it's actually quite pleasant to meet another fellow Jinchuriki in Yujito-san," he said with the smallest of smiles. "You as well, Kazekage-sama," Yujito said with a slight bow. "Yes, well anyway," A said, getting the attention to direct towards him. "I guess it was high time something needed to be done about these terrorists Akatsuki. Uzumaki's intervention in Kumo in keeping Yujito out of their clutches was a wake-up call. They've infiltrated our village to reach Yujito, and we still don't know how." Tsunade frowned and nodded. "Yes, they've done the same here in the past, just before I took the title of Hokage, but we believe this could be due to the fact that in the past members such as Itachi Uchiha and Orochimaru were among their ranks former Konoha shinobi. Someone else as well, but we can ease into that bit of information." She persisted with her original point. "However, with that in mind, they could have obtained entry to our village that way. I can't explain how your village was breached though." Gaara pressed his hands together in thought as he attempted to speculate. Akasuna no Sasori had his own network of spies and sleeper agents hypnotized to only react to Sasori's presence himself. We didn't discover this until after his demise, when their brainwashing wore off and agents were found all over our village. He was a missing ninja for around 20 years prior to his death, so it wouldn't be that far-fetched to assume that he had sleeper agents in most, if not all, of the shinobi villages giving information to Akatsuki. The thought of any of his ninja having been possible spies for Akatsuki made A's blood boil, but another subject came to mind: the thought of a group of criminals with the strength to defeat and apprehend Jinchuriki from right under their village's nose was a hard thing to take seriously until it almost actually happened. Who are they all? Tsunade's eyes turned towards Naruto. Naruto, if you wouldn't mind. You fought the most of them, so your input could be used here. In response to his leader's command, Naruto rubbed his nose and prepared to speak up. Out of all of the members, so far I've fought each one of them except for one that I still don't know anything about, not even his name or appearance. He started listing names off on his fingers. You already talked about Sasori. I fought his partner Deidara as well and killed him. I fought Kakuzu and killed him. I fought Haiden, and we still have his head in interrogation. Hearing that, I let out a laugh, and all of the others in the room not from Konoha looked at Naruto in a confused manner. Once Naruto's expression didn't change in response to the others, A stopped laughing. Seriously, Naruto said in a dry tone, his head's in interrogation right now. All he does is curse at everyone, and we can't pry into his brain with any ninjutsu. But aside from him, there was Kisame, who is dead, Itachi Uchiha, who I defeated a while back, and then there's the leader and his partner. May listened closely to the entire rundown of Akatsuki's ranks and decided to speak at that point. All of those ninja are some of the most infamous names in history. Who could possibly lead a group like that? A man that can take down Hanzo apparently, and Jiraiya and Naruto as well at the same time. Tsunade said with a serious look on her face. A shocked reaction swept through the room at that fact. Yujito and Temari had known of Naruto's defeat due to the missing in action notice that had gone out shortly after the botched infiltration of Amigakure, but they hadn't known exactly what had happened. Someone could defeat Naruto and Jiraiya at once, and that was disconcerting news to say the least, because Naruto himself was supposed to be something of an army killer and Jiraiya was a well-known juggernaut. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the reminder of the most crushing defeat of his life. One of them is named Konan Akunoichi from AIM, with the ability to fight using paper as her primary weapon. The leader himself is named Pain, at least that's what he calls himself, and I don't know what his powers really are. I didn't fight him long enough to get a good look at all. And every single shinobi in Amigakure followed them like God and his angel. Thank you, Naruto. Tsunade said, placing a hand on his shoulder to get him to step down before she started to talk again. Naruto didn't fight Pain long enough to take anything from the battle, but Jiraiya did. Pain has 6 separate bodies with their own abilities that range from summoning to the ability to negate and absorb chakra to control over gravity and who knows what else. He did learn one thing of importance though. The bodies are all reanimated and under the control of the real Pain, who isn't one of the 6 that would be in actual combat. He controls the bodies from a separate location during any conflict. Hearing Tsunade's rundown of Pain, Naruto felt a growling inside of his head from his tenant and picked up on what the Kyuubi's issue was. On hearing about Pain, tell them about the other thing that I know you were told about too. Pain has a dujitsu called the Rinnegan. A pin probably could have been heard dropping in the room after that revelation. Gaara and Kankuro had heard part of this from Naruto before, but he had conveniently left that little aspect out of the short explanation he gave them during his stopover in Sunagakure. Eyes turned to Tsunade once more to confirm whether this was true or if Naruto needed his head checked after taking one too many heavy blows in his lifetime. Unfortunately for them, this was not to be, as the blonde female hoped nodded to back up Naruto's comment. May wasn't a fool. None of the leaders in the room were, and their escorts in attendance knew their history well enough to grasp why this was a big deal as well, especially the Jinchuriki of the meeting. She was the first to speak on it. However, the leader of Akatsuki has the most powerful jujitsu in existence, the eyes of the Rakudu Sennin. The eyes of the god of the shinobi world, he muttered under his breath, adjusting his hat to hide his view from the other son of a bitch. So we're fighting the descendant of the greatest man that ever lived, the savior of the world himself. That's fantastic, he said sarcastically. He's no savior, he's not all-powerful, and he's no god. Naruto said, a sharp growl in his voice as he started to feel just as angry as the Kyuubi in his head seemed to be getting at the moment. He's just another megalomaniac with a pretty eye pattern mutation. After saying that, Naruto figured he was really starting to inherit the Kyuubi's outright dislike of any and all Jujutsu Kekkai Genkai, despite the fact that there was a Sharingan planted in his right eye. What kind of hypocrite did that make him? Temari hadn't remembered seeing Naruto get upset before, and it was a new experience. He tried keeping his cool, but the tightness of his taped fists expressed suppressed rage. Are you really that angry at this Pain person? Then again, she was more than certain that he left out most of the serious portions of the beating he had taken in AIM when they last spoke of it. On the other hand, Yujito looked at Naruto in concern after his slighting comment on Pain. The thought of the Rinnegan made even the usually docile Nibi in her body stir attentively, so she could only imagine how Naruto's own inner manifestation of anger and hate was dealing with the thought of the eyes, especially since Naruto had apparently fought against the Rinnegan before and had failed. He wasn't shaking in fear, it was anger. You really want to fight him again, don't you? She said softly, as if she was on his wavelength, while she thought something else. I don't like the idea of that at all. Naruto's blue eyes panned towards Yujito's dark ones before he addressed her. If I do, great. If I don't have to, great. Either way, as long as he gets dealt with, it's fine, but since you asked me, yes. I'm nobody's stepping stone to world peace. Naruto said world peace in a scathing, mocking manner because he knew of Pain's endgame. Tsunade decided to take the aim of the meeting into a different direction, and that's not even the most startling part of all of this. She said, getting Naruto to calm down now that the attention was back off of him and Pain wasn't the main subject any longer. You people are aware of who Madara Uchiha is, are you not? Amigakure no Sato, Pain's tower. Konan stood silently in front of a shadowy astral projection of Pain as the legendary Rinnegan eyes looked right at her. Konan, it is time. Let me speak to my people about what is to come. He said in his usual stoically confident manner. Let them see and hear God. As you wish, was the reserved reply from the blue-haired woman as she made a small set of hand seals and the projection of Pain disappeared from her sight. It reappeared outside of the tower above it, this time 20 feet higher than the projection inside. The attention of everyone in the village was taken by the all-encompassing sight of the Deva path of Pain's concealed silhouette above their village. I know that you are all hurting. Pain said to begin his speech in a loud voice that could be heard even outside of the village. The destruction caused by the Kyuubi Jinchuriki has taken some time to fix, and the loss of life occurred during the same event still leaves scars in the hearts of many of you. But it was a pain that you all needed to experience. Now that you have felt that power, it should be clearer than ever that a force such as the Biju needs to be kept in the hand of those that will ensure peace. Our hands. A cheer among the more battle-hardened members of AIM's shinobi force went up at the concept of finally having the power to mold things in the ninja world after years of just existing and surviving through the wars and battles of the other villages. Those that weren't ninjas cheered at the thought of having battle no longer touch them ever again due to Pain's peace. It is time for the world to change, time for the power-hungry and short-sighted fools of the 5 great shinobi nations to take consequence for their past actions, and if it is necessary, they will feel the wrath of God firsthand. Pain's ripple-patterned eyes narrowed over the village, getting another loud cheer from his people. The suffering I have received in life has turned me into a being of divine power, and if that is the case, then this village is full of the chosen. No other village could possibly show the rest of the world the true pain that comes from war and conflict, and thus this will be the village that will lead the world into the new age of true peace. Another thunderous roar of approval went up from the Amigakure populace in response. As Pain's speech continued, Konan stood right at the exit of the upper levels of the tower to listen to the speech and to take in the response from the villagers. The eyes of Pain closed as he continued speaking. I would be remiss to lie to you and say that it will be easy. I must be honest to my people. Many of you may die in our endeavor. Such a thing will happen in any struggle. But you are the driving force behind the future, and nothing worth doing is ever easy. I can assure you all that peace for the entire world is well worth the effort and sacrifice. We will not be alone. The world will see the power of God, and they will either tremble as our enemies or they will bow and assert a place as our allies. Pain left his people with one last comment: help me bring about a utopia. Together, Amigakure will lead the way. With that, his appearance faded from view, and raucous cries of approval went up all over the village, even in the outlying areas surrounding the village. And Konan merely walked back inside of the tower as something of a celebration broke out in the streets below. War was just declared once again, and this is how it occurs, with thunderous applause. She said almost in disbelief. Kanahagakure no Sato, as Tayuyo walked up the stairs of her apartment building holding a few bags of groceries, she let out a yawn. Fuck, I'm bored, she muttered. Having just completed a shift of patrolling the village to keep it under guard, she was heading home to get some rest. Normally she wouldn't have been requested for that job, but today was the special meeting with the other foreign village leaders. She reached the top of the stairs and let out a sigh. Things were much more fun around here when I lived next door to Uzumaki. A laugh of remembrance then came from the girl. At least the landlord finally got the security seals off of the place. It was funny seeing the prick get shocked when he tried to inspect the place though. Her smile then dropped when she saw someone sitting out in front of her door with her knees pulled to her chest. Pinky, I don't see you around my place very often. Sakura lifted her head up high enough to lock eyes with Tayuya's. The news of what had occurred to Sasuke was still rather fresh, having only really happened the day before. Tayuya was honestly surprised that she was willing to even leave her house so soon afterwards. Can we talk? Please? Oh no, Tayuya thought with a frown on her face. Don't tell me she's going to come in and get all weepy and emotional on me. Ugh, why Kami, why? Still, though, Sakura was a friend of hers, and if nothing else, Tayuya had learned enough that friends helped friends during her time in Konoha. Thus she pulled Sakura up to her feet and unlocked her apartment door. Yeah, sure. Come on in, she said in a defeated voice. Not even considering turning the invitation down, Sakura did just as Tayuya asked and sat down at a table in Tayuya's kitchen as the former Oto ninja started putting her things away. I just bought this shit, so don't think I'm going to offer you anything to eat or drink. You're shit out of luck today if you thought that I would. Sakura just stayed silent while Tayuya set her groceries away. Not wanting to pry or even really talk about Sakura's feeling in the first place, Tayuya just let her be and let the silence between them stand. Finally, Sakura spoke up as Tayuya was stocking things into her refrigerator. Are you happy that Sasuke-kun is dead? He was the entire reason that you wound up caught in the first place. No, Tayuya said, not turning to face Sakura before correcting her. Uzumaki is the entire reason I'm here in the first place. I could have beaten the lazy-ass Nara kid and his Akimichi buddy and moved along. I never really liked the prick though, but then again, I never really liked anyone I was forced to work with in Otogekure. Hey, I barely like the friends I even have now. She joked before getting serious again, and I won't lie and say that the bastard stopping my heart with electricity made me like him either. I'm not petty enough to think that a random death would make me satisfied though. I really thought I could do it, you know. Sakura said lowly. I thought I could find a way to bring him back to the village, but he wasn't willing to even listen at all. And when it came to it, I couldn't stop him either. I'm sorry because you got hurt when I was too weak to do anything. Tayuya let out a groan. Enough with the apologies, sugar princess. I already forgave you after I finished healing. If he didn't want to go, then I don't think either of us really could have stopped him even if you had fought perfectly. Orochipedo probably worked that jerk to the bone, training his body up and pumping him full of drugs to get him to the way he wanted to be to take him over. Why did you care so much about bringing him back anyway? I was in love with him, at least I think I was. Sakura tried to explain before shaking her head. I don't really know, and I guess I never will now. It still wasn't very clear as far as Tayuya was concerned. Yeah, but why? She asked in a more urging manner. The guy didn't give you the time of day. I heard that he never said any more than 10 words to any girl in this village a day, even you, and he was on your squad. I hated my team, but at least we spoke. And the lack of interest never turned you off of him? Things started to feel akin to an inquisition for Sakura, something she wasn't entirely good with. Thus she turned it onto Tayuya. Oh, and what about you and Naruto? I know you care about him, so why do you feel that way? She said, hoping that Tayuya would deny it and begin an argument the way she expected she would. All that happened was Tayuya giving her a small smile and sitting down across from the table with Sakura. She didn't seem to take offense to it at all. She actually seemed happy to talk about it. Do you think that I have a problem with admitting that I'm into that idiot? Not even a bit. I've had more than 3 years to come to terms with it. Well, despite being rather brash and violent most of the time, Tayuya was at the very least comfortable with herself and who she was. It was kind of a stretch to believe that she'd be in some sort of denial or have some sort of embarrassment about who she had a crush on. Plus, there was also the fact that she had no trouble mentioning the fact that they had sex in passing. So why do you like Naruto that way? He beat you up twice and almost killed you before, didn't he? Shouldn't you hate him? It's a part of the job, Pinky, and we were on opposite sides. Tayuya said dismissively as she pulled at her shirt to show Sakura a scar on his shoulder. I'm part of the reason he has that nice little scar on his eye, and he cut me pretty badly on my shoulder where I still have a mark. But when he captured me, he went out of his way to make me feel comfortable, to talk to me and keep me company. When the backlash of losing the cursed seal hit me, he was there to try and make me feel better. He was the one that got me out of lockup by putting his name on the line to vouch for me, and he helped me get used to Konoha. Yeah, I gave him information on Orochipedo to spite the bastard, but Uzumaki didn't treat me like a means to an end, and he didn't just abandon me after he got the information from me. By this time, and even at the time of her arrival in the village, Naruto and Tayuya were actually pretty well-known figures in Konoha because Naruto was a Jinchuriki and Tayuya was a defector from Otogekure. Thus, it was also fairly well known exactly how close the two were, and because Anko had become a friend and training partner of Tayuya's as well as having a big mouth, everyone found out when they hooked up the first time as well. Tayuya pointed directly at Sakura, getting her full attention and getting her to stop musing over Naruto and Tayuya's relationship. I can even tell you the exact moment where I knew it happened. Sakura looked at Tayuya, hopefully making Tayuya grin. at her toothfully for what she was about to say, but I'll be damned if I'm just going to tell you something personal like that. Sakura's head dropped on the table before snapping up suddenly. You won't tell me this, but more people know about the fact that you two had sex than people know that Asuma-sensei is the father of Kurenai-sensei's baby? I didn't put that out there, Tayuya said, crossing her arms and turning away. That mouthy bitch Enko did. Me and Uzumaki got her back though. She turned one eye back towards Sakura at that point though. So do you hate him? Do I hate Naruto? Sakura asked, trying to confirm Tayuya's question. No, I don't hate Naruto. He's stronger than I am because he can actually do what he has to do as a ninja. I would have to be ungrateful to be that way. He's the entire reason that I got training in the first place from Tsunade Shosho, and right after Sasuke escaped he warned me that he would kill him if he ever got the chance in the future. Besides, he apologized to me for it. Why me? Who else would he have said it to? Tayuya said with a raised eyebrow. He sure as hell wasn't going to pray to the Uchiha prick for forgiveness for killing him, and it didn't matter to anyone else the way that it did to you. Do you really want my advice? Sakura let off a shrug. She probably would have voiced a no, but she was sort of envious of Tayuya. She seemed to be more thoroughly at ease with herself than Sakura ever was, and she hadn't really changed her base personality ever. She knew how to do her job like an experienced vet from the day they had met. When Sakura was still a rookie, she didn't need direction in her training because she already had her focus and had gotten stronger by seeking things out herself. Tayuya was tough. It was as simple as that. Fine, I'll take the silence as a yes. Tayuya said dryly. Move on, for fuck's sake. Don't dwell on this Uchiha stuff for too long, or it's going to crush you just like it did to your teacher back when her loved ones died. If you stick to the past and what could have been, then you won't be able to shape what will be, and then where'll that leave you? She then waved Sakura off. Now get the fuck out of my house so I can take a shower and get some sleep. A tick mark formed on Sakura's head as her eyebrow twitched. You're such a caring person, aren't you, Tayuya? Smirking in response to Sakura's upset expression, Tayuya answered her. I don't get paid enough to really care that much. Hokage Tower, outside the meeting room. I don't see why we can't be in there too. Sure complained quietly as the hall was filled with other shinobi from Kumo and Kiri. What does the Hokage think will happen if we're all in there? A massive fight between everyone. Another Kumo ninja spoke up. Do you really think that isn't so impossible? You know how hot-headed Rikichi-sama can be, and Mabui isn't here to keep him kind of in check. You're just pissed off because we're in Konoha. A laugh came from a third member of the Kumo party. No, sure's mad because Yujito likes the Uzumaki kid that's still in there. You guys suck. Sure said, turning away from his group. It's not like Kumo and Konoha are friends. We all know about the fighting we've done. I don't trust that guy getting so close to Yujito, even if they're both Jinchuriki. And you having a crush on Yujito has nothing to do with it? I didn't say it didn't. Sure said with surprising honesty, but it isn't the big reason. He then turned towards the large doors. Right now I just want to know what they're talking about in there. Inside the meeting room, A's hands were gripping the table tightly enough that he was leaving indentions of his fingertips in it. So you're telling me one of the men that founded this village in the first place is the person that funds Akatsuki and masterminded it? They were all just lucky that due to Tsunade's own formidable strength and temper the tables were metal. That's what Itachi told Naruto during their fight. Tsunade said calmly, having had more time to mull it around in her head and get somewhat used to the idea. It was something Itachi wanted Sasuke to hear before their battle began, but Naruto was more or less the third wheel in the conversation, so he picked it up. Darui just had one cocked eyebrow as he listened to everything so far and only had one thing to say. Is there something in the water around here that makes strong people in this village crazy? Because when it comes to Nukenin, you guys really don't half-ass it, Kami. Shook his head. Basically half of Akatsuki came from Konoha, and we believe that Kirigakure was the area of Akatsuki's formation years prior to this. This is just great. And apparently Madara Uchiha is immortal with the strongest Sharingan possible to obtain. He then slammed his fist onto the table. Then I suggest we march on Amigakure and end this right now. Send in a force to defeat this Pain and Konan and keep the AIM shinobi around them occupied while we do so. May seem to be thinking this over an attack directly on the village. Do you believe it would be so easy? It was a possible way to handle the situation. Rather brutish in her opinion actually, but it was still something that always had to be kept in mind in case no other options could be determined. A frown came over Tsunade's face at the concept of invading Amigakure. She had been alive long enough to know just how harshly the AIM forces would respond to such back when Hanzo was in control. Naruto, what do you think? You were the last one there besides Jiraiya, and he isn't here. At the beckoning of Tsunade, Naruto tried to dredge up everything he had gotten out of his infiltration of AIM. A direct attack, even with all four of us, wouldn't be easy. I'm not even sure how possible it would be. Amagakure itself is surrounded by water 2 miles out from land, and that land had villages surrounding it on all sides with tons of shinobi stationed there too. No matter what, it would turn into a siege, because they would see us coming the second we entered the country. It's locked down tight. Yujito heard him clearly. So you're saying we couldn't do it? Not even with all of us attacking together? Temari crossed her arms over her chest from her place at Gaara's side. That's kind of hard to believe, Naruto-kun. We would outnumber them 4-1. It would be a siege. Naruto said, explaining himself and his reasoning. It doesn't really matter how many of us there are, because first of all we'd have to fight our way across the landscape to get there, and they'd heckle us all the way. We'd have to clear out the outlying villages, which could take weeks or months depending on how set on keeping us out they are, and if they have any long-range way to pick us off from the real village. Every village has a siege strategy to keep any number of attackers out, and AIM is a cusp grade 5 village. That sounded more than reasonable enough for Gaara, who personally knew firsthand that Suna was at the bottom of the pecking order of the 5 villages. The only thing that had kept AIM from taking Suna's spot in the past was the isolationist attitude that the last leader of the village, Hanzo, held. If AIM truly is surrounded by water, then the only real force that could be assured a real chance to cross the waters to get to the main village would be spearheaded by Kirigakure. AIM's entire ninja population could then focus on defending against just them. Once they rebuke a few advances against attackers, it would turn into a battle of attrition that would end up hurting both sides equally. We have 3 Jinchuriki, though not even counting Kazekage Dano. Said, trying to stress that a direct attack could defeat them. He wouldn't let Kurabi leave Kumo to fight a battle on Akatsuki's turf, but none of them knew that. Yet I do not believe that an attack would take that long, that it would degenerate into an all-out siege. Danzo Jiji didn't think that attacking in Ayashi no Kuni, Land of Woods, would end up being a battle of attrition either, but that campaign took an entire year for us to complete. Naruto thought, contradicting A's point in his own mind. The stronghold there is nothing compared to an actual hidden village like AIM. It's going to turn into a slugfest that we're all going to suffer from. Mei interjected with a frown. Reikage Dano, I think it's been proven at this point that a Jinchuriki doesn't necessarily assure one of a victory. 5 of the 9 existing have fallen, and you've even said yourself that Yujito-san here would have been taken without the combined efforts of her own resistance and Uzumaki-san. An attack on AIM is worst-case scenario completely. Tsunade chimed in with her own experience on the matter. They will have home field advantage in the purest form. Ambushes in the streets and alleys, house to house, fighting in the sturdy skyscrapers that seem to make up the entire village. Even the civilians would attempt to fight back, and that's even if we get to the main village itself. I've seen it firsthand, and if these people actually believe in pain as a true god, then it could only get worse. Kenkuro's brow furrowed and thought at that point, well, if we take out pain to finish off the real power of Akatsuki, then won't that just start a war with AIM once it happens? Scoffed before coming up with his own argument against Kenkuro's suggestion. If we keep together and show a united front, then AIM wouldn't move on one village without stirring up trouble with the rest of us. Madara Uchiha seems like the real issue to take care of as far as I'm concerned, not so much this pain character despite his Rinnegan. As long as he doesn't move on a Jinchuriki directly, then we shouldn't worry with fighting him until we have to. Many leaders have absurd dreams like this pain person, and goals of this magnitude can be stopped with a setback. With more pressure we can probably get Akatsuki to cease and desist. He then turned his eyes to Naruto after hearing him say something too quiet to make out yet loud enough for Tsunade and no one else to hear clearly. What was you said that Uzumaki? Speak up a bit. Tsunade nodded her consent for him to repeat himself, thus Naruto did so. I don't think a guy like that would just stop once we put the pressure on him. I think it would make him shove back harder. Pain really believes all of his own crap, and he's got everybody in AIM taking it to heart too. Gaara looked over at his friend and fellow Jinchuriki. Despite not being a village leader, he had the most run-ins with Akatsuki out of anyone alive. His input was very important. Why would you say that this man's ambition can't be broken without taking him down directly? According to Conan, they were broken by their pain years ago. Naruto looked at his hands and remembered his battle. The people in AIM threw themselves at me. I killed so many of them, and they knew that they were going to die. They were just trying to slow me down for Conan to get a shot in on me. I think while Pain's the one we can put a face to, unlike Madara, who's still skulking through the shadows with whatever he's doing, Pain's the most dangerous man in the world because he really thinks he's God. He has the power to back most of his talk up, and he believes he can really get away with anything that he tries. Sunagekyo no Sato, the entire village was abuzz as every active ninja frantically moved about the town. Civilians were being quickly ushered indoors, shops were urged to close up until further notice, and most of the rooftops were filled with Suna shinobi, all looking up into the air seemingly ready for combat against a small figure alone in the air. It's just one man. Baki. One man shouted over to the Suna jounin that had been left in charge, "What do we do? He's just hanging up there in the air. If Gaara was here, he could reach him just like that." By now it was known that the intruder was a member of Akatsuki, yet he hadn't done anything. Still, whatever the man in the sky's intentions were, it was not in the village's best interest, and anyone in league with Akatsuki had to be brought down. Baki immediately barked his order to all within earshot, "I want all ranged wind specialists front and center. Anyone with an attack that can reach that bastard, fire at will and bring him down. Skies above Suna, it's time for the shinobi world to wake up and face my reality." The Deva Path of Pain said to himself. The other bodies were nowhere around him because there was simply no need for subtlety or restraint in this instance. This was purely to send a message to the entire world. Their eyes would be firmly on this location after this one moment. Even the might of one of the 5 great shinobi villages cannot measure up to the power of God. The figure of the Deva Path hovered high above Suna. He was well aware that his presence was noticed and that the forces below were mobilizing for his neutralization. It was just too bad for them that they simply would not get the chance to do so. Though my lifespan will shorten, it is a small price to pay for the world to experience a hint of my pain. The Deva Path said as its hands extended down, taking aim at the village as a whole. It is a necessary sacrifice. If Konan were there, she would have told him no. She probably would have begged him to refrain from performing his forthcoming jutsu, but he wouldn't have listened to her anyway. As far as he was concerned, it was something far overdue that needed to occur. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent God. There was no village defense in place that could stop the direct destruction wrought in a mere matter of seconds, as Suna seemed to be smashed under the pressure of gravity itself. Power of a god indeed. At the very least it was truly the power of an S-rank shinobi. Amid the rubble and carnage of the village that used to stand proudly in the middle of the desert, it actually began to rain. A rare rain, almost as if the land itself was weeping over the damage that had just taken place. This is only the beginning. Kaze no Kuni, a distance away from Sunagekyo, dust, sand, and debris billowed up towards the sky from Suna over the dome structure that concealed the entrance to the hidden village. From the sands, a man with a large Venus flytrap surrounding his body and wearing Akatsuki's black cloak with red clouds rose up from the sands of the desert as he took in the sights from a distance. Leader Sama went a little too far this time, didn't he? The white side of Zetsu said as the black and white sides both frowned deeply. Went too far? That's putting it mildly. Toby's going to be totally pissed when we tell him what just happened. The black half commented as the speck in the sky that was Pain's Deva Path flew off to leave and return to aim. The world's about to get really screwed up, isn't it? Zetsu began to sink back into the ground as the white half asked the black half the question that one could take as rhetorical. However, the black half answered it regardless. Gee, did the smoking pit of rubble that used to be Suna give you that idea, or what? Chapter 54 Entry Wound. The first day of the meeting drew to a close, and the 4 hidden village Kage in attendance left to return to their lodgings until the next day. In the end, it left Tsunade with her 2 bodyguards for the meetings, Naruto and Yamato and Gaara, along with Kankuro and Temari in her office to discuss amongst themselves. "So aside from you and myself," Naruto, Gaara said, starting to speak, "there are Yujito-san and the Rakichi brother as the only Jinchuriki left to take. We still have Kisame Hashigaki's corpse, but we haven't learned anything from it yet. I do not think we will reveal any secrets of an Akatsuki nature from his body, so we are planning to release it to the Mizukage to do with him what she will. A gesture of good faith for the alliance." Tsunade nodded. "Same goes for us as far as Heiden's head goes. Interrogation can't bring up anything from his mind. I knew that such a powerful group of shinobi wouldn't be easy to pull information from all the same, though we've been stuck waiting for them to make their moves since day one. Orochimaru was easier to go on an offensive against than Akatsuki. Sometimes Naruto wished it would just be that easy, that there was just an instant win button, but the world didn't work like that, and there was no such thing as a glorious march to victory in a war. He wished that there was some place to find and charge down to finish off Akatsuki. Even if he still wasn't able to do so, he wished there was one. Amigakure was the only place he figured there was that could be seen as an active Akatsuki stronghold, and heading there even with an attacking force would be a daunting task. Being reactionary had almost bitten them in the backside, repeatedly having to wait for very dangerous and scary people to make the first move, but there were no real alternatives. The one time anyone tried being active against the Akatsuki Jiraiya lost his left arm and Naruto took the beating of a lifetime that neither of them should have walked away from. So there are no known locations of activity? Gaara questioned. You haven't been able to pull anything at all from Haiden? Knowing enough about this situation since he was the one that brought Haiden's head to Konoha in the first place, Naruto answered nothing but abandoned little hidey holes with nothing there. All Haiden ever got as far as information went were marching orders: go here and kill that, or go there and take that Jinchuriki. He was never told any plans in advance, which was probably for the best since out of all of the members he would be the easiest to take alive due to the difficulty in killing him. Haiden's a bust on the information. Talk about a buzzkill. Kenkuro said, rolling his shoulders out. So now it's like all four of our villages met up at a joining path in the tunnels of a spooky cave just to face down a big dead end. Great. All four of us stumbling around in the dark trying to find our own asses. Sounds like fun. Temari flicked her younger brother in the side of the head to get him to behave somewhat. He has a point though. All this alliance is doing at this point is just specifying that there's a problem out there we need to work together to solve. No one knows anything that the others didn't beforehand. That much was evident by the basis of the meeting that had taken place that day. All that had occurred was basically the laying out of the four attending villages' run-ins with Akatsuki. Still, it's better to have each other covered than going forward with a knife always at our backs. Yamato commented, even when Kirigakura didn't have to help us. With no Jinchuriki, they don't really have a stake to protect in this. As far as the day's events went, it was enough until tomorrow. The talks could resume then. There was no need for Konoha and Suna's leaders to talk amongst themselves as if it were a private conversation. Naruto, would you mind having the Kazekage and his siblings stay with you until the end of the meetings? It would probably be a more personal touch than letting them stay in a hotel. They didn't pay me back from the last time they stayed at my house. Naruto said with a roll of his eyes and a smirk. Yeah. No problem. Temari-chan needs to watch out for Ero Kyofu, but I think Gaara can scare him into behaving. Other than that, it should be great. Amigekure no Sato, Pain's Tower, it is done. The projection of Pain said to Konan by way of the communication jutsu Suna has been made an example of that the rest of the shinobi world will follow. Konan's eyes widened. It hadn't been 3 hours since his little rally with the citizens of AIM. He already finished in Suna. Wait, he didn't? There was no way he used that jutsu to finish in one fell swoop. Nagato, tell me you didn't use that jutsu to dash. An example needed to be made. Pain stressed with a narrowing emphasis, the will of God must be carried out by any means necessary. Konan. As I speak to you now, there is nothing wrong with me. I will return soon and I will be anticipating the response from our to-be allies in the coming days. This will reach the ears of every shinobi village in the world in a matter of hours. By sundown, I would wager. They will know of my power and would be fools to choose not to side with us. This is the opportunity they have all been waiting for. You've started a war. Nagato. Konan finally voiced out in hidden concern. You've brought war to AIM. Isn't war what we were trying to prevent from happening to our people again? Yahiko said. Pain said, shutting his eyes as he continued to speak, that if the world is to understand the futility of war, they must experience it in its full breadth. In his words, if we're to understand each other first, we must make them suffer as we've suffered. He spoke with complete confidence and belief in what he was saying. This is the only way possible. It is the best way. Amigekure will never be harmed. We have far too many buffer nations that will be on our side for them to easily advance on our village. They too must understand the true pain of war if anything is to change, and things will. And the Jinchuriki? Konan asked, almost dreading his answer at this point. No matter what he said, it seemed almost guaranteed to sound twisted. The plan hasn't changed. Pain said, as a matter of fact, things will possibly be easier now that war will be rampant. And once all 9 have been captured, we will use their power to end the war and show everyone the horror and desperation that needs to be felt for our goal to be achieved. With the most powerful ninjutsu ever conceived. There was still nothing reassuring about the current plan of action. And it actually seemed more disconcerting than ever in Konan's mind. Mass destruction was his big answer. Maybe the fact that it was so close at last was the thing that truly gave her pause. But this couldn't have been what Yahiko ever would have wanted. Peace wasn't real peace when everyone was dead by the time it took hold. Kawa no Kuni, Tanigekure no Sato, sunset was at this point touching the village hidden well among the many valleys of the river-filled country. The village had the unenviable position of being set between two large nations with an alliance between their shinobi villages Konoha and Suna. This meant that less work than otherwise for lesser shinobi villages came their way even from clients in their own country. Due to the lack of easily obtainable missions, the Tani ninja became something of specialists in espionage and the more clandestine aspects of the shinobi arts such as trapping and ambush, able to make it seem as if their targets were taken down by very skilled bandits, instead of by trained ninjas, something they had developed by design to keep from being scrutinized and eventually wiped out. Despite their dislike of their lot in the grand scheme of the ninja system, they knew full well their place. However, by the very strong urging of the clearly perceived as strongest minor shinobi village, a reconnaissance mission was set up to observe something mostly perceived as bluster until the report had actually come back. The leader of this lesser shinobi village sat at his desk, hands shaking as he listened to the scouting reports from those he had sent out the day before to head in Sunageku's direction. He had been sent a message directly from Amageku in the strange form of an origami bird landing in front of his village's main building. The combination of the previous message along with the report he was currently hearing brought a sweat to his face. "You're serious?" the village leader said, as if trying to get the entire story straight. "It's gone?" "I wouldn't lie, sir," the random Tani shinobi said, seeming to be shaken up as well, only less so due to the fact that he and his team had an entire day to come to terms with what they had seen. "We made it there, and it was a mess. The entire village was destroyed. Ruins. So many of them are dead. I think this pain was serious." Of course he was serious, the village leader said, staring at the note. "Idle threats like this, idle promises, aren't made for no reason from leaders in the shinobi world. But to actually have the power to pull such a thing off in one day. It wasn't even one day, it was more like a few hours, if that." The reconnaissance team in the room all looked at each other, wondering what the next plan of action would be. It was known to them that the message from AIM proposed an alliance of the dozens of small villages to stand against the 4 allied major villages, and one of them were already down. The entire village knew this as well, and they were buzzing, chomping at the bit as if it was finally their chance to step forward. "We're joining." The eyes of the team in the room widened at hearing their usually reactive leader never really one to try to interject their village into the grand picture, no matter what over the years say that they were going to stand with Amageku, sir. One of the men asked tentatively. Not out of fear, but out of hopeful optimism, they wanted to do this. They wanted the action finally. "Are we really going to get involved?" A nod came from the village leader. "This is the greatest opportunity that has ever presented itself, the chance to bring down the villages monopolizing business in the regions around us. Suna is fallen, never to rise to Big 5 status again. Konoha can more than pick up its slack though, and they will. If this falls on its face, then IWA will just move in on Kaze no Kuni's vacuum of control, and they'll simply take over and wind up splitting things with Konoha. We'll be lost in the shuffle again, the same as always." "Not again. Tell the village of the decision and have them prepare while I send my answer to Amageku." They didn't need to be told twice, as they immediately vacated the office and began spreading the word to the villagers. That night Tanageku would excitedly prepare for war along with their god of a comrade's home village. The same scene could have been cut and pasted and would be cast across every minor village across the lands for their own reasons, all ready to take the brass ring of power with this shift in events. With the power of a man that could wipe out an entire village in less than a day, there was no way that they could lose, and they had numbers and positioning. Even without their tactical advantages, the Rinnegan was too frightening a power to ignore or doubt. The last time such a power was seen in the world, a revolution took hold that swept up everything and laid the foundation for the way the world was currently, and now it looked like there was time for a wholly different one to take place. Hours later, nightfall, Konohagakure no Sato, Forest of Death. On the roof of the tower that once upon a time housed the preliminary fights of the Chunin exams, Gaara and Naruto both sat in the moonlight, one meditating as the other tried to get into the practice. "I do not see why you felt the need to come all the way out to this dangerous place in order to show me meditation," Gaara said with his dark-ringed eyes closed. "There are far more spiders than I remember, and they seem more aggressive even against me. Yeah, I kind of started killing them off when they attacked me instead of running away. It was good training, but it made them stronger, and that caused the other animals to get stronger or die," Naruto explained as he meditated and felt the nature surrounding them in the deadly training ground. "Besides, you can't be touched by anything you don't want to be touched by. It didn't even take an hour to get out here, and you don't sleep anyway." "That is not the point I was trying to make, Naruto," Gaara said, basking in the strange tranquility provided by the forest in the night. "Your home is quite nice. I never would have figured that you would have left that apartment of yours." A laugh left Naruto girls like status, and an apartment didn't really scream that I was moving up in the world. I don't know any Kage that lived in an apartment when they took the seat. Speaking of women, Gaara said, slowly turning his head towards Naruto, you seem to be close to quite a few of them, my sister included. Or was the offering of the closest room to yours just coincidence? Offered nothing, Temari took the closest room to his, and who was he to tell her not to? But Naruto felt that saying such would end with a sandy hand grabbing him and chucking him off of the roof like it had the last time he had been in Suna, and with his luck he would land right in a spider nest. In my defense, Hamiko-chan is bound to me for life by old clan links and was my Fuinjutsu teacher, Naruto said as a method of defense. Not much of one if he were to be honest with himself. Jiraiya just had to bring up Tayuya Yujito and Tintin within earshot of Gaara once Naruto shot him down off of Temari. Jealous old man, please don't try to kill me. I can't kill you, Gaara said in his normal calm demeanor. I wouldn't be able to blame it on the spiders in the forest. Naruto couldn't tell if he was joking or not and decided not to bring up the issue further. The two merely sat in silence for a while before Gaara spoke up again about something deadly serious. So you have come face to face with this paying person. Have you seen Madara Uchiha? No, Naruto said, wrinkling his nose, and thought I only saw him for a bit in Itachi Uchiha's Genjutsu, and then my team saw him when they told me who took Itachi and Sasuke's bodies away. After our battle, I found out that Sai had fought him without even knowing who he was. I've never actually looked at him before myself. He could feel the Kyuubi in him stirring at the mention of Madara, but not much else than that. I know it's hard to believe, but there wasn't any reason for Itachi to lie to me and Sasuke. He didn't even have to say anything about it. I have no choice but to believe in you, Naruto. Gaara responded, it may sound outlandish to consider that Madara Uchiha is alive, but you would not lie about something like this. Still, I believe the active threat that we can see is what should be focused on first. Both of them then tensed up when they sensed an arriving presence until Naruto settled down. No, I know who's coming, Naruto said just as a swirl of ink appeared right by them. Hey Psycho-Eye, what are you doing here? It was kind of far out of the way for Sai to search for him. He could have just waited for him to get back to town or told Hamiko, who would have then told him. Sai stood up from his crouch and looked over at Gaara before paying attention to Naruto. Naruto-senpai, there's news. And none of it is good, I'm afraid. It's quite important. He blinked with his usually placid expression. Have you been out here all evening? Maki-san and I have been searching all over for you. We've been here for a while, just catching up a bit, Naruto said. What did you need to come find me for? Is there trouble? Yes and no, Sai said to begin his explanation. Pain has been busy, senpai. He saw Naruto's eyes narrow at the mention of Pain being active. I don't know quite how to say this, and Kazekage-sama will find out the moment you both return to the village, thus I feel the need to tell you both out here. The fact that he was addressing Gaara got both Gaara and Naruto's full attention if they weren't giving it beforehand. Tell us what, Sai. There was a sick creeping feeling in Naruto's stomach. Anything involving pain and something important had to be massive. The normally emotion-devoid Sai even knew the gravity of what he was about to say, but it needed to be said. Kazekage-sama, Pain attacked your village today during the meeting you had earlier. He attacked Sunagekure and destroyed it with the most powerful ninjutsu anyone had ever seen. The word has just reached Konoha. Both Gaara and Naruto simply stood shock clear on both of their faces at the news. You must be mistaken, Gaara said, his voice shaking. How could dash? The entire village? That just can't be, he said lowly, not willing to fully speak the words himself. How? Naruto felt the need to ask first. He thought he was stronger now, strong enough to fight back against Pain the next time they met. But even so, he did not believe he could destroy an entire hidden village on his own in a day. Raisin Shuriken and Raisin Risaki were incredibly powerful and destructive attacks that he would wager could take out anything, but to take out an entire village with them was beyond his imagination. How in the hell could he take down Suna in one day? Even 6 bodies that Naruto knew Pain possessed would not be enough to take out a village full of shinobi. It was hard to wrap his mind around. He just could not do it. It was beyond his comprehension. There are survivors, Sai said, getting a small measure of relief from Naruto over the matter. We were sent a messenger hawk from the remnants of the village. Whatever Pain did, it crushed buildings and everything into the ground. The destruction was complete, but the people that were close to the ground were saved by the soft sand they found themselves pressed into. It was the only thing that kept the death toll from being higher. Thousands have been found and pronounced dead, but there are still searches going on for people. Naruto started pacing around the rooftop. This is crazy. He attacked a hidden village and he got away with it. By himself. This wasn't right. Did he attack for Gaara? Or did he already know that Gaara wasn't there? This means war, Naruto-senpai. Sai said resolutely. This cannot stand. Hokage-sama is already mobilizing a force to go to Suna to assist, but you know what will happen, don't you? Of course he did. It was a premeditated attack on a village in the alliance that Konoha treasured more than any other. Not retaliating against Amigakure would be akin to letting them get away with murder, literally, previous issues notwithstanding. This just couldn't be swept away like the illusions of Aim's connections with Akatsuki in the past. Now it was clear that Amigakure was the seat of Akatsuki. Their leader was the person that had control of the village. It was blatant. As Naruto turned to Gaara, he then saw that the Kazekage was no longer standing where he had been. As a matter of fact, he wasn't even on the roof at all. Gaara. Naruto quickly tried to gather nature chakra and reach out in order to sense Gaara, only to feel him moving away from the tower at a rapid pace. Damn it. Gaara, wait for a minute. He made to leave the roof before stopping and turning to Sai Saikohai. Go to Tsunade-ba-chan and tell her that Gaara's leaving the village by himself. Sai nodded and took off in the exact opposite direction from Naruto as the blonde went to locate his friend. He couldn't just let Gaara head off on his own. This could be what Pain wanted. He could be trying to lure Gaara away as a trap. 3 days from Konoha to Suna, and there were plenty of points to ambush the distraught Jinchuriki that he would possibly never see coming in his current state of mind. Even with a minute head start, Gaara was heading out at top speed right out of the gate. Naruto didn't think Gaara would be so fast with his stationary style of combat, but he was a Kage, and he had yet to meet a Kage-level ninja that wasn't able to move quicker than anyone else he had met before. And now he had a reason to make tracks come on Gaara. This was going to be a long night. Shimo no Kuni, Kabuto's hideaway. Madara's fist bounced off of the wall of Kabuto's hideout, cracking the wall deeply from the impact. His fist still shook in anger even as it stayed against the damaged surface. Damn you, Nagato, damn you to hell. This was not a part of the planning. It was not a part of the plan at all. Zetsu's report to him had not given welcome news. You are becoming more trouble than you are worth. On the other hand, Kabuto simply couldn't stop chuckling at the turn of events. Amazing, simply amazing. I can't believe something so splendid is happening when I'm in my prime peak of power. What a stroke of good fortune for me. He seemed downright giddy with what was sure to come. I was wondering when the next big shakeup would happen. I have a feeling that this will be fun. The man was depraved. Madara had reasoned a long time ago, not that he himself could judge. He had his own laundry list of schemes and manipulations that he'd hold up against any treacherous act ever committed by anyone else. Still, Kabuto's apparent amusement at his plans being further muddled didn't bring him any amusement himself. You find this amusing, Kabuto? Madara asked with a hint of danger in his voice should Kabuto answer incorrectly. Still, the Orochimaru integrating shinobi didn't seem to care too much at the chance of threat. Yes, I do, I really do. He admitted freely, and why wouldn't I? Every era has been defined by the threat of war. The chance to make oneself legend on the battlefield. Each war has caused a shift of society in our world, a turning point, if you will. The first war established the separate villages, and who was meant to dominate the second war set up the general distribution of funds and power to those villages, and the third war set the nations into the current stagnancy we have now. Madara was beginning to get impatient with Kabuto and his apparent ramblings. And your point is? That this is the end. Kabuto said gleefully that everything we've come to get used to in our system is going to shift completely. He gestured grandly around them as if there was something to see or they were outdoors. No matter what happens, things will never be the same again. How could anything possibly go back to normal? Every minor hidden village sick of being overlooked will either win or find their livelihood taken from them once and for all. They'll be crushed into oblivion for their insolence. The large hidden villages must choose once and for all whether or not they truly want the world, or they will be destroyed for their complacency, and one already has been. It's fantastic. How could something like this excite you? Madara asked, legitimately curious on Kabuto's mind state. Maybe Orochimaru's cells were messing with his head. Either way, it was strange. You're talking about something akin to Dash. Anarchy? Kabuto finished Madara's sentence for him. Yes, I am. And what's more exciting than that? Not knowing what will come next, always keeping your ear to the ground and your eyes to the sky, because anything can happen. It'll be like the never-ending clan wars of the past all over again. If Madara's face could be seen underneath his mask, it would be evident that he was frowning. The days of the never-ending wars between the clans were the last thing he wanted to return to. He wanted the world. He wanted the world under his control docile at last. No one ever trying to step up and change the way things were again. His true peace. And he would do whatever he had to in order to obtain that. But he needed the Biju first. He was sorry to say this to Kabuto, but by the time this war was over there would never be another war again. There would never be another madman like Nagato wishing to morph the way of the world again, because in order for true peace to exist there could be no free will to create such a wish. He would hypnotize the world. Until then Madara would use Kabuto for what he wanted, and he would let him bask in the insanity of the coming days. He would let him enjoy himself, since he would never enjoy anything again once his plans were complete. He didn't have to fight this war to have his own stake in it. But he did have an army that he was building up just in case to enforce in his new world. Nagato had to be disposed of prior to anything, however. He was no longer able to be manipulated. He no longer would take Madara's orders, that much was clearly evident from his maverick actions that could not possibly be defended. And he was absurdly dangerous. With his Rinnegan and abilities and Konan by his side, an approach for taking him down would be difficult indeed. Maybe this war would serve a purpose after all, getting rid of one large thorn in his side. It had to serve someone some kind of benefit, right? Daybreak, northwest borders of Hino Kuni. It had been a harrowing chase. Naruto was still in disbelief that Gaara could move so quickly, but as the sun began to peer over the horizon behind them, Naruto eventually took higher ground on the trees he had been chasing Gaara through, and managed to cut him off by stopping on the branch he was about to hop to, turning to face his friend Gaara. Wait. Just stop for a minute, okay? Gaara did as instructed, but he held his emotions on his face in the form of a cold stare directed at Naruto. Move out of the way, Naruto, unless you are coming to help me. Of course I'm going to help, Naruto said, taking the time to catch his breath. He had been chasing Gaara since before midnight the previous evening, and it was now sunrise, but you could have waited for the group that were coming to help Suna as well. It's dangerous to be on the move all by yourself, Gaara. It could be a trap. That's not the kind of help I'm talking about, Gaara said, crossing his arms over his chest. Have you not been paying attention to the direction we've been moving in? This is not the way to Sunagakure. We are heading towards Amagakure. I am going to destroy them and this pain character on my own. Why you are going to? Naruto let that statement mull around in his head for a moment. Gaara, don't be stupid. You can't go to aim, especially all by yourself. Just sit aside and think for a minute. Calm down, we can sit and talk about Dash. Before he could finish, Gaara's sand emitted from his gourd and slammed into him, knocking him from the branch to the ground below. Gaara just looked down at him and put his sand back inside of his gourd. Talking got us into this in the first place, Naruto. We took far too long to act on what you had told us about aim, he said resolutely. If you are not going to help me, then either go to my village to assist them or go home. I must do this. He began to jump through the branches on his way to Amagakure's country once again until he was stopped again. Futon Fujin Saiken, wind release, divine fist of the wind god. A highly pressurized wind burst hit the branch that Gaara was jumping to, forcing him to avert his movements to the trunk of the tree, where he jumped from one trunk to another all the way to the ground to come face to face with Naruto. What are you doing, Naruto? The blunt attack from Gaara's grains of sand opened up wounds on Naruto's face, but other than the cosmetic damage, he was still raring to go. I can't let you go to Amagakure, Gaara. You can't win there by yourself. You just can't. Just because you were defeated doesn't mean that I'll lose in the same way, Gaara said, sand billowing out from his gourd. You're right, it'll be worse. Naruto snapped back, trying to convince Gaara to keep from going. You don't know how lucky I was to get out of there alive, and you won't have my backup. He'll take you the way I was supposed to be taken, and he'll rip the Shikaku right out of you. What kind of Kazekage will you be when you're dead? A shake of the head came from Gaara as a tear slid down his face. What kind of Kazekage am I alive when I wasn't even there to protect my village? This is all I can do for them now. Naruto, get their revenge. I understand, Gaara. Naruto said, a sad look on his face, as he really didn't want to deny Gaara the chance, but he knew exactly what would happen if Gaara went. Nothing good would come of this, and he would never let it happen if he had the power to stop it, and we will, but this isn't the way. You can't beat him in aim. He beat me and Jiraiya both. That seemed to make Gaara go still, and Naruto thought he had gotten through to him. Now come on. We can go to Suna. Your people need you there. Fight me. Hearing Gaara's authoritative voice put a pause in Naruto's step. What? Naruto said, raising an eyebrow at Gaara. If you want to stop me, Gaara said, forcing more sand out of his massive gourd, if you want me to listen to you, then beat me and prove that I can't win. How is a fight going to prove anything? Naruto argued back. If I can beat you, then that will prove that your warning holds no grounds for me because I am stronger than you. Gaara explained calmly, though Naruto could see his fingertips drumming on his biceps impatiently. When I win, I will go to Amigakure uninterrupted. If you still wish to follow, you can, but you probably will not be in any condition to do so. I want your word, otherwise I will still keep going, and I will keep you away until we reach that village. Naruto grit his teeth and clenched his fists. Gaara, give me your word. Fine. Naruto said, gritting it out. If he hadn't answered immediately, then Gaara would have continued to go. At least now there was a chance that he could get him to stop before they were too far gone. But right when he consented to the deal, Sand rushed at Naruto hard enough to smash down a tree that had been behind him before he managed to avoid it. Gaara took notice of Naruto standing on the trunk of another tree, sticking to it with chakra and one hand for his own balance purposes. You are faster than you used to be. Even faster than when we fought together in the desert. But this is not like the first time we fought, Naruto. You cannot get past my sand. The sand wasn't going to do him any good in aim. The second he set foot in the general area, Pain could command it to rain, so by the time the man himself even sent out his 6 paths to fight Gaara himself, the Suna leader would already be at a marked disadvantage. It's not me getting past your sand that you need to worry about, Gaara. Naruto said as another wave was sent his way, but if I have to, I'll find a way. Gaara's sand was far faster than when they had been younger, and it was also more durable due to the time training. The rush of sand sent at Naruto missed as he sprang off the tree that was hit with the sand hard enough to take a chunk out of it. Gaara had yet to move since the fight began, as his sand took up a position in front of Naruto as if he were taking aim at him. Rendan Suna Shiger, successive shots, sand drizzle. Multiple bullets of sand flew at Naruto as he tried to fire at him. The repeated shots of sand forced Naruto from jumping to and from tree trunks dropping down to the ground to attempt an actual attack in response. Once he finished his hand, Seal's right tongue Kaksen no Jutsu, lightning release Livewire Jutsu. From Naruto's hands flew lightning that trailed along the ground towards Gaara. If I can't go through or around your shield, then I'll go under it. That can't be your best. Gaara said as he proceeded to use his sand to lift himself off of the ground to render the electric attack useless. If you're not willing to fight me the way you're supposed to fight, then I'll just end this now and move along. Did you know that I can make more sand no matter where I am? As he asked that question, the ground began to rumble before it swirled around like a massive sinkhole towards the center. Naruto felt his balance disrupted as he saw sand beginning to file up from the swirling sinkhole as if it were a mixer. He was not about to risk getting sucked underneath the ground by Gaara's sand. Even if Gaara wouldn't finish him afterwards, he was not going to let himself get buried. Kazekage or not, he was going to find a way to fight against his friend if it would keep him from walking off to aim to die. You are not safe, Naruto. Gaara said before actually using his hands to try and guide all of the sand he had been creating under the ground at once. Ryusa Bakuryu, quicksand in the style of a waterfall. The sand proceeded to tower upwards and crashed towards Naruto like a tidal wave. He needed a diversion to avoid a buried alive fate. Futon Kamikaze Hashira, wind release God, wind pillars. Naruto spun around swiftly to kick up a quartet of steadily growing tornadoes that began to move together just as the wave of sand hit the combination of tornadoes. From the tornado, Naruto shot up into the air, avoiding the sand wave as it broke through the wind jutsu he had created. Gaara looked up from the destroyed forest area, looking more like a desert now that his sand had knocked so many trees down and had manipulated the landscape. He raised a non-existent eyebrow as he saw Naruto just standing there in the air. You can fly? Kind of. Naruto said, staring down at Gaara with his strange eyes, one yellow and toad-like with orange pigment on the outside while the other one remained as blue as the sky. It's my Haretsu Saigen, burst limit, but I have control over the air bubbles I stand on while in Sage mode so that they don't burst from my body weight. So it's really just walking on air as long as Sage mode is active. He didn't know if the QB had a limit to how long it could keep taking in nature chakra for, but he'd crossed that bridge when he came to it. I see you are getting serious. Gaara said as the sand underneath him began to rise into the air. This Sage mode seems powerful. And you're here fighting me instead of helping me sack Amigakure to put an end to all of this. A motion of Gaara's hand had the massive amounts of sand below him that had transformed the battlefield, stirring up towards Naruto in a method of attack. Going to aim won't do anything. That place is a fortress even when war wasn't coming. I had to sneak in last time and I did a crappy job of doing that. I was found out the second I entered. Naruto said as he jumped from his place in the sky to another in an effort to evade the imposing flying desert coming after him. There was no way they were going to get anywhere close by themselves in wartime. Naruto was literally running on the air. He had the exact same ability to move as he did on the ground step by step, only he had more options while in the air to move up, down, all around, whatever. Still, Gaara's sand could find a way to trap him even in the sky, especially with the massive amount of sand he was using. Sick of being on the defensive, Naruto had to find some way to get to Gaara directly, something he was hard-pressed to do without resorting to overkill measures. If he had to throw a Raisin Shuriken or Raisin Risaki at an ally, there was something wrong with him. Massive tendrils from the sand in the sky flew out at Naruto in an attempt to grab him, but he darted around them like a gnat, moving in and out and avoiding capture while steadily moving himself closer to Gaara, who struggled to catch Naruto out of the sky. He's so fast, it's difficult to surround him with sand. He knows to watch his back as well to avoid getting caught. He was getting closer as well, something that Gaara was not going to ignore. You can't make me stop, Naruto. Go home. Not without you. Naruto yelled back at Gaara as he continued dashing through the skies, avoiding the sand as he got closer. His awareness while in Sage mode was absurd. He would have guessed that if he had his Sharingan active, he'd be damn near untouchable even by Gaara's substantial sand abilities. Still, he hadn't landed a single blow yet. Gaara's absolute defense was stronger than ever. As he thought this, the sand began to materialize around Gaara. At first, Naruto thought it was a thick defense preparing for whatever he had up his sleeve, but then the sand turned into a massive replica of Shikaku's head. Go home, Naruto. The massive head said in a distorted version of Gaara's voice, this is your last warning, or I'll show you exactly what I'll do to aim once I arrive. Seeing this got Naruto to twitch his scarred brow in irritation. I swear I am the worst Jinchuriki in the entire world. He wished he could partially transform any body part of the Kyuubi just like that. The mouth of the Shikaku head opened and a ball of pure chakra began to form in front of it, growing steadily larger. Oh Gaara, you've got to be kidding me. Naruto said to himself as he stared at the forming attack. It wasn't the bastardized version that he used when in the Kitsune trigger, it was the real deal by Jidama, tailed beast ball. Well, at least they weren't on the ground, or else the landscape would be getting rearranged. A distance away from the border of Hai no Kuni, despite looking like she had been crying for hours, Temari was running as fast as she could to follow and find Gaara before he got himself hurt. Shikankuro and a small contingent of Konoha shinobi had broken off from the main group meant to assist Suna so that they could find where Gaara had gone. Her village had been destroyed, but there were multitudes of survivors and she still had her family. At least she would when they found Gaara and were all together again. And he was the Kazekage. She could only imagine how he was feeling about everything that had happened. Naruto had gone after him first, and she could only hope that he was able to calm him down or at least let them get there themselves. The hard look on Kankuro's face didn't do much to disguise the fact that he felt like crying until his makeup ran. Kankuro's eyes suddenly snapped skyward off in the distance. What the hell is that? Temari looked up as well to see a giant Shikaku head even as far away as they were. The features of that nightmare's face were indistinguishable, and it then fired a Baijidama, tailed beast ball, even higher into the air with a booming explosion. Oh my Kami, that's Gaara. What's he shooting that monstrosity at? Kankuro asked. Gaara had trained that attack out in the desert where no one could be hurt in case he lost momentary control over the attack or the Shikaku, but the devastation that could be done with only a few seconds of control was clear. To use it in the countryside of a foreign nation was a big deal. What he was fighting wasn't clear, but whatever it was, they turned up the speed double time to reach their brother and find out what was going on. With Naruto and Gaara, the sand that comprised the Shikaku head transformed back to regular sand and fell back to the normal sand defense that Gaara used to fight. The effort it had taken for such an attack was clear on his face as he breathed heavily. That was not a good idea. It takes a lot of chakra to force the Shikaku into cooperation for that attack. It wasn't even as strong as it could have been since he fired it so quickly. But where did Naruto go? He looked stunned and dumbfounded when Gaara started forming the demon-natured jutsu, but there's no way he would have just stood still in the sky and let Gaara hit him. There was nothing but air and opportunity to shoot it, and Gaara wasn't really aiming at him. It should have been easy to dodge. All he had to do was jump down from the sky and let gravity do the rest. A Baijidama, tailed beast ball, Gaara? Naruto's voice yelled up from below him, getting the Ichibi Jinchuriki to look down at him. You really are stronger than when we were kids. There seemed to be a sense of longing in his voice that Gaara picked up on. It used to be way easier back then, didn't it? I mean, you attacked our village, but we fought it off and nothing too bad happened, not like now, right? It was easier back then, yes. Gaara admitted quietly, though Naruto was still able to hear him, but I was weak back then as well. I only fought for myself. Only after that I found that true strength came from fighting for your loved ones. From using your abilities to defend others the way you fought me for your village's sake. Then why are you running off half-cocked to aim Gaara? Naruto said with a hint of desperation in his voice that's not going to do anyone any good. Lead your people. Go home. You're their Kazekage and they need you there hurt and scared. Going to aim is just so you can fight and make yourself feel better trying to tear them up. But that's what Pain wants. Right now you're being selfish. I failed them, Naruto. Gaara screamed down at him before the dam broke and tears started streaming down his face. I hate myself more than I hate Pain, more than I hate Amigakure right now, because if I was there it never would have happened. I would have stopped him. He wouldn't have touched a single person if I were there. And I'm going now because if I can't do to him what he did to them, I'm not worthy to be their Kazekage. Killing him won't bring anyone back. Naruto shouted right back up at him, the sun bathing the both of them in the light. Killing him won't bring back a single building, and that's if you even get it done. He'll beat you, Gaara. He's got your weakness in his back pocket. What were the chances Gaara would enter that country and it wouldn't be raining? Not good if one were to study Amigakure's meteorology, but you're half right about something though. If you do this, then you're not worthy to be their Kazekage because you're just going to run off and destroy shit all because you're mad. That's not going to help anyone and it'll get you killed. A heated glare came at Naruto from Gaara as the sand began to whip around his body angrily before turning into one cascading wave that was meant to crash down on top of Naruto. Altogether, give up on trying to stop me, Naruto. Hearing the manic tint in Gaara's voice snapped something in Naruto. It was as if Gaara wasn't even trying to listen to reason any longer. Maybe Danzo had been right, emotions were a pain fine. Run off and be stupid just like Sasuke did. Naruto shouted up to his friend, go ahead and go to aim to get what you want. Forget about the people that need you and your own responsibility just to go off and kill some asshole with a god complex. That'll make you just like your name says, you are a self-loving carnage. That remark made Gaara's impending attack stop in the air as he looked down with a shocked expression on his face. It wasn't wrong of him to want revenge, was it? It was human nature to wish to harm the person that hurt the ones you cared for. Didn't Naruto understand that? It seemed like Naruto had always been someone that could understand, so why didn't he understand this? I wish I could tell you I knew how you felt, Gaara. Naruto said honestly, I'm not a Kage and Konoha's never had anything happen to it like what happened to Suna. But don't do this. The people come first and they need you more than they need revenge right now. We'll get it, I promise, but it's not the time and aim definitely isn't the place. Gaara's hands shook as he tried to battle with himself over whether to go or whether to stop. I shouldn't have to be told things like this, Gaara said, visibly struggling with the decision. I'm the Kazekage, I should already be able to make the right decisions, without being advised, especially by a foreign shinobi. With that being said, the sand dropped to the ground and Gaara took care not to drop the sand on top of Naruto himself. Able to sense that Gaara's chakra was no longer controlling the sand, Naruto gave the cue for the Kyuubi to cease sending him chakra for Sage Mode, turning his changed eye back to normal. You alright in there, Kyuubi? I have had an itch on my nose for the last 10 minutes. I don't know how you can sit still for as long as you do to gather this crap for your training. The Kyuubi griped as it shut down the connection between their chakra networks. You should have blown that sand rat to hell since he wanted to challenge Pain and go so badly. Whatever. Naruto thought back, ending the conversation as Gaara drifted back down to the ground, his sand back inside of the gourd now that the scuffle was over. Are you okay now? He asked the seemingly docile Gaara. No. Gaara said honestly, but the Shikaku was influencing my state of mind at the time and tried to take advantage of my desire to tear Pain asunder. I am still angry and I still desire his death, but right now I will go to my village, or what's left of it. A village isn't a bunch of buildings, Gaara. Naruto said as they began to walk in the direction of the High no Kuni/Kaze no Kuni border. It's the people that live there. And there are still supposed to be a lot of them there that need you. I know. Gaara said before looking at his hands that were still shaking. I just want to kill them so badly. There was a moment where I just wanted to crush you and move along. I'm not entirely sure I can even blame that on Shikaku either. He shook his head and let out a desperate sigh. Gaara. Both Temari and Kankuro came into sight, yelling for their younger brother upon sighting him. As they got close, they noticed all of the sand that was definitely out of place in that area of High no Kuni's geography. Whoa. Kankuro said as he looked around, what happened here? Anger management. Naruto said, patting Gaara on the shoulder a few times before shifting the sword on his back and walking away from the young Kage. Temari walked over to Gaara and wrapped her arms around him in a hug as Kankuro walked over to do the same. Deciding to give them the moment that they hadn't been allowed together the previous night due to Gaara's impulsive flight from Konoha, Naruto just sat off to the side while the three siblings grieved together over the fate of their village. They would see it up close and personal for themselves soon enough. Konohagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower, Tsunade's office. Sai knew that it wasn't the best idea to go to Tsunade on his own, but it was an order from Naruto to inform her that Gaara was gone to head off by himself. But when she asked him to stay after sending Shizune off to mobilize a squad to head off with the siblings of the wayward Kazekage, he knew there was something up. So there he sat right in front of her, as she had her own place at her desk just appraising him. A normal person would probably have been intimidated or at least somewhat unnerved, but then again Sai didn't feel emotions like that. Or so he said. It had been hours, and the ever-patient shinobi had to wonder just what Tsunade wanted with him at a time like this, even though there was not much she could do at a time of duress such as the one currently taking place. Tsunade finally opened her mouth to speak after quite a while of saying nothing. I'll just cut to the chase and say what I need to say. You don't seem to be the type to beat around the bush, so I'll just get right to the point. I know of your connections to Danzo just like I am aware of Naruto's and your other teammate. Sai said nothing, something that Tsunade would have guessed as much about, but she continued, are you able to speak for yourself, or has Danzo done something to keep you from doing such? This is an order from your Hokage, you know. Sai blinked but nodded. Yes, I can speak, but only because Danzo-sama is truly dead. If he were alive, then the seal he placed on all operatives would have kept us from speaking freely of him or Root. He believed it was for the best that our existence isn't known by all, the less the better. I am willing to cooperate, though. What is your purpose? Tsunade asked. To protect Konoha from threats both foreign and domestic in the most complete and discreet manner possible. Sai said with a practiced ease that had to have been drilled into his head years ago, we are not your enemy, Hokage-sama, but it was better that our existence was merely speculation to you and yours, at least until Naruto-senpai took the seat. That caused Tsunade to raise her eyebrow at his words. And then what? Root would be Naruto's private army, his bodyguards? It was hard to consider that he would do such a thing, but Danzo had called Naruto his greatest success in the past, so it wasn't that far-fetched, was it? Of course not. Sai said, getting a slightly perturbed look on his face at the mere thought. Naruto had more sense and honor than to use Root like that. Even if Sai didn't run their day-to-day operations, like I said, we handle the problems that could threaten Konoha, problems that most of the time you as Hokage are never even privy to. Somehow Tsunade took that as him referring to her as incompetent, not privy to, eh? She said with a slight growl in her voice that Sai only smiled at her pleasantly in response to only increasing her ire further. You've got quite the tongue on you, don't you? It was not a manner of disrespect. Sai said, waving his hands in front of himself, we simply solved the problems before they became big enough to catch your attention. The same for your predecessor Sarutobi-sama. If everything was brought to you, there would be more work than you would be accustomed to, and you would be so concerned over things abroad that you would not be able to focus on what was important near our borders. So Tsunade said, trying to wrap her head around what Root was. You're like some international attack squad. Like some army without borders. What a rudimentary way to describe them. The smile fell from Sai's face as he tried to register a way to explain, not particularly. A lot of us stay around Konoha. Some of us are a part of your normal forces like Maki-san, some of us just aren't. If you need a way to rationalize it, then consider us Konoha's version of Kazekage-sama's automatic defense. We will act in the village's best interests whether you are aware of our actions or not. He noticed her narrow her eyes at him and sighed, not a threat, Hokage-sama. How can I trust you? Do you trust Naruto-senpai? Sai asked in return to Tsunade's question, because we will always answer to him if the need for his input arises. We will actually obey you as well, but we are not yours to command as if we were conventional forces. We're not meant to go on your normal missions. We're not normal shinobi. How many of you are there? Enough. Sai said before letting out a sigh as he heard Tsunade's fingertips drum on the top of the desk. Our numbers are decent, but there aren't nearly enough of us to usurp any kind of control of the village from you if you are still paranoid. Knowing that Danzo had created a paramilitary group underneath the nose of the village and actually finally finding out about it firsthand after his death was like a splash of water in her face, a wake-up call. The fact that it was established enough to try and continue operating without him was something else altogether. As loath as she was to admit it, though, for the coming war there would possibly be a need for Root. Are you prepared to place forces towards assisting in the war effort? We already were. Sai said matter-of-factly, much to her surprise. Danzo-sama has kept eyes on multiple minor villages around the borders of the country for years. Spies have sent some very concerning news. He had Tsunade's full attention since she had actually sent Jiraiya out for a quick trip to pick up some word on the rumblings in nearby areas. Every minor village in High no Kuni's immediate vicinity are preparing for war, and it's not against aim. Our allies don't particularly exist anymore. Sai said before she could question the loyalty of the allied minor villages. This is their chance. They don't want to sit under Konoha's thumb any longer and get the scraps of our business. Takigakure and Kusagakure were among the first to line up and throw their lot in with Amigakure after news of the attack on Suna broke, and many others nearby fell in line right along with them. Are you serious? Tsunade questioned in disbelief before massaging her temple. Damn kid, if you're right about this, then you are seriously useful. Yes, she might need them after all. They seemed to work just fine as a standalone group and hadn't gotten Konoha in any trouble in over 20 years of operating, so why end a good thing when it was so necessary for the coming days? There was no reason to issue a cease and desist order, especially since they would probably pull a Danzo and keep doing it anyway. Fine, just keep up the good work, I guess. And if you do anything that would endanger the village Sai stood up and began to walk towards the door to leave. We would never, Hokage-sama. Maybe one day we'll prove how useful we are to Konoha, but until then we'll just keep working. He opened the door and turned back one last time. It was the promise we all made when we joined in the first place. We'd do what we had to in order to keep the village safe from the shadows. He gave one more of his pleasant-looking smiles. You'll pick up some rumblings from us here or there, he said before shutting the door behind himself. With that little meeting over, Tsunade turned around in her chair to look out the window at the village in the early morning. Every little bit helps, I guess. A tree can't really thrive without strong roots in the end. She would need to wait for word from Jiraiya to confirm what she had just been told, but with their allies turning to take their shots at Konoha's throats, there was no reason not to take on a comrade like Root, especially since they were technically already on the same side, and their foreign friends seemed to be prepared to fight them for the lion's share. The treacherous, ungrateful fools didn't know what they were getting themselves into. But they would sooner rather than later. A part of Tsunade wondered how many wetwork operations Root had planned even at that moment. She hoped there were enough to make those turncoat bastards pay. No loyalty among the thieves, murderer, and spies in the end, it appeared. It was a good thing the other Kage had decided to leave a few delegates behind once they decided to head out for their own villages at first light, just in case something similar would happen to their villages in their absence. There were plans that needed to be drawn. Chapter 55. Up in smoke. It had only taken one more day for the Suna party out to collect Gaara, including Kankuro and Temari, to make it back to Sunagakure itself. With his own role in stopping Gaara from rushing off to try and rip Amigakure into ruins, Naruto was along for the ride, and thus he bore witness to the devastation that pain was capable of. Buildings were rubble, not a single thing in the valley that the village sat in was untouched. Many shinobi Chunin rank and higher had been killed with Pain's one Shinra Tensei. Luckily, many civilians were able to reach safe points in the valley walls before the catastrophic attack was launched. There were still a great number that hadn't made it, however, and the death toll had reached upwards of 7,000 and was still climbing as more bodies were being discovered even then. Naruto himself had been helping with the unearthing process and had seen his share of disturbing sights en route, but the sight of several dead children and one Suna Genin probably on their way to an evacuation safety point was what that stuck with him for the 3 days he had been in Suna, trying to do what he could for the time being. It hadn't taken too much longer than one day for Konoha to mobilize a relief group to head to their allies' aid to try and assist any way they could. Copious amounts of medic nin were sent along with a few Doton ninjutsu specialists and a lot of genin to assist in trying to bolster what they could of Suna's defenses in the meantime while things were being sorted out. It had also come with a message for Naruto himself to get his ass back to Konoha at the earliest convenience so that they could begin preparing for the war appropriately. He would head out in the morning as it was then sundown in the ruined desert village, and he hadn't received his marching orders until that afternoon. He was currently sitting on a crate outside of one of the medical tents that had been set up as a makeshift hospital until the grounds could be cleared and another hospital could be built soon. Inside he could see all of the medics from both Suna and Konoha, including Sakura and Shizune, both of whom were sent and had been invaluable for their skills in healing injured survivors. Barely paying attention to the footsteps coming his way, Naruto turned his head to see Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon walking up to him, all three of them frowning deeply and looking rather haggard from the work they had been doing since being dispatched to help. What kind of person could do this, boss? Konohamaru asked. I heard it was done by one guy. Udon chose to follow up on his teammate's statement from the sky. He squashed everything down here with just his chakra. How are there people like that in the world? They had been around for 2 days and had borne witness to exactly what certain people were capable of. It seemed more like the work of monsters or a sort of divine punishment than the acts of a man. Of course, the fact that they had never personally seen exactly what lengths a ninja's skill could reach also added to this. The fact of the matter was, with enough chakra, the right hand seals, and the appropriate blood running through one's veins, pretty much anything was possible. I wish I could tell you. What was Naruto supposed to say to a bunch of kids about what they were observing firsthand? They weren't him. This was the first any of them were seeing of the actual destruction that could be wrought by a man that was powerful enough. Hearing the stories and seeing them firsthand let them know that most stories of shinobi legends were not exaggeration. Some of us can cut through a bolt of lightning with our jutsu, some of us can create an entire forest with a single move, and then there's things like this. The sorrow on Moegi's face, he wished that he didn't have to see it. But he knew that she wasn't the only one, and she wasn't the worst off at all. There were kids her age all over Suna that had 100 times the anguish that she did. What's the point? What did Tsunagekure ever do to Amagekure? I wish I could say, Naruto said, his blue eyes gazing straight ahead into the tent in front of him with a 1,000-yard stare. I wish I could say that you're never going to see anything like this again. But I'd be lying to you if I did. You all know that we're going to war, right? All three Genin nodded. Unless you get promoted, you're probably not going to see the front lines, but you're going to see battle aftermaths just like this. Worse than this, actually. Genin would not be openly used in engagements. It was commonplace because in an actual conflict most genin would be little more than cannon fodder and would cause more deaths than their presence would prevent. Thus those that weren't used to keep things on the home front settled and actually saw the fields of battle were stuck with jobs like rear echelon work unless the line broke, and then all bets were off. At least that was what had been gleaned from Danzo's teachings. Maybe protocol changed since the last war, but he doubted it. For all of the advancements in ninja life over the last 20 years, pitched combat in general didn't change much at all, still following the same blueprint that had been laying down in the times of the clan wars from centuries past. Konohamaru's eyes panned down before he looked back up at Naruto, who was still staring listlessly into the medical tents. I want the guy that did this to pay boss. He said lowly people can't be allowed to do this for no reason. What about peace? What's so wrong with that? The fact that there's really no such thing. The matter-of-fact deadpan tone of speech that Naruto used got the kids to stare at him in shock. We're ninja. Our entire job is to fight. It's what we're all taught and trained to do. If there was ever true peace where everyone got along, then where would that leave us? Taking down bandits and random criminals? The entire system is based on war. He had been thinking about it for a long, long time. Ever since he learned of Jiraiya's desire to bring peace to the world, and since he had heard of Pain's ultimate goal of doing the same with his own massively destructive goal. Actual peace would be the end of their way of life. Everything that the ninja world was based on was the prospect of eventual conflict with another village. Every breakthrough meant to give one village a leg up over the other. It was actually funny in a morbid kind of way, the thought of ninja being against actual fighting. He didn't crave combat, but he was far from a pacifist, and that much he had always been aware of. If peace came and all of the shinobi wound up getting along, that would just create a void that would be filled by another enemy. Probably the samurai of Tetsu no Kuni, or maybe all of the daimyo of the nations. Hell, there were other continents out there somewhere, and they would definitely have some kind of standing armed force. Maybe they'd go and fight them? The point was, there was no clean ending. Not as long as the ninja existed. He turned his gaze towards Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon and saw them looking at him in shock. But maybe I'm just rambling. This whole thing is probably just all in my head. Being cynical around the kids before the battles ever even began wasn't going to do anyone any good. He stood up from his place on his crate and gave Konohamaru a pat in the head. Just make sure that you're ready when you have to fight, all right, run? All Konohamaru could do was nod dumbly, getting Naruto to take his hand off of his head and walk away from the scene. Naruto felt he had to go, as he had nothing reassuring to say or anything inspiring to put into their heads. All he could do at the moment was tell them the truth as he saw it, and that wasn't going to drive anyone with their mindset to believe in the war about to be waged. Ever since getting to Suna, he had not seen Gaara Kankuro or Temari at all, due to all three of them working feverishly to do what they could from the moment they arrived in Suna. He didn't even think they had been sleeping, not that he blamed them for that in the least. Well, for the time being, he needed to link up with his escort back to Konoha and let them know that he'd be ready to leave at first light in the morning. In the end, there was nothing else he could do for Suna, which was really a whole lot of nothing in the first place. One thing was certain, though. While Pain may have had a rather big stick in the form of his Rinnegan and all of his powers, he was going to be stopped one way or another. If Naruto had to fight an entire war to get to him, that was all well and good because he didn't start it. Pain started it, but the Alliance would finish it. Naruto proceeded to find Sakura sitting by herself on a supply crate outside of one of the other medical tents, taking her time to rest up and get some water to regain some energy, after working non-stop for most of the day helping to heal the injuries of the Suna ninja and citizenry. He hadn't really spoken to her since telling her that he had been responsible for killing Sasuke, what with everything that had transpired since the meeting with the Mizu Rai and Kazekage and the attack on Suna, for instance. Well, then was as good a time as any since neither of them were going anywhere anytime soon, and who knew when or if they would meet up again. "Hey Sakura," Naruto said as he walked over to her. The pink-haired Metagine had her hair put up in a work ponytail and wore a white garb over her usual clothes. Naruto had called her name while she had been taking a sip from a water bottle and turned her eyes towards him, swallowing her drink as he got close. "Naruto, how's it going?" Not feeling like trying to make a joke or anything with the circumstances, they both wound up meeting in Suna, and Naruto just took a seat next to his old teammate since she didn't outright seem to want to gouge his heart out for taking Sasuke's life. Honestly, it feels like every time something good happens there's always something bad to balance it out. Just as recent examples: he beat Deidara, he lost an eye. Sasuke was finally brought forward for deserting, and he brokered a deal to ally with Kiri by giving them Kubikira Butsu back, but Sasuke was killed in the battle, and afterwards Danzo went missing in the desert. He learned Sage Mode and seemed to have Akatsuki reeling with the Alliance setting up to drive the stake through the criminal organization's heart once and for all. Then Suna got attacked by the only person to decisively defeat him in a true battle in 8 years, and a whole war was now set to begin. Sakura nodded, understanding the sentiment in her own way. "I'm sorry." He looked towards her in confusion, getting her to explain further. "On the mission to help you get Kiri's sword back, I hyper-focused on Sasuke and got myself and Tayuya hurt, almost killed. I think if I had been able to support her better we could have stopped him, or at least lasted long enough for your clone to get to us and maybe help." All Naruto could do was shake his head. "Don't apologize for stuff that people are already over. As long as you don't let anything like that ever happen again, then it's okay. Tayuya-chan's okay with it, and I got over it too. So are you still upset with me?" "No," Sakura said, clasping her hands together in her lap as she looked down. "I was never angry to begin with, just shocked. I never wanted anything like that to happen, but he was a missing nin and you weren't, and it was either you or him in the end. You said you didn't try to kill him, but things just kept escalating. You showed remorse and you told us yourself what had happened. If I had really gotten stronger, then it wouldn't have even had to happen in the first place, so I'm taking responsibility for it too." The two just sat in silence for a while. After Naruto's unsealing, they had become estranged for a while and had only begun to seem to repair a part of their acquaintance after Sakura began training with Tsunade. Things had finally seemed to be fine just before their mission to Yuki no Kuni, when Naruto had just become a jounin with them, hanging out with the other ninja of their generation and having a good time. Despite all of that, the Sasuke episode was supposed to be what had broken it once and for all, and Naruto was fully expecting just that, but Sakura was proving to be stronger than she herself gave her credit for. She wasn't getting into some whole kick on getting him back for Sasuke's sake, and she wasn't making any arguments for why he would have been in the wrong for taking his life. "So are we okay?" Naruto finally decided to just flat out ask, sick of the tension that neither of them could pinpoint between them. "You and me?" Upon hearing his question, Sakura gave him a light smile and nudged his side with her elbow. "Yeah. I thought that you were the one that might have had a problem with me, but if you don't, then yes, we're fine." "Good." Naruto heaved a sigh and ran one of his black-gloved hands through his spiky locks, because it would suck if I was on one of Tsunade-ba-chan's apprentice's bad sides when we're about to go to war. I need a Metagine or two as my best friend right about now. He tried to joke now that the tension had broken. "Oh please," Sakura said as she rolled her eyes at the melodramatic statement. "If I had a bone to pick with you and tried to kick your ass, Tsunade Shoujo would murder me in public, and Shizune-senpai would probably reanimate me just to do it again herself. And then there would be Tayuya. Come to think of it, Hamiko wasn't a ninja, but she'd probably do some pretty evil shit to her in response for maiming Naruto too. Ugh, I'm going to get back to work." Both Naruto and Sakura stood up with her break time almost over. "I'll see you, Sakura." Naruto said as said girl started stretching out to prepare for more medical labor. "Help them out, okay? You can do more here than I can." Sakura nodded with a smile and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "In good faith, I will. Just be safe on the way home, all right?" "Kanagakura no Sato, meeting room, why am I here?" Shikamaru whispered to himself, sitting next to his father in the room full of upper-level shinobi set to listen to a briefing with Tsunade on the current situation. "I must be out of my mind for wanting to show up here. I could be doing something else right now." "Like sleeping?" Shikamaru's father Shikaku said, knowing his son's tendencies, "Listen, I don't know why you decided to come either. The summons was for me, not you. I think you're too young to be sitting in on a meeting like this when you haven't even experienced an actual war yourself. So the invasion that occurred 3 years ago didn't count as a war? Yeah, I know I'm just a brat to all of you old people." Shikamaru said, not really caring who else in the room heard him and possibly took offense to the old people remark, "But if we don't try and take things over for ourselves, what will that leave for the future? We can't have you all fighting our battles for us forever like we're still kids. That's why I'm here, I guess." Nearby from his own seat in the room, Shikamaru's sensei Asuma smiled at hearing Shikamaru declare in his own way that he was going to try and take some sort of responsibility and initiative in the coming days. "Way to go, kid. I knew your lazy ass had it in you." At that point the doors to the room opened and Tsunade walked in, followed by Jiraiya and the elders Koharu and Hamura. Taking a seat at the head of the room, she gave time for silence to settle over the room and the chattering of those in attendance to fade out before beginning to speak. "As you all have heard by now, Sunagekure has been attacked by the leader of Amagekure. The village was destroyed, and reports since the event revealed that Suna lost over 30% of their active force from the incident. That's not all, though," Jiraiya said, following up with a grim look on his face as he began to explain the situation. "We've got trouble on all sides here. It's not just aim, even though that would be bad enough. Now we've got Kusagakure, Takigakure, Tanigakure, Hashigakure, Getsugakure, just to name a few, and dozens more bordering us seeing this as their chance. I've gotten word that the same is going on in places all over the map. Mizu no Kuni is probably the safest from any kind of attack due to being out on the ocean, but them getting forces to the mainland to assist is going to be a problem in itself." One of the jounin in attendance decided to speak up on what everyone else had been thinking at the moment. "So we've got the 2 villages that were just a breath away from being one of the 5 great shinobi villages against us, and pretty much every smaller village in the entire region ready to jump on us like wolves." Another ninja spoke up, "Damn it, did any of our old allies decide to actually stick around with us? It doesn't seem like it." Asuma said, fighting his own urge to grab a cigarette at the unnerving situation. Not one to sugarcoat seemingly grave situations, Jiraiya decided to follow up that initial hit with another one. "Well, Suna's going to have their share of troubles too. Villages that border Kaze no Kuni and Tsuchi no Kuni are going to jump all over this opening. What about Iwagakure? What about them?" Shikaku said in an "Are you stupid" tone of voice. "They're not with us. They aren't even bothering to answer back even now. The smaller villages aren't going to try and provoke one of the villages that don't think they have a stake in this. That would be asinine." Tsunade herself could feel her own ire for that such a kid's indecisive bullshit increase with every thought she had on the matter. That old fence-sitting bastard is probably going to let things run their course until there's definitely little left of Suna to defend. Then he'll just march his merry ass south and mop up whatever's left for the spoils. On either side, both ours and theirs, he'll just take it all after Suna and the smaller villages sitting between Suna and Iwa tear each other apart. It was an obvious plan of action, and yet there wasn't much anyone could do to stop it other than to divert a significant fighting force to that battlefront, and that would leave Konoha lacking in manpower for their own situation. Surrounded on all sides was not the time you wanted to try and send a relief force to assist a separate nation. Kumo for the most part could handle themselves because they had been the most ready for war to break out, and if that failed then it would be easier for Kiri to assist them than anything else. Still, Kumo decided to keep a delegate in Konoha to keep a voice of sorts in the military affairs of their ally just in case something came up on one front or another. "We're going to be stretched thin," Hiruzen's old Kunoichi teammate Koharu said informatively, with Suna reeling. "Konoha is the dominating power in not only this region but theirs as well. This is more complicated than the last war where the other villages lack our direct ability to deal with the threat we pose. They are defensively dangerous. The terrain will be chosen mostly on their terms, and the villages themselves are highly defensible. In the case of villages like Takigakure, the exact location of the village itself was still unknown. Several of the enemy villages gearing up for war had this advantage and would not be sloppy with how they dispatched their forces for combat. Still, though Tsunade had a contingency planned for situations like this, however, one she was fairly confident in after a recent meeting. "What about Naruto Uzumaki?" Many eyes in the room turned towards the person who had asked the question, "What about Naruto?" Tsunade said in a way that told the ninja to explain what they meant by bringing up Naruto. "Well, isn't he the goal of the Akatsuki just like the Kazekage or even the delegate that Kumogakure left here? We can't just be thinking of sending him out into the field to fight with that knowledge, are we?" Instead of Tsunade speaking up this time, it was Jiraiya. "That boy is stronger than me even if he doesn't acknowledge it yet. Each member of Akatsuki that stepped forward to face him hasn't been able to defeat him, and I doubt any of the smaller villages have any other ninja strong enough to face him one-on-one and defeat him. That means that only another member of Akatsuki would be able to defeat him. That or a ninja of that level. And with Pain and Conan as exceptions, there weren't any ninja that Jiraiya knew of from any smaller village that could beat Naruto. Yeah, he was definitely going to fight. Other than that, if Kumo was going to keep Yujito with them as delegate in a gesture of good faith, then they couldn't keep Naruto off of the battlefield, or else it would look terrible and would more than likely cause a rift in the alliance, something that couldn't be allowed to happen with what was currently taking place. What's the first course of action, Hokage-sama? Hearing another question that seemed more prudent at the moment, Tsunade immediately answered it. While we properly mobilize, we are going to need to send a force to watch as much of Hai no Kuni's borders as we can. This means that we need a lot of tracking specialists prepared to embark in a hurry. Hyuga Aburame and Inazuka clans should be prepared to send quite a few of their ninja to bolster the rest of the border force. It was foolish to think that there were no enemies already inside of Hai no Kuni. There were scouts and small squads already on the land from the moment the treacherous bastards knew war would be declared, but they wouldn't be large bodies of troops at first. While they could send information on weak spots in the patrol from behind Hai no Kuni's borderline, this simply meant that Konoha needed to get their defense and counteroffensive prepared to go. Ta no Kuni, Otogekure base, Kabuto walked through the place as if he hadn't just run out on them a while back after Orochimaru's death. Every ninja that managed to catch sight of him could do nothing but stare at the smirking hooded man as he walked through their halls. He had not planned on coming back, but at the request of Madara he chose to return, the prospect of having his own role to play in the interesting days that lay ahead too much for him to try and ignore. The scattered forces of Otogekure needed to be consolidated in some way, and he was more than dominant to assert his control over the situation. He was the second in command after all, which meant that he was now the official number one of all of them. As he walked past a few men, a pair of them brandished kunai in the dark of the corridor and leapt out to strike at Kabuto for his past transgressions, but faster than any observer of the incident could see, they were cut down, with Kabuto appearing to not even turn back to face them as he kept walking. Instead of addressing the fact that he had just been attacked, Kabuto eventually stopped in the hall and turned to face the packed base with copious amounts of Odo shinobi looking at him. Sorry for that unannounced sabbatical of mine. But with Orochimaru-sama gone, you all know that I'm the one who's in charge, right? With that statement, Kabuto pumped enough killing intent into the room to bring those closest to him to the point of fainting and collapse. He felt quite a measure of satisfaction watching some of the masked Odo ninja hit the ground and begin convulsing just from his presence alone. Needless to say, there was no one that disputed his claim, as the remainder all bowed to him. That's good, even though things had gone pretty much the same for the other several countries he had visited bases. And to let them know that he was still in charge, he was slightly dreading one base in particular. Guren's probably going to try and cut a piece out of me for letting Sasuke kill Orochimaru-sama. Oh well. She's necessary for this ship to run right. Umi no Kuni, well, Suigetsu said, sitting in the sand on a beach near a hut as Madara appeared in front of him from his space-time migration technique. I knew you'd come knocking sooner rather than later. So what do you need now? Just a bit of a side mission, Madara said as he saw Karen and Jugo heading outside from the hut upon getting sight of him. By the way, how goes your training with the 3 swords you have? A grin came over Suigetsu's face, showing off his shark-like teeth. I already had training with Kubakira Butchu and Hiramakiri. It was Samahata that most of us never got to touch. And the training is going good, very good. Then you can take some more work, was the succinct reply from the masked man as he turned to gaze out at the ocean. The good news is that you can stay here for as long as you feel you need to. But I'm going to need you to do something for me. He turned back towards them as he continued to speak. War is here. A war? Karen didn't exactly see what that had to do with them in particular. Between who? Everyone. That answer put looks of shock on the faces of all 3 members of the cell. What do you mean, everyone? Jugo asked. How could everyone be fighting? Because that idiot Pain has decided that now is the time for the downtrodden hidden villages to rise up against the other great villages. The disdain for Pain's little crusade was evident in Madara's sarcastic way of identifying Pain's side of things. Now he's gone and picked a fight with the alliance of 4 of the 5. All except Iwagakure. That little notion that Pain had of being God was going to come back and bite him in the ass with a vengeance, but not yet. There was still something that could be gained from such a war. There was quite a bit that could be gained indeed. All it would take was a little nudge in the appropriate direction. Suigetsu didn't really care one way or the other, though. He simply wanted to get back to the task at hand. What do you want from us? Nothing more than to keep an eye on the seas. Madara said matter-of-factly, I want you to attack any ship that Karen can sense coming from the direction of Mizu no Kuni. I will procure you some help in this. Of course you will not be doing this alone, but the bulk of the work will be done by you three. He decided to add something to the pot in case Suigetsu didn't care to partake in the mission. You can consider it more training with your weapons and new techniques. With what Suigetsu now knew as a strength of Samahata and his own abilities that made aquatic combat ideal, that was all he needed, an excuse to use his skills that he had been training for the past few weeks with in actual combat. Being locked in that tank by Kabuto for so long made him cherish being able to be out and fight to his heart's content, and he hadn't been getting enough of that for his tastes lately. It had also been a while since Jugo had killed anyone as well, and his homicidal side would be overdue sooner rather than later. Suigetsu grinned and pointed at Madara, making a gun-like motion with his finger. If that's all you want, then you've got it. One day later, Kawa no Kuni, the escorts for Naruto to head back to Konoha, were Neji and Kiba plus Akamaru, something Naruto was grateful for at a time like that, won some familiar faces in a rather trying time. The three fell into a silence as they traveled through Kaze no Kuni and Kawa no Kuni, fully expecting to be blindsided at any moment by an enemy ambush. A part of Kiba actually wanted to use the opportunity to scout the country and locate one of the well-hidden ninja villages in the country on the way back, but Neji proceeded to smack him one, and the two Jounin, one Chunin, and Ninja Hound proceeded to travel home. Naruto. Kiba finally said, getting the blonde's attention as they continued to move in formation. Naruto in front, Kiba and Akamaru in the middle, and Neji at the back. That pain guy that destroyed Suna, do you think you can really beat that? I mean, I've heard how you want to fight him again. He beat you once and you want a rematch? The blonde frontrunner didn't risk looking back, knowing that Kiba's hearing was good enough to hear him even if he wasn't facing him. Yeah, I do. Erosenin can't beat him, we already proved that, and now he's crippled. If I don't try, then who's going to? I can beat that guy, I know I can. It won't be like the last time, not even close. He smashed a whole village. Naruto. Kiba stated firmly, with Akamaru whimpering at wondering how powerful a person that could do that really was. How are you going to beat that? He didn't get everyone, did he? It wasn't even close to killing everyone in Suna. Neji said before Naruto could give his own answer, not even all of the shinobi out to actively fight the threat directly died in the attack. There's a chance, Kiba. There's always a chance. The abilities of the enemy were getting more and more powerful. In his last 4 real opponents, Naruto found Deidara, who could destroy an entire hidden village with his explosions, Itachi with the ability to burn down an entire forest with unquenchable black flames that he could conjure with the blink of an eye, Sasuke with the ability to destroy an entire massive hill and sturdy fortress meant to endure years of combat with a single bolt of lightning, and Pain with the ability to flatten an entire village in one move. But Naruto's own skills weren't exactly lacking these days, with the Raisin Shuriken that could penetrate nearly any defense, not even counting the improvements he had made on it since perfecting Sage Mode, and Raisin Riseki, which could vibrate intensely enough to grind and reduce anything to rubble and subsequently dust. And those were just a few of his attacks. So he was very confident that in a second engagement with Pain he could take him down. Especially knowing what he now knew of the man's abilities from Jiraiya's deduction. Jiraiya had even managed to take down one of his bodies, so he was down one already. There's a town nearby. Naruto's thoughts were disrupted by Neji's report by way of his Byakugan, keeping an eye on their surroundings over a distance. It's not the hidden village Tanegakure, is it? Naruto asked, taking note of the excited expression that Kiba had. He'd probably insist on trying to spy on the place if it was. Looking at a map that he had pulled out to determine where they were, Neji shook his head. No, we're close to the border. This is a mining town. Neji's bloodline-activated eyes then narrowed at seeing something else, and they have sensors because they know we're coming. Half a mile out. They already have villages set up for border patrol stations. Kiba said in disbelief, how fast did they mobilize for this war? He then switched gears as he had another thought. Wait, are we actually going to fight the first battle in this thing? The prospect of firing the first shot put a grin on Kiba's face despite himself. He might wind up being a part of a question on an academy exam if that were the case. Not if we can get away. Neji replied, his eye twitching at Kiba's groan of disappointment, but other than that he kept his cool. They outnumber us 12-3, and the number is still growing. They are not going to outrun us and catch up. Naruto said rather heatedly. All 3 of them were the fastest out of the Konoha 11, and the comparison wasn't even close with the exception of Rock Lee. While stopping and fighting was an option, there would be no point in getting into a fight. He remembered the last time he was chased to the border by someone had wound up with the Sound 4 catching him and engaging him, ending with Kimimaro scarring his eye with his bone attacks and the tainted chakra of the cursed seal. The trio kicked up their travel speed towards the border and wound up, leaving the attempts of the enemy sentries to flank them in the dust. As far as stamina went, though, they couldn't keep the quickened pace up for too long due to the fact that Kiba and Niji didn't have Naruto's nigh-infinite gas tank and would tire moving at the advanced speed sooner. But before they even got close to reaching the friendly grounds of High No Kuni, Niji got sight of more ninja moving directly towards them from the border. They were able to get a communication with a forward team that turned around to face us and cut us off. The branch house Hyuga said as he began to sweat at the situation. Are we seriously pinned down behind enemy lines here? Kiba asked as the trio brought themselves to a stop on a tree branch. The damn war isn't even on yet and we're going to be Kia right off the bat. Akamaru then proceeded to bite Kiba's hand for being so negative. Ow. Damn it, boy. Thank you, Akamaru. Niji said with a smirk, and the dog let go, wagging his tail and panting happily. The moment now done, Niji's face turned grave once more. What is the move we make here? We can keep going and run headlong into a squad 7 deep that will be ready for us, or we can sit here and prepare the area for battle with said squad, but risk the team behind us catching up and joining them. So the options were to either jump into an ambush and hope for the best, or to sit and set their own ambush but risk it being overpowered by significant manpower. Both of those options suck so bad I can't pick which one I want. Naruto chimed in, pulling his Heidi-8 tightly on his forehead in case it would fall off during the forthcoming skirmish. It's like choosing to be drowned or strangled. A growl came from Kiba's throat as the sense of both sides crashed into his senses. Unmercifully, we are about to get fucked with no lube here. Please pick one or the other before the choice is taken from us. Flip a coin for fuck's sake. Naruto and Niji both looked at each other before the blonde jounin of the pair spoke up. Best defense is a good offense, he said questioningly, getting a shrug from Niji before all three took off towards the border and the squad meant to cut them off again. This would be a lot more useful if we knew which fucking village we were about to fight. How many are in this country anyway? Kiba asked as he began to mold his chakra for his Shikyaku no Jutsu, for legs Jutsu, curious at exactly how many hidden villages could coexist within the same borders. 3. Niji said, tensing and flexing his fingers out to prepare to use his clan taijutsu in combat. Tanagekure, village hidden in the valleys, Hyasgekure, village hidden in the rapids, and Ashigekure, village hidden in the reeds. Never heard of him, Kiba said with Akamaru barking in agreement. That's because they're minor and they're not allies, Naruto said, debating the merits of drawing his heirloom blade for the battle or not. The only reason he knew of the villages was because Root had done a lot of work in Kawa no Kuni due to the country being more rough and tumble than most others. He and Maki had a run-in with Ashigekure once. Ashi ninja have weird indirect ninjutsu, so watch out for that if it's them. Incoming, Niji said as he had the exact locale of the advancing enemy down. Kiba had been ready to go for quite some time and was the first to spring into action. I'm on it. Come on, Akamaru. Getsuga, Fong passing Fong. Kiba channeled chakra for both himself and his dog as they both leapt at the several enemies ahead. The enemy ninjas saw this coming and planned to evade Kiba and Akamaru's attack, but the attacks weren't aimed for them directly. Kiba and Akamaru slammed into the trees they were jumping on hard enough to break out significant pieces of the trunks, felling the trees and forcing the enemy to misstep and fall to the ground below. 3 of the 7 attacking enemy ninja fell to the ground, one of them badly injuring their leg during the fall. The 2 that had fallen as well slogged back to their feet and jumped to their injured comrades' defense as the other 4 waged an attempt to attack Naruto and Niji, 2 per Konoha ninja. Niji's sharp eyes took notice of the headband that their attackers were wearing. The insignia on the metal plates had a V with horizontal lines heading out from the peaks of the letters, making it look like a valley. There from Tanagekure. Good eyes, Hyuga, one of Niji's opponents said as he and his partner brandished a very large and flexible saw between them that they had aiming to cut through Niji. The best, Niji replied as he jumped over the long saw and landed right on the flat of it, driving it into the ground before thrusting both of his hands out in opposite directions at his opponent's Hakushu, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. From Niji's hands he fired an invisible blast that hit both men and blew them off of their feet away from him. The 2 Tani ninja flew away from Niji, reeling from the internal damage dealt, but not done yet as their saw detached at the middle and became a pair of saw blades, 1 per ninja. With their new weaponry in hand, they attacked Niji again only to get a smirk out of him. What are you smiling at, you dash? Hakushu Kaiten, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Niji spun around, releasing chakra in a blue swirling dome that defended him from the two-pronged attack and threw the Tani ninja away violently, both of them bouncing bonelessly off of nearby trees with sickening thuds. With Naruto, his opponents pelted him with kunai and shuriken only for his body to turn into a log, signifying a kawarimi. The two enemy ninja looked around for him only to eventually look up and see two Narutos falling from the sky with their swords brandished. They jumped apart as the two Narutos stabbed into the ground and missed them, both detonating in relatively tame explosions to signify an attempted Bunshin Daibakuha. "You see that?" The ninja with the injured leg said as two others tended to him and his wound. "We can win even without the god of aim. Konoha isn't as good as they think they are." "God of aim? You're actually calling that jackass Pain God?" Naruto's voice echoed out from all around the combat area with no indication of his exact location being given. "Come out and fight, you Konoha coward. I thought you were supposed to be the strongest village of the 5 great shinobi nations, but I guess that's an overrated standing. You're the ones that make a big deal out of that title and live and die by it." While Naruto distracted the 5 remaining living Tanigekyo ninja by talking and causing noise in the trees, Kiba took advantage of the distraction, and he and Akamaru made the most of their opening, as they too had been skulking around since their first move in the battle. The ground beneath the injured shinobi and the 2 men assisting him began to give way, and they picked him up to jump away towards the other 2 men as Kiba drilled through the topsoil with the tsuga. Once he surfaced, Kiba glared at the enemy with a growl, holding onto a pair of smoke bombs in his hands. "So if you want it so bad, why don't you just come and take it?" He let the 2 smoke bombs fly and covered all 5 of the men that had moved closer together due to being corralled by both himself and Naruto. With a smirk, Niji and his active Byakugan charged directly into the smoke cloud with his ability to see that just had him hammering chakra and vital points with mere taps of his fingers, taking 3 lives, until the other remaining 2 realized that there was a force in the smoke cutting them down. "They're leaving the smoke." Niji shouted in warning to his teammates as witnessed it happening. Of the 2 remaining Tani ninja, one was the man that had injured his knee in the beginning, being helped with his arm over his remaining partner's shoulder. "We've got to hook up with the pursuit team. They're still headed this way." In their haste to escape the onslaught of attack that they hadn't expected from 3 ninja, even if they had expected the 3 Konoha ninja to be stronger than Chunin, they were caught unaware by one figure dashing down from the trees behind them, apparently zigzagging on air until it was too late for any kind of appropriate reaction. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Naruto drove the Rasengan downward and smashed the sphere into the back of the mobile Tanigekyo ninja, sending him into the ground with authority. There wasn't any walking away from that attack. Blood flew up from the point of impact, and Naruto knew that his enemy was dead, or at least he hoped he was, for mercy's sake. He had severed that unfortunate bastard's spine with the Rasengan, and that only left the original wounded man alive. Niji and Kiba walked over to Naruto as he turned his head towards the final ninja. Seeing that he was the last man standing, so to speak, the final Tani ninja drew a kunai and hurriedly tried to wrap an exploding tag around the weapon, but this only ended up with Naruto using the Senenki no Kin to cleave the hand holding the weapon off. A yell of pain obviously followed as the man clutched the bleeding stump that his hand used to sit at the end of. Naruto grabbed the collar of the man's village flak jacket and jerked him up eye to eye to just glare at him. "You just heard my friend say it, and no one else is going to say it any better. Tell your friends if they want our spot or anyone in the Alliance's spot, they can come and get it." A short ways behind, the dozen or so pursuit troops weren't about to give up in their pursuit of the intruders that had managed to break the line on the Suna side of things. It hadn't been perceived as vital to build up that side of the border, so there were still gaping holes and areas of more difficult crossing places where Kawa no Kuni's natural barriers, such as wide rapid rivers, craggy plain areas, sat to slow people down. The reason they weren't giving up on the pursuit of the obviously far faster squad that had been leaving them in the dust from the outset was because an advance team meant to watch the border had sent out a response group to try and head them off. That would beget a battle and would provide more than adequate time to catch up. Or at least they had figured until to solve the sight of the very short conflict that had just transpired, complete with the bodies of their deceased comrades. The large squad landed and stopped to survey the scene, only to see one survivor among them, one man sitting against a tree with his arm bleeding through a few bandages hastily tied around the stump that was his forearm. His head was low, but they could still see life in his eyes as they all ran over to figure out just what happened. "They got through you that fast?" The first man to reach his injured comrade said as he dropped down to his knees and began checking him over. His knee was dislocated in addition to his missing right hand. "Which way did they go?" The blonde kid said. The injured man said softly and sounding slightly confused, "If I saw any of you to say if you wanted, come and get it." His eyes turned up towards them full of concern and fear as he reached to slowly unzip his flak jacket, revealing a trio of exploding tags pinned to the inside of it. The kanji 4 explode, staring them all right in the face. Please get them off, he whispered in a shaky voice. Shock and horror rolled through the eyes of the amassed Tanigekyo ninja, as all they could do at that time was try to scatter away from the blast radius of the obviously forthcoming explosion. With Naruto, Niji, and Kiba, boom! Kiba's ears picked up the explosion from behind them loud and clear when the tags Naruto planted went off. He had told the man that any move to touch the tags or any loud abrasive sounds would trigger the explosion prematurely. If it had been Kiba stuck with a scenario like that, he would have just triggered the blast and been done with it instead of holding on to hoping that someone could come and help him. From the amount of time it took for the explosion to go off, he had clearly let the timer of the tag run down to the end, and he had probably taken a few others with him by making that choice. That should slow them down even more, Niji said as they continued to put distance between themselves and the battle site. With the trouble over for now, Kiba let a grin slip onto his face. That was so easy. If the rest of the war is like this, we'll stomp their asses in no time. Maybe if I kick enough ass I'll get sent straight to the Hokage seat, he said hopefully. Unfortunately, there was a chance for Naruto to burst Kiba's bubble. It's not going to be like this for the rest of the war, Kiba. Yeah, that battle was easy because all three of them were talented in direct combat. It was usually how Konoha fought their wars, thus it was a very important thing that was stressed during a young ninja's development in the village. A lot of others aren't like us to get out of being boxed in like that. They're not stupid enough to take us head-to-head, so ambushes like that are going to happen a lot. Smaller villages didn't go to war nearly as much, nor did they find themselves in battle with other major village shinobi to the extent that Konoha ninja did. They specialized in other focuses. Each village had their own strength to bring to the table, and the war wouldn't be fought in pitched battlefields for the most part. That kind of a war was for the powerhouses like Konoha, Iwa, or Kumo. There would be a lot more skulking about. A lot more strikes behind Konoha's lines, a lot more sabotage, a lot more indirect conflict, until one side was worn down enough to go for a knockout. That wasn't to say that the little villages didn't have heavy hitters. Amigekure, Kusagakure, and Takigekure would more than likely be the direct combatants out on the battlefield in bulk to fight head-on whenever it was set to do so. Other villages would provide fighters to do so as well, and there were a few minor villages that were well known for their powerful direct fighters, but they would be the general shinobi of the conflict in open fighting since they were the closest to breaking through the glass ceiling, separating the minor villages from the 5 strongest. Fighting on so many different fronts would be a pain in the neck to say the very least, and the portion where they would have to divert forces to keep Sunigekure settled, until they could work out their problems enough to watch their own perimeters freely, would make this war an all-new challenge for Konoha. Kumo had the easiest part as they could begin their own combat processes whenever ready, especially since most of Kumo's enemies would either have to inevitably march through the isthmus, a land mass surrounded on 2 sides by water that was Shimo no Kuni, or they would attack from sea, and Kiri would have their backs in case of a seafaring attack from the east, which meant they only had to look out for the west. Kiri had it somewhat worse off as well, as they would have to ship troops over and land them ashore before they could even take part in the fighting. Though this also meant that they wouldn't be obligated to send as many in the early going and expend so many resources right off the bat transporting bodies and supplies, and all naval battles would be dealt with by them. To hell with that, Kiba protested vehemently. He was not about to believe that there was an actual chance this war would be anything more than a walkthrough, and he didn't believe that someone else like his sister or mother couldn't handle what they had just dealt with themselves. Why don't we just walk right up to these fuckers and pop him in the mouth one good time? That'll handle it. Niji rolled his eyes at the brash Inuzuka, but his question warranted an answer, and Niji gave him one in a quite sarcastic manner. Yes, because we certainly know where Takigekure's village is and how to get inside, or where Tani is. And let's not forget that getting an attack force into Amigekure with the man that can flatten a village with one jutsu is going to be simple. Kiba had the good grace to look embarrassed at that. Stop believing in our own hype. Yes, we're good, but war is war, and we're going to have to take this seriously. When we get home, we have to crack down harder than ever before. At that moment, Naruto wondered how Niji would have done en route. Then he tossed that thought aside because Niji might have ended up like Fu or Toryun, being one of Danzo's elite pets. Still, he had a good outlook on the whole thing. He didn't believe they would lose for a moment, but he knew he and many others would have to work hard. If he and Niji weren't both jounin and therefore on the same level of the totem pole, he'd have definitely been requesting him for whatever force Naruto ended up with once he got assigned a duty during the war. Niji and me are probably going to end up leading missions probably to a bunch of different fronts, and Kiba, you, and Akamaru are probably going to be ending up getting posted at one of our defensive borders. We've all got our jobs to do because other people won't have a Hyuga and an Inuzuka in their teams to watch out for ambushes like that one. The thought of someone without an Inuzuka's hearing and smell or a Hyuga's eyes to warn them of an impending sandwich of death from an enemy attack squad brought a scowl back to Kiba's face, definitely, because that meant that in the end he'd have his own huge responsibilities. To the whoever was stationed with him, and he wouldn't let them down. What happened to Suna isn't going to happen to anywhere else again. Iwagakure no Sato, Tsuchikige's office. The old Tsuchikige Inoki, diminutive in stature, sat in his own office going over reports that he had received of tensions in the region, most specifically the affairs going down south of Tsuchi no Kuni altogether towards Kaze no Kuni and Sunagakure. His thoughts on the matter were cut short as his eyes suddenly darted upwards to see a body come out of an orange swirl that turned out to be a man's mask. The orange swirl-masked man had on a black cloak with red clouds and simply stood with his hands sunken into his pockets. Iwagakure. I don't think I've been in this village for quite some time. Inoki didn't move to immediately smash the intruder because if he were an assassin he wouldn't have let himself be seen or used his teleportation jutsu right in front of him where it was easy to sense and react accordingly to. And you are? Madara Uchiha, but this is not important. Madara said succinctly. Of course it was important that the man was Madara Uchiha. But something felt wrong to Inoki. He had fought Madara Uchiha before in the past, something that still terrified him when thinking of the man's power. He would never forget it, and this man did not carry himself with the same air that Madara had. Even so, the man was someone to be wary of if he had no fear of reprisal for infiltrating his village and his office. Very well then. Inoki said, keeping his head level for the time being until all of the chips were on the table. What is it that you want? I should warn you that it had better be good or else your efforts to get here were quite foolish. He said with a threatening tint, especially wearing that Akatsuki cloak. You have quite a bit of nerve showing yourself here after taking Han and Rashi. Madara began to pace around the room before making a flippant hand gesture. Well, Akatsuki, I guess you could say it is fractured. The one you should blame for that isn't me, but that's something else altogether. I trust you are aware of the events taking place all over the elemental nations? War. Inoki said, having not had to talk about such a topic in almost 20 years, a war that IWA has nothing to do with and no reason to take part. Even with Konoha being involved? What kind of game was this man running? Trying to influence him to enter the fray of the other villages. He had to think he was dealing with some kind of prideful fool. An eye for an eye in this case is not our concern. The best revenge IWA could take was the refusal to even hear out the alliance of the treehuggers trying to save their own asses and that of their Uzumaki Jinchuriki. Let them burn and lose their own blasted Jinchuriki if they can't hold onto him for themselves, just like our own. I don't think you should so readily dismiss the prospect. Madara said in a chiding tone of voice that could have been taken as condescending, speaking again before Inoki could take offense. The whole world is at odds and ignoring poor old Iwagakure. An opportunity, in my opinion. An opportunity to what? Inoki spat, drumming his fingers on his deck, feeling more and more in the right to try and turn that masked fool Madara into dust. Madara turned back towards Inoki and slowly pulled his fingers of his left hand into a fist. An opportunity to take everything. Everything south of Tsuchi no Kuni and beyond. He could see Inoki's eye widen at the thought and felt a sense of satisfaction that one got when a seed of thought was firmly planted and taking root. I personally rather see IWA stand above the rest. It would certainly make the world more interesting than just seeing the meatheads in Kumo or boring old Konoha do it again just like always. So just think on it, Tsuchikage-sama. All you have to do is just play every card right and the entire western region will belong to IWA and then some. The eye hole of his mask then proceeded to apparently suck his entire body into at last, taking the swirl mask and once again leaving Inoki alone in his office. The look on Inoki's face seemed to be wrestling with just dismissing Madara and thinking about the fact that there just might be an opportunity at hand here to, just as Madara said, take everything. Chapter 56. Lucid haze. Things began falling in place as far as the Grand Shinobi Alliance, Konoha, Kumokiri, and Suna, went when it came to the opening days and weeks of the international war against the Continental Ninja Federation, Aim Kusataki, and the other minor villages. As the days dragged forward, waking up in his own bed did not have the same calming effect that it usually would have for Naruto. It had been a week since his return along with Kiba and Niji, and it had been a little over 2 weeks since the destruction of the desert village altogether. Since then, he had been stuck at home, and while being Kumo dignitary / Jounin / Jinchuriki Yujito nice personal contact for things she needed in Konoha for the duration of her stay was an easygoing responsibility, and allowed him to hang out with one of his closest and loveliest friends, he was not particularly considering himself good-fortuned. He felt guiltier than anything else. Konoha had already sent out shinobi to begin keeping the borders locked down tight and to also begin setting traps and choke points in case of an attempt to invade or infiltrate, and there was still the matter of the large task force that already sat in Suna to help them until further notice. Now it was just a matter of a waiting game for him. Every time he woke up he imagined Furious knocking on his door or window prior to someone informing him of an emergency window or a message when he went into the village telling him that someone had died in the field. He had yet to truly deal with that yet despite the death of Danzo and the fact that Sasuke had died after battle with him. Now it was only a matter of time until it actually did happen. For all he knew it could be him whose life ended miles away from home, away from anyone that would know or care. No way. Not a chance while he had anything to say about it, and as long as he was around none of his friends would die on his watch either. But he didn't have much of a watch as he was. A knock came onto his door. Damn, how did she know he was awake? He hadn't made a single move since opening his eyes. Naruto-sama, breakfast is ready. Well, there was no need to lay there and act like he wasn't already up, and if he didn't get up then Jiraiya would just eat all of the food and then taunt him for being too slow, and then they'd both get to fighting and tear part of the house up, and then Hamiko would somehow slap a chakra ceiling tag on both of them and then hit them. How she managed to get that close to the both of them without them feeling it, they would never know. He didn't need that drama that early in the morning. He had things to do today. So with that he hopped out of bed and threw on a pair of pants and a shirt before exiting the room to head to the kitchen. Once there he found his food set out with Jiraiya and Hamiko already eating their share. Good morning, Naruto-sama, Hamiko said with a smile after swallowing her bite as he took his seat. Good morning, Hamiko-chan, and thanks, Naruto returned with a grateful smile that the white-haired girl nodded to. After eating for a bit in silence, Naruto turned towards Jiraiya. It's only a matter of time before Erokyofu has to do something in the field again. He knew Jiraiya was powerful, but he had to think back to when they fought after he mastered Sage Mode. If Jiraiya had both arms available to him, he doubted he would have fought to a draw with him. The hellified beatings laying upon him for years before reaching that point were evidence of that. Jiraiya noticed Naruto's eyes locked onto him and grinned wryly at the young man. Hey, I know I'm sexy and I'm your awe-inspiring hero and all gaki, but you might as well have that special eye of yours active if you're going to be looking at me that hard. Apparently Naruto hadn't known how hard he was staring because he blinked and turned his gaze down to his food at that point. You know you're going to be dispatched any day now, don't you? What about you? Naruto asked. He had in fact known that it was only a matter of time. Kiba was already gone with the rest of Team 8 to watch over the northern border of Hyang no Kuni-san's Kurenai for some reason. It wasn't particularly Naruto's business, and if it really came down to it he supposed he could find her and ask since she was still in the village. As a matter of fact, he hadn't seen her in a while, but that was neither here nor there. There's no way Tsunade-chan is sending you out like you are, or is she? Jiraiya frowned and lifted his single remaining arm as a method of showing even with one arm I'm still enough to whip you, kid. You know that. And I'm going out by my own choice. Tsunade actually tried to coerce him into staying, and Jiraiya said he would under one condition. The condition wound up with him getting kicked halfway across the village. But that was by design. Even if Tsunade told him to stay in reserve he still wouldn't have. He wasn't some damn genin that needed to be protected, and there really wasn't anyone in the entire village that could honestly force Jiraiya to do anything he didn't want to. But he was not going to deliberately piss off his Tsunadeheim in such a blatant manner. He'd stay until it was prudent that he leave to reinforce somewhere. There wasn't a need to let Naruto know that though. The kid worked better when he didn't think he had a safety net in waiting. What about Hamiko-chan? Are you really going to leave her here alone? I'm depending on you, Erokyofu, Naruto said in an effort to justify Jiraiya staying. A very weak attempt at justification in his opinion. It must have been because he had just woken up that he came up with such a lame reason. And Hamiko herself didn't seem to care one way or the other. I will be fine by myself. Really? I have many important things to do around the village anyway, so I won't be too terribly bored or lonely at all. There you go, Jiraiya said with an air of victory about him after getting Naruto's flimsy excuse shot right down out of the sky, and that settles that. You should worry more about yourself at the moment, Naruto-sama. Hamiko said, sitting her elbows on the table and resting her chin on her hands. You've never fought a war before, have you? She herself had lived in wartime conditions in the past, but she wasn't a shinobi, so she wasn't able to give him any actual advice. Not like Jiraiya could. You should enjoy the time you have, because once it begins in earnest you won't know when you'll get to rest again. It was a good point she made, though. Despite the fact that he was no stranger to conflicts of all kind, he had never engaged in open warfare before. It was something that had been avoided for the entirety of his generation. As he thought about that, he wondered just how Root was preparing for the coming days. Maybe I should check in with Sai or Maki when I get the chance again. I know they'll have everything in order. Sai knows how to handle things. Since Sai had been groomed for just this moment to take over the day-to-day running of Root, there probably wasn't that Naruto could do that Sai wouldn't be able to do more efficiently. Naruto's attention was returned to Jiraiya when a piece of food was flicked at him and bounced off of his forehead, eliciting a growl from Naruto as he prepared to wing his entire plate at Jiraiya's head in retaliation. That was until he saw the look of seriousness of Jiraiya's face. I do have a little sliver of advice for you that I don't think I have to tell you. When you do find yourself in a fight, make sure you end it as fast as you possibly can. It might be redundant to say to someone like you, but if there's no need to waste chakra, don't do it. These battles can go long. I'm not sure just what'll change from the last time, though. It went without saying that Jiraiya didn't have to tell him not to prolong his fights, but that gave way to another question from Naruto: how will aim fight? He asked before he began to quickly eat again. A lot of genjutsu, a lot of ambushes, especially around minuscule bodies of water. Jiraiya said, digging through his own memories from the Second Shinobi World War to come up with a good answer. Don't ever take a river crossing a stream. Hell, don't even take crossing a fresh puddle after a rain for granted. They can wait there for days without having to move, and they all know that damn technique that lets them blend into water. As a matter of fact, if you see a dog's dish filled with water in any village you come across, I want you to kick the shit out of it just in case. A joke to end with, or was it? He couldn't even tell anymore. It's not just Amigakure that there is to worry about. Hamiko said with a slightly worried expression on her face. Konoha's forces will be spread thin as it is, and we don't even know all of the villages that are prepared to fight this war against us. Jiraiya chewed his food angrily before responding to that. It's even more now. There are 5 more villages that my network dredged up as mobilizing for war while you were away in Suna. They aren't located anywhere near Konoha or High no Kuni in general, though, so that would be a silver lining around this particular cloud. So it was 4 or 3 if one were to count out Sunagekure against dozens. It was like a bunch of hyenas fighting against a lion. Of course, the lions were better equipped for combat and would tear through the hyenas when going 1-on-1 or even 2-on-1, but eventually with a numbers advantage. The way it was, the hyenas had an advantage that could not be overlooked. Dangerous enough to do damage on their own, however, unable to finish the lion, but with enough numbers they could overcome the superpower. Naruto looked down at his plate to find that he had absently finished his food while thinking things through as best he could. He didn't know why he was thinking about his potential orders and whatnot. He wasn't going to be a general when he fought, even if he was going to be leading missions, so he didn't have much of a place trying to rationalize orders or even try coming up with them. His job was to take whatever mission he was given and finish it. That was it. Shouldn't you get going by now? He had been staring down at his empty plate for long enough to make it weird for the others sitting there. It got to the point where Jiraiya had to prod him verbally to snap him out of things. How long had he been sitting there? All he had in the manner of response was a nod as he got up from his place at the table and started walking back towards his room to get ready for the day. He seemed to be moving like a ghost, and it didn't necessarily sit well with the other 2 denizens of the house. I don't think I've ever seen Naruto-sama like this. Is he just overthinking this whole scenario again like he did a few months ago? Hamiko asked. Jiraiya shook his head. This whole thing wasn't anything like when he was stressing out over how to fight the Akatsuki members. War was a whole different animal, and if nothing else, it was clear that Naruto seemed to be aware of that. No, he's fine. It's normal to feel that way when things are calm and he's expecting insanity. It's like the calm before the storm. He's just walking around in a dull fog. He'll snap out of it once he actually fights again or gets a mission. Everyone does. That doesn't sound like such a good thing, to be honest. Later that day, Tayuya had been dispatched to one of the mounting fronts in the northwest, as had Niji and the rest of Team Guy. All of Team 8 was out. Sakura was still in Suna as a part of the relief team. Kakashi had been sent to the obvious hotspot of the western borders of High no Kuni, where the bulk of the fighting was expected to take place, either to the border of Kusa or AIM. Team 10 was in the village because of Shikamaru's mounting responsibilities to wait on base intelligence. He was to later be dispatched with Ino and Chuji to one of the established fronts once things had been set as to how the war was going to go. So why the hell was he still sitting in the Jounin standby station for hours on end waiting for some kind of order? He didn't want to be the guy that wound up sitting back doing nothing except for specialty missions. He didn't want to say he was necessarily bloodthirsty, but he was getting stir-crazy knowing that his friends could all be fighting at that very moment. It just didn't sit well with him. A tap came on his shoulder from his spot on a couch and Naruto turned to find Sai smiling at him. Sai? He looked around the room only seeing two other Jounin in the room before returning his attention to his partner. What are you doing here? I'm technically an ANBU ranked shinobi Naruto-senpai. Sai said informatively, I can go anywhere I want to. He motioned for Naruto to get up and leave the building with him, which they both did, getting a distance away before he then reached somewhere and grabbed a scroll, handing it to Naruto. Your first war assignment handed to me by Hokage-sama directly. Naruto raised an eyebrow and received the parcel from Sai slightly confused. Why didn't she just call me in to give it to me herself? He opened the scroll and looked at it before quickly shutting it with wide eyes and looking at Sai again, alarmed at what he had just read. Are you telling me she knows about Dash? Sai nodded. I felt it was a prudent first step to inform Hokage-sama of the subsistence of our group. She will have an eye on me to make sure our actions are for the benefit of Konoha, but other than that it is business as usual. There's more if you were to just look at it. A deadpan look came over Naruto's face at Sai's urging to keep reading. Just reading that Tsunade knew of his continued relationship with Root wasn't exactly a marching order, and he had just been alarmed by the first portion of the scroll. Smartass, he muttered before doing as Sai suggested. Okay, it looks like I leave tomorrow. To the border with Kusa. No team, and I'm supposed to meet up with the shinobi in charge there for my actual mission. A frown came over his face. No team? I usually don't run solo. Do you want reinforcements? Sai asked as they continued through the generally deserted streets. There are always one or two operatives that can be spared if you would like. No, it's fine. Naruto assured Sai. Casually keep them for when they need to be sent out. Don't bother wasting manpower on me just to get to the border. There was a very small chance of him being attacked this deeply within the country, and Root were not meant to be bodyguards. That was misappropriation of force. It seemed to be more of an offer for personal reasons other than logical professional reasons. Sai, are you worried I'm going to get killed or something? Not me, it's more for Maki-san than anything else. You know that I don't have any feelings like that. Sai's response got Naruto to roll his eyes. He could only keep on using that tired old excuse for so long. He couldn't keep using Maki as a scapegoat. Even if it was true, I do see us as friends though, and it would be unlucky if you did die in the field. Wow, what a friendly thing to say. Unlucky for who exactly and why? Unlucky for himself obviously, since he would be dead, but other than that, how would it have been for Maki-chan? Naruto decided to ask next as they seemed to be making their way back towards Naruto's home. He hadn't even noticed that Sai had been directing them that way. I haven't even seen her in a while. What's going on with her? Is she doing okay? Now that question from Naruto actually elicited a minute laugh from Sai. I believe it isn't my place to say. Ever since stumbling upon Danzo's microfilm detailing his plan for all three of them, Maki had been acting strange whenever Naruto was brought up. He even suggested going to see him at his home since there was nothing keeping her from doing it, but she was skittish over doing so. And Naruto didn't even know why. She's fine though. You might see her sooner than later. Naruto nodded. Good. I need to prepare to leave for my mission and tell Yugi-chan I'm going to be gone for a while, but when I come back definitely. In the back of his head he was chomping at the bit to get out and into the action, and he was confident of his chances after the extreme amounts of training he and Jiraiya had been doing since his last big fight. It won't take long for me to get back. Count on it. And if there is ever a time when you need help, remember that we're still there, Naruto-senpai. Hopefully it won't come to that too often. Amigakure no Sato, Pain's Tower, a rare time of rain not pouring down in the village, and there wasn't even any time to enjoy the happening. Pain had just finished using an astral projection of himself to inform the higher-level Amigakure shinobi of how forces would be distributed across the lands for future combat efforts. This was the chance of AIM to get a semblance of payback from villages like Konoha with no chance of later reprisal somewhere down the line. All he needed were the last 4 Jinchuriki. He had the Rinnegan, he had the Gerumazu statue with the currently captured Biju trapped within. Once the war ended, and he didn't even need it to end for his final plan to come to fruition, there wouldn't be any more retaliatory warfare. His ultimate ninjutsu created from the 9 Biju and their combined chakra would see to that. The Devapath and Conan stood in front of a light projection of a map of the elemental nations to survey the scene. Suna is of no consequence to us. The smaller opportunistic villages will use this as their chance to finish them off for good to take control of the region. Our focus will be mainly on Konoha, and we have several villages not including Kusagakure in the same frame of mind. Perhaps a joint operation of some sort? Conan ventured as to how AIM would go about dealing with that. It was something to think about if nothing else. As much as she didn't want to contribute to this entire situation, it was still her village and Conan was still going to go to bat for her people when it came to it. What about when Kirigakure begins landing ninja to take part in the battle? They will assist Kumo first due to proximity. I have a feeling that will come with issues of its own. Conan nodded in somewhat agreement. Kirigakure had been isolated for decades and had not fought in any of the previous great wars since its inception. It mostly had to deal with its own domestic incidents from island to island even before the civil war that had befallen them in the past. Then there was the fact that they would be vulnerable during their landing period. That was a completely different major problem altogether. Our village is the most secure in the elemental nations, Pain said confidently. The fact that the village was surrounded by a massive lake on all sides and had skyscrapers to get a good view of anyone trying to cross would have been daunting enough, but Pain's rain had the ability to find any intruders once he found their chakra signature. And your trump card jutsu is set as well, correct? Yes. In case it is needed, my most powerful technique is prepared, confirmed Conan. It was something she was rather proud of and would have prevented the village from being invaded by a massive force. Her own way to protect the village, she pledged herself to bring peace to, although now it would probably be used for full-fledged war. How ironic. The Devapath of Pain simply accepted what Conan had told him, knowing that as his most trusted and closest confidant she was perhaps the only person he could know without a doubt was on the ball. Until a moment arises, we will keep annexing territory around AIM to shore up our defensive borders. Traps and team ambushes should be the bulk of our combat until an opening is found. Kusa will be more aggressive with their approach. They were among the most self-assured that they could compete against the larger villages and had a body of work over the last 20 years to stack up to that thought. Let them, Pain said with finality as he walked towards the balcony to look out on his village. Perhaps they will be the ones to bring about the opening we are looking for. It was sunny outside for once, if only for a moment or so. 2 days later, northwest border of Hino Kuni, this was the nicest base camp that Naruto could have ever figured he'd see. It looked like a whole miniature village on its own. A little bustling town thrown up at the border with wooden homes that looked like they belonged there. The only thing that would have let him know that it was the base of operations was that the guards had Konoha Heidi 8 on their foreheads and Konoha flak jackets on. It reminded Naruto that he had yet to put his on. Maybe later if he felt the need for it. His curiosity of where the hell all of the buildings came from gave way to a bit of joy when he spotted a familiar face stationed at the desk of the armory issuing basic weapons to those that did not have their full supply. Tayuya-chan. The redhead's bored brown eyes panned in the direction of Naruto's voice, thinking that she finally found something to do in the form of her verbally tearing into one of the meatheads running around the base for using her name with such a suffix. She didn't know them. But she did indeed know the person that she saw walking over to her desk. Uzumaki? Well, what do you know? I thought they were going to keep you on lockdown in the village until the shit hit the fan. You're stationed here too? She said with a toothy grin. For now, until my mission is done. Naruto said with a shrug as he made it over to the desk and leaned against it. When I'm done with whatever mission I have here, I have to stay here as if I were a part of the division until I get assigned something else. That was how quite a few ninja would be operating. Not many in the grand scheme, but Naruto's situation wasn't that different from others, so it wasn't outlandish. Well, due to being bored as hell because I'm doing a job that doesn't need 4 people working the fucking supply desk while everyone's fully furnished, I'm taking it upon myself to show you around the Northwest Command Post. Tayuya hopped over the desk and smoothed her purple skirt out. She wore her full-body mesh suit hat and skirt like the last time he had seen her, but she had on her flak jacket instead of her tan top. Let's roll then. Where are you looking for exactly? Wherever the division commander is. As Tayuya began leading him around, Naruto fell in step with the shorter girl. His eyes panned about and saw a lot of tension on the faces of the shinobi he could see outside of the building. So how are things around here? Anything gone wrong yet? Tayuya shook her head with a frown adorning it. It's one of those fucking glass half full / half empty things. There's a river not too much further west of here. That's basically no man's land. Nothing much ever happens as far as attacks go over here, but if you set one foot in view of the other side, then you're fucked. That's where the forest that we're used to ends and where the weird forests begin. Weird forests? Yep. Tayuya said, intentionally popping her lips for added effect. Weird as hell. Different from anything you see in High no Kuni ever. Forests made completely of bamboo and mushroom shit like that. Then there are ones made of tall grass that are completely impassable. You can't see shit in those fucking things. Those are the worst. They're fucking death traps. Naruto raised an eyebrow. All those are just across the river? That sounds like a whole country full of terrain to me. That point being given, Tayuya stopped walking and blushed as she rubbed the back of her neck sheepishly. Oh well, it is. I kind of know the rest of them because Odo had a base in this country back in the day. The only one that's right across the ravine and the river is one made of bamboo. You can see it as clear as day if you go to the cliffside of the ravine. I wouldn't get that close though. So we can't even get a force across the river? I think we can. Tayuya continued as they kept walking through the base camp, but it is just not worth it. They have sensors, awesome sensors. Anytime we tried to get an expedition force across, they were repelled with big losses before they could even get up the other side of the ravine, no matter how we tried to cover them. Anything that gets across would be totally ineffective and wiped out altogether. We just stopped trying and are holding the line here for now. Stalemate style. Everyone's pissed. There was a good reason for being pissed. Kusa wasn't trying to fight them directly, they just had the border covered well. So there would be no direct approach, but the border was mostly comprised of the ravine and river that cut through it. It was deep all the way through, and there were only 2 good bridges that had ever been constructed to cross. One of them had been destroyed during the last war. Eventually Tayuya led him to one of the smallest buildings around and began to lead him up to the guards at the door. Here's the place that you want. The commander's inside. Come on. The guards let Tayuya past and Naruto as well without any hassle. There was only one room in the small place, and at a desk was the man that Naruto perceived to be the Commander Tenzo. Naruto said questioningly as he and Tayuya walked up to the desk. I told you to call me Yamato from now on, Naruto. The wood-manipulating shinobi said as he looked up from the multiple maps on his desk. So you finally made it out here, I see. Welcome to Deadlocked Hell. Both Naruto and Tayuya pulled up a chair to Yamato's desk and took a seat. You called for me to come out here? Naruto asked, getting a firm nod from Yamato. So that means that you think you needed me. What's up? Yamato beckoned both Naruto and Tayuya forward to get a better look at the map on the table that had his main attention before they had come in the river and the ravine. We can't cross that thing. No one can. We've tried in multiple places and we just can't. I can't even construct a bridge across. Anytime I try, they bombard the hell of our side once they find us. Tayuya felt it prudent to point out one particular time for illustration purposes. You did get close that one time. Remember when you set up that little one that let us try to get a few across to hold the area until you had time to make a bigger bridge? I'd rather not remember that incident. Yamato said with a grimace before explaining to Naruto, they blew up my smaller bridge and trapped the force on the other side of the ravine. It was like a school of piranha. 25 men died that night. He narrowed his eyes angrily before sighing and rubbing his temple, and they have control of the only constructed bridge that would readily be available for use. Tenchi Bridge. He then pointed that spot out on the map, and at the other end of that bridge they have a fortress close enough to retaliate against any crossing attempts. Tayuya smirked at that point. Though they can't blow it up to cut us off though. We won't let the fuckers get a demolition team near it, and we just keep fighting over it. No one has any claim over it at the moment. Yamato stroked his chin and pointed at a different border a little further north. They'll probably look to head through the land held by Takigakure to try and flank us and rush us from the north. It's pretty obvious, but they have a chance at getting us and dealing some damage. And then their force over the bridge could attack us from there, and we'd have double trouble to deal with. Naruto looked between the map and Yamato and scratched his cheek. Now what do you want from me? Placing his finger on the point where the camp was, Yamato dragged his finger to the northern border held by Takigakure. I want you to get into Kusa's land holdings through the 3-way border shared by us, them, and Takigakure. From there I want you to move back southwest towards the bridge and the fortress. Take it down and we can cross the bridge to get a foothold into their ground. Walk back behind enemy lines and take down the fortress by himself? Tayuya said with a dry look on her face. Is that all you want from him, or do you want him to march straight to Kusa and make the higher-ups surrender as well? How about a souvenir? She then blinked and remembered who she was talking to. Sir. Yamato blocked a quirk of his lips that would have made an amused smile and instead glowered at Tayuya with a creepy expression on his face. Is that a touch of insubordination I hear from you, Tayuya? He felt a touch of satisfaction when he saw both Tayuya and Naruto both stiffen in alarm. Tayuya shook her head rapidly and readjusted her disheveled hat back onto her head properly. Good. And Naruto can handle it. Trust me, I've seen him walk into total rat's nests and get out. He has an entire border to work with now. The entire final reason that he was promoted earlier in the year to Jounin came due to the long-term mission he had been dispatched on to assist in the location and eradication of as many Otogekure bases as possible. This was just like that, only there would be way tighter security around the fortress. If he screwed it up, he was going to have one hell of a time getting himself out. I can do it, Naruto said with conviction. Let me go for it. I'll get and blow it up and get out. That'll get rid of the fortifications around the Tenchi Bridge keeping us from getting across it, right? Tayuya gave Naruto an incredulous look that he seemed to be okay with such a mission. Are you out of your fucking gourd? It would take you 4 days to get up and around traveling at normal speed, and now you have to be careful of getting caught up in patrols, and not to mention the fucking 3-way border to boot. You need a whole goddamn squad just to have a fighting chance at getting to the other side. Are you volunteering? That got Tayuya to blink suddenly for the second time in the conversation, this time in confusion. Unlike the first time, this time Yamato's amusement couldn't really be hidden as he managed to crack a small smile. You heard me. Are you volunteering to assist Naruto on this mission? Well, not really. Tayuya responded, not knowing exactly how to respond to that. She turned towards Naruto in a demure manner that was unlike her usual guise. Do you actually want to help Uzumaki? Naruto looked at Tayuya and thought on it. He hadn't planned on getting help, and she didn't sound 100% convinced that the mission was worth taking with such a small group, namely him. Before he could finish thinking on it, the voice in his head chimed, and she's scared. The QB seemed to sound amused at the fact. Isn't this the same girl that stormed into Konoha and left with the Uchiha, only having her other 3 teammates to help him? But that was after the invasion, when Konoha was relatively weakened. Sasuke came with them willingly, and it wasn't a wartime state around the countryside. This was nothing like that, and even then she had experience with terrible things befalling her. When the mission went to hell, she was the only one that survived that clusterfuck. He wasn't going to take her since he wasn't even sure how things would go. No, he was enough to accomplish the objective. Just because he felt comfortable playing with his own life didn't mean he felt all right with doing it using his friends' lives. Naruto shook his head and put a hand on Tayuya's shoulder. I don't need the help, Tayuya-chan. You don't have to go. I can pull this off just fine. I wasn't going to let her go anyway. Yamato suddenly chimed in, letting the two have their little moment so that he could possibly tease one or the other later. He had to take what he could get as far as amusement at a time like this. He ignored the incredulous looks on both Naruto and Tayuya's faces at that revelation. Tayuya is the leading genjutsu specialist of the division, both in casting and breaking them. She stopped several night raids from the bridge area basically on her own because of this already. Tayuya grit her teeth and glared at Yamato heavily. Then why'd you just let us go through all of the beating around the bush bullshit we just going through doing about the whole giving him backup thing? Well, because I need something to mess with you both about later, little Miss Smitten. Naruto, tightening his grip on Tayuya's shoulder to hold her back, kept her from trying to do something hot-headed to their division commander. Geez, I might as well be sitting in front of Kakashi-sensei if this is what Yamato Taisha's going to do. Right, well, I guess I'll head out tonight if it'll take 4 days to get up and around to the other side. Yamato nodded. Good. You should get some sleep if you're going to be traveling at night. Head to the barracks and grab an empty space to rest up until sundown. That's when I'll give you the lay of the land along our side of the line. Naruto stood up and proceeded to leave the office, Tayuya following him on the way out. Good luck. Seas between Kaminari no Kuni and Mizu no Kuni, incoming vessels, sir. On board one of a series of ships carrying the first of the Kirigakure forces towards the mainland to assist their allies in the war, a man in the crow's nest yelled down to his captain once said vessels came into his sight. The lead shinobi of that ship took a pair of binoculars and looked out towards the horizon where the ships were coming towards them. Which village's colors are they flying? He wanted to know which particular village was planning on trying to cut them off with a naval battle. There were quite a few villages on smaller islands between Mizu no Kuni and the main continent of the elemental nations. They don't have any village markings on the ship anywhere at all. That got the main ninja's attention as he looked up to the crow's nest in disbelief prior to looking back out through his binoculars. Are you telling me that we're getting attacked by pirates? What kind of pirates would be attacking them outright and why? As a matter of fact, how did they even find their exact location with enough warning to prepare a fleet of ships? On board a pirate ship, an evil-looking man with a goatee, dark messy hair that could be seen under a red captain's hat and 3 red markings on his face, one under each eye and one going down the bridge of his nose, stood out observing the forthcoming Kiri ships with a grin on his face. He wore a red captain's coat, brown pants, gray gloves, and had a rapier tucked into the sash around his waist. So what's to stop me from taking all of the money that masked person paid me with and killing the 3 of you right here? Suigetsu sat on the deck of the ship leaning against a crate, while Karen sat on the very same crate, and Jugo stood off to the side. The fact that we'll just kill you instead if you try it, and destroy all of your ships except one, or do I need to give you more of a demonstration like we did on Battleship Island? He stood up and cracked his necklace and Gyataro. You can take the money and whatever loot you can salvage from what's left of the ships. I just want to practice. Before he made his move, he turned towards Karen. Are those ships all that are coming? Karen nodded and adjusted her glasses on her face. Yeah. Those are the only ones on their way at the moment. Good. Suigetsu said as he unsealed Samahata from its scroll and held the violent weapon in his hands. Jugo, stay with Karen, and if any of these idiots even look at her wrong, you can kill everyone on the ship. I'll be right back. With that, he jumped over the side of the ship and into the water. The ship's pirate captain Gyataro watched Suigetsu jump into the water and shook his head. What's that fool doing? We were about to prepare for battle and he just jumps overboard. You don't know that much about what ninja are capable of, do you? Karen commented in a bored manner with her hand in her cheek before pointing out at the Kiri ships that were coming closer. This is the worst place possible for anyone to try and fight someone like Suigetsu. Suetun Oni Sakana, water release demon fish. A titanic tidal wave rose up from the water in front of Gyataro's fleet of ships and pushed them backwards as it rose high up over the surface of the water and took the form of a demonic fish with an open mouth and sharp teeth. The wall of water was enough to encompass the entire width of the path the Kiri ships were on. It then proceeded to smash the smaller vessels into scraps in one forceful crash that carried the debris and the men that had been on board away, allowing the water to calm once more as if nothing had ever happened. The only signs of the swift violence that had occurred was the wreckage of the ships and the motionless bodies floating on top of the water. As the entire pirate crew looked on in shock and horror at the entire group of Kiri ships being taken down in one move, Suigetsu scared the living hell out of them by blasting right out of the water and landing back on the deck. So how'd that look? He asked Karen and Jugo as he grinned with his sharp shark-like teeth. Karen chuckled slightly before answering. Samahata is bolstering your chakra reserves after not even 2 months. It's amazing. It made her wonder just how deep were Kisame's reserves before his death, having hauled that blade around for well over a decade. Are you even tired yet? Not even close. Suigetsu said, laughing to himself as he held Samahata in the air. 3 of the swords made me this strong. I can't wait until I get the other 4. I'll be the strongest sword-using shinobi that ever lived. And then we kill Naruto Uzumaki, right? Karen's voice sounded dark and hateful as she referenced Naruto. A person she had never met or even seen before elicited such anger and hate from her. It was inconceivable. Sure. Suigetsu said in order to appease her, though he was indeed going to help her achieve her goal. He would never admit it out loud, but Jugo's bouts of insanity and Karen's bossy personality had grown on him. The masked boss man will come and get us soon enough when we're ready. Until then, we keep these waterways good and shaken up. It's just damn good training too. Northwest border of Hino Kuni, Kanahagakura Northwestern Front Command Post, nightfall. Are you all ready to go? Tayuya asked him, her hands adjusting his root top as they both stood outside of the security fence around the camp. She hadn't particularly left his side all day since he had shown up, and she seemed to be fussing nervously over him. She even slept with him in his bedroll and scared off anyone that would have bothered waking him up just to chat with the Jinchuriki of Konoha while he was in the field with them. You've got everything, you're not hungry, and you're sure you can do this by yourself, right? It was kind of funny to see her mothering him. Maybe being in an active war for the second time since the invasion of Konoha scared her more than she originally let on. It wasn't like it was a one-and-done attack the way that one was. There were plenty of chances of someone close to her getting killed. All it took was a sliver of dumb luck in this sort of situation, and Tayuya actually had friends and people to care for now. Yes. I'm as ready as I'm going to get. Naruto grabbed Tayuya's wrists to keep her from messing with his clothes or equipment anymore, a smile on his face when he saw the lost look she gave him. It's going to be fine. I'll be back here before anyone even misses me. A wry look came over the flute-wielding Kunoichi's face. I'm thinking about the experience that I have with you sneaking into bases and into enemy lines 8 years ago. You fucking got caught and chased to the border. You can't get away with that shit this time. It wasn't my fault and I was there for months before I got caught. Naruto defended prior to just standing there leaning against the fence with the closest friend he had at that base. The seemingly comfortable silence that sat between the two came when Tayuya turned her eyes towards him. I really don't trust this bullshit mission, Uzumaki. Why would Yamato Taisha call for just you to do this? There was just something about this whole thing that Tayuya did not like. It was like she spent the entire day trying to wrap her head around the whole situation. He didn't like seeing her like that. I can do it, Tayuya-chan, just trust me. Naruto said, not getting much of a reaction before he continued to speak. Well, how about this? It'll take 4 days for me to get up and around to the other side with the route I'm taking. Give me 5 days. If you don't see or hear about me running across that bridge from the other side back towards our camp, then you have permission to beat the crap out of me when you see me again. If you die, I'm going to find a way to bring you back just to make sure you make good on that and let me kick the shit out of you. It hadn't escaped Naruto's notice that when he had let go of Tayuya's wrists, she hadn't let go of him and had been holding both of his hands. She eventually sighed and let go of him. Yeah, get the fuck out of here already. You're going to stop all of that cursing around me one day. Bite me. Already did. Tayuya gave him a hard punch in the shoulder and took a step back to let Naruto begin to walk away. Once he moved past her, though, she grabbed a hold of his forearm and quickly turned him around. Before he could even register a question to ask her as to what else was up, Tayuya grabbed his collar and pulled him into a rather rough kiss. A sober Tayuya had never initiated a kiss with him, and the only time Naruto had ever felt comfortable doing so himself were the few times when he and the girl had sex. It was just what he did to assure her that he cared and that his attention was firmly on her and her alone, and she never seemed like she enjoyed them. But now she had attacked his mouth with her own with complete abandon, and her tongue was pushing his around in a rather one-sided duel. He was too stunned to kiss her back for the 10 seconds that it managed to last when she roughly shoved him back and gave him a look that showed she was quite pleased with herself once she saw his stunned look. Well, did you see that coming? Naruto opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, trying to think of something to retort with, but came up with nothing. I didn't. I thought you hated kissing. I did. I still kind of do, actually. Tayuya said with a shrug, but I used to hate you too. Do you think I still do now? A smile broke out between the two of them before she then shooed him away. Now go on and get moving, jackass, you're burning moonlight. Giving her one last wave, Naruto turned and took off, heading away from the base to his northern destination to reach the three-way border. Still feeling quite pleased at throwing Naruto off with her actions, Tayuya leaned against the gate and stayed there until she couldn't feel his presence in the area any longer. Once she actually started to make her way back into the camp, she heard the sound of slow clapping and saw a cheerful-looking Anko sitting nearby on top of the fence lining the outside of the base. Ooh, how cute. Just wait until I tell everyone how adorable little Tayuya was out here having her little romantic moment with her hero. She then rolled backwards off of the fence to dodge projectile snakes that were sent flying at her from Tayuya's mesh sleeve. You're so dead, bitch. Tayuya jumped over the fence, foregoing the usual method of entering through the gate so that she could pursue the madly cackling Anko angrily. And just who the fuck told you it was cool to watch? But I like to watch. One day later, Kaseki no Mori Landmark. After one full night and morning of traveling, sleeping during the light afternoon hours, and beginning again at sundown, Naruto made it to the place that marked the triple border of Hai no Kuni and the lands held by Kusa and Taki respectively. The Kaseki no Mori, petrified forest, that served as the natural barrier between the three would be Naruto's point of infiltration. Large and fossilized trees and other assorted plants stood over the landscape and would have made passing through difficult during the day due to the astute guards, but due to the fact that it was wartime, and even in peace the place was watched over by all three hidden villages that held a claim of some sort over the land, things didn't change much at all. It was actually projected to be the mellowest front due to the fact that armed hostility was the status quo for the region and the sentries were like hawks anyway. Now things had changed since Taki and Kusa were working towards the same goal of winning the war, so instead of watching each other they could both look in the same direction towards Hai no Kuni and any moves made by Konoha. Nothing was supposed to be able to get through. Not a significant attack force anyway. A significant attack force did not mean one person, it meant an entire platoon or even a company intent on taking that particular land. There was a catch when it came to Kusa and Taki's defensive measures. They could keep an eye out for an attack force or an ambush easily enough, but looking for one person within that forest was like looking for a gnat flying around in one's kitchen, especially when you had no idea that the person was even there. This was what Naruto was taking advantage of when he slipped through this place in the dead of night and began heading back south, this time on Kusagaku's side of the borderline. That was way too easy. Naruto thought to himself as he ran, using the branchless petrified trees as points to move to and from to obscure his movements from anyone that might have somehow spotted him. But that kind of system is supposed to be able to stop groups of ninja, though not one person. For one person to try moving and surviving behind enemy lines in wartime was suicide. Henge was useless for trying infiltration or sabotage missions in villages and towns due to the fact that any half-decent sensor could detect a transformation. But this was simply Naruto making tracks to the Tenchi Bridge as fast as he could and blowing it up. It was no real infiltration. There would be no espionage here. It was a hurried demolition mission, and he needed to finish it before his trail could be picked up on. And someone was already suspicious. Naruto had not been discovered, but there was some suspicion. He could feel the stillness of the dead forest broken by not only his movements, but by the movements of others coming his way. He wished he had a sensor ninja of some kind with him, because he may have picked up on such a thing sooner. Okay, let's fight and get this over with. With that thought, Naruto stopped and drew his sword, anticipating the time it would take for the enemy to catch up with him. It turned out to be far faster than he thought. I need to make this fast. I don't care if these people see it. None of them are surviving this to tell the story anyway. Channeling chakra to his right, Naruto activated his implanted Sharingan to see dozens of shuriken flying his way from directly in front of himself. With the ability of the eye to slow down what Naruto was seeing, he was able to use his sword to block all of the shuriken with his sword before jumping into action in the direction they came from. Quick as a flash, Naruto cut down one of the attacking shinobi, a man larger than him with a blade head, a strange light purple flak jacket, and a purple Heidi 8 with a star on it. Hashigaku, or what the hell? Is anyone not going to try and take us down? With a glare, Naruto turned to face the 9 other remaining ninja in the vicinity. It's a Konoha ninja. Take him down. At the shout of one of the men, all of the ninja made the bird hand seal and initiated their Jutsu Kujaku Myohu, mystical peacock method. Naruto didn't wait to see what the jutsu did, not even allowing 3 of the 9 Hashigaku ninja to begin their technique, as he formed 8 Kage Bunshin to help him kill them before they could even finish the jutsu and take advantage of it. Of the 8 remaining, only 5 were able to finish the jutsu fast enough to defend themselves from Naruto's clones, dispelling the ones they fought against. All 5 remaining Hoshi adversaries had purple chakra emitting from their body with the appearance of peacock feathers billowing from behind them. He can't take us all down, we're all drowning here. Naruto's 3 clones returned to his side as they all faced off with their opponents. So am I. But that's the thing. All jounin aren't created equal. Naruto antagonized them all into attacking his clone force head-on while he jumped out of the fray to observe as best he could. With his eye, he could see clearly just what constituted their strange chakra that is not natural in any way. Kujaku Myohu Kimona, mysterious peacock method beast. The purple chakra radiating off of their bodies all formed some sort of 4-legged animal that dispelled Naruto's clones. They tried to cut through the chakra beasts, but there was nothing doing on that front for the clones. Surrender or die here, Konoha ninja. Better idea. Naruto said, making a series of hand seals ending in the half-tiger seal. Let's test a little something out. Fuka Hoen Kai, fire sealing method release. As the black flames of Amaterasu came from his glowing seal tattoo and covered his left forearm, Kyuubi, turn it on. At Naruto's behest, the great chakra beast began drawing upon nature chakra, and Naruto siphoned it to enter sage mode. Let's finish this. Gladly. Kujaku Myohu Go, mysterious peacock method join. All of the 5 chakra beasts that had been created by the Hashigaku ninja joined into one demi-summoned looking creature that was the size of a house. Still, Naruto merely narrowed his orange pigmented eyes and did not cower or falter in his own belief of his chances. He then shut his eyes and took a deep breath before setting himself in a stance and making a half-tiger seal with his right hand, cocking his left flame-covered one back for a strike. Senpu Yamien no Ryu, Sage Art Dragon of the Darkness Flame. Naruto heaved a haymaker of a punch and used his control over his entire body's chakra and anything chakra-related that was in contact with him to form a massive dragon from the Amaterasu flames. Naruto's first successful result of training with what he had managed to absorb from Itachi Uchiha's attack on him. It took Sage Mode, and the malleability of nature chakra for him to be able to mold the flames in the ways he needed them to for any kind of ranged attack. It was smaller than the conjoined chakra beast ninjutsu of his enemies, but Naruto's dragon was absurdly stronger as it punched right through the center of it and forced the purple chakra to burn into nothing. The jutsu continued on and hit the stunned, frightened, and screaming Hashigakure ninja, incinerating them in a matter of 30 seconds as the immediate petrified forest was engulfed in black flames. That was awesome. Naruto yelled, though his voice didn't get any louder than the crackling and harshly burning black flames. He then quickly formed his hand seals and retook the Amaterasu fire into his left arm Fuka Hoen, fire sealing method. Once all of the flames had been taken from the petrified trees, Naruto was glad that the wood was so tough and that he could take Amaterasu back into himself, or else it would be the charcoal forest. He figured that the battle was quick and low-key enough for him to leave, since there weren't even corpses remaining of his enemies on the dead forest floor. No harm, no foul, since nobody would know which way he went by the time they discovered the scene of the battle at morning by the earliest. It was rather impressive, Naruto-senpai. Before Naruto began to run off again, he heard the familiar voice, and in a swirl of leaves appeared his raven-haired, gray-eyed childhood partner Maki kneeling on the ground with a smirk on her face. Maki touched the ashes of the Hashigakure ninja on the ground and let them fall between her gloved fingers before standing up as she dusted her hands off. You can control the fire you sealed into your arm now. You must have been training hard when you were in Kumo. Naruto looked around in the now quiet night before settling on Maki as his sage mode faded. Not that it's not good to see you here, or anyone that won't kill me for that matter, but what are you doing all the way out here? I came to back you up, Maki said, shifting the tanto that she had on her back to a more comfortable position. Neither Sai or I were really comfortable with what this mission entailed. So I came to catch up with you. I've been following you since you left the Northwestern Front Command Post. Naruto nodded before thinking about something. Wait, that means you were around when I was sleeping? Why didn't you show yourself then? Maki was not about to tell him that she had also seen Tayuya kiss him and that she was angry at it, which was why she did not reveal herself sooner, instead choosing to follow him until she managed to cool down. Watching him fight and handle the Hashigakure ninja without even needing her help did just that to calm her down. It's not like I'm supposed to be here at all. Root may be known of by Hokage-sama, but if we're actually caught in progress with our Black Op missions, then she can and will deny any knowledge of us or our activities. We're not sanctioned. You stopped at 3 different Konoha encampments on the way to your sneak point. Naruto gave her a deadpan stare before letting out a sigh. Okay, you've got a point. But now you don't have to worry about being seen by any Konoha ninja anymore, because the next people that would see us will be from Kusa or some other CNF village. He then pointed in the direction they were to be moving in as he began running deeper into enemy territory. As Naruto ran off to continue moving before the sun came up, Maki looked after him with a twitching eye due to his last comment and took off running after him to follow. That isn't a very reassuring point at all, Naruto-senpai, she said as she began tailing him.